I think we are live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well and enjoying what a wonderful day, right? So excited to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening, as per usual. So, before we get into all that, though, let us do what we love to do, which is start off with a big, deep breath in. Slow hold it for as long as feels comfortable, and then slow exhale out to come back to this moment, getting out of the future, getting out of the past, getting out of the chaos of the outside world, coming back to this wonderful, wonderful, uh, energy right here inside of us. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy, and then we'll get started. So if you wanna join me, let's begin with that big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. Oh, it's always so calming, isn't it? And then I will hit the singing bowl, 3 times, and as we do that, you can just imagine this beautiful love energy just like kind of radiating from our heart, going up into our minds and balancing that, bringing it to higher vibration into our hearts, moving across all of our emotions and balancing those out, bringing them to higher vibration through our energetic bodies, through our chakras, our meridians, out into our auras, of course, into our physical bodies too. Every cell of our body, just raising it all up, flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to also raise the vibration of the planet. Because we know it could use always more and more love, right? Something we can do, of course, to help raise our own vibration is focusing on gratitude. One of the more powerful forces out there immediately begins to raise our love vibration, puts us into connection with spirit at that frequency of receiving messages, magnetizing ourselves to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win-win-win. So you could do that as well as we're going through hitting the singing bowl. And after the third little gong that I do, I'll hit it 3 times. I'll bring in the magical feather. And what we've been doing for a little bit is activating that superhuman DNA within us, having our physical bodies alter, super healing, super, whatever it wants to do, right? To for our highest and I don't know, just our highest experience and our highest health. So if you want to partake of that, just open up wide and receive that energy, and it'll magnify for you as well. All right, let me just get it right here. All right, so that is what we're going to do. So remember, gratitude. Let's begin. Beautiful, beautiful. And that's so wonderful. So thank you guys for joining me in doing that. We'll put her back here on her little shelf. All right. So hello, hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your day and your moments. Just wonderful energy. I like it. So welcome, welcome. If you're new to my channel, new to these readings, hello, I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea from spirit. So welcome, welcome. If you are wanting to know how the whole process works, all that information is listed down in the description box of the video. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thank goodness. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome, welcome. We try to keep it high vibrational, full of love and support. So thank you so much for being here. Donations do get first priority. You can make a donation using the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. We do have the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, or Google Pay, whatever you prefer to use. I don't have any set dollar amounts, but depending on the dollar amount you make is how deep we dive. A dollar reading is like ankle deep, and then we can go knee deep, whatever, right? So that's how we're kind of doing it these days. Yeah. And if you do make a $5 donation or more, you get a fortune cookie to round out your reading. And we're currently using the Reawakening Your Soul cards for those. They're a little lengthy. And for everyone else that makes a donation under $5, we're currently using these beautiful rainbow brain skull. They're really good. One of my new favorite decks. So I love those. So you'll get one of those. We do get to free readings eventually. Sometimes during the actual session. Lately, it's been I've had to at like 8 hours of doing donation readings. I have to kind of poop out and let my body regenerate, and then I finish in the morning anything that I didn't finish the night before. I mean, usually the free readings are the ones that are left over. And I do make sure to get those. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps so that you can see your name, click on it, takes you right to your reading. So that is the big skinny, I believe, on how all of that works. If you haven't checked out my podcast, I do have a podcast called The Easier Path. Here's the playlist link, but it's also down in the description area of the video. And if you go to my main page on YouTube, it's at the very top under the playlist as well. And the most recent one that came out, we're on number 18. We're on phase 2. We're going through a little journey of expanding our empathic abilities and our spiritual gifts. And so this is phase 2. Phase 3 will be coming out hopefully next week. I got a lot of it drafted, so I'm going to get it all organized so it makes sense to us humans. I have all these notes, and I'm like, all right, let's make it cohesive, and then we'll record it and get it out to everybody. So I'm excited. Also, this coming, I can't believe it's the end of June next week, but there's going to be a little celebration coming up for July. So keep an eye out. If you haven't, subscribed to my channel and you don't have your notification bell set to all, make sure you do that so you can get, I'm going to do a video and then I'll put it out on all my social media too and on the community tab here. So July celebration. So we'll tease you a little more tomorrow too. All right. So that's the skinny on a lot of things. Let me make sure we've got all of our lists all up to date. And then we will get into the readings. So let's see. I think I got down to Cherish. Yes, I did. So we have Cherish on the free readings. And then we do have here, let me scroll up here. And then let me make sure up top here too. Yeah, so I've got Beatrice on the donation list. Grab those, give those a like in addition to a love. And then I do have Marissa, got a PayPal earlier. So Marissa, you're on and we got May and Lauren. So I got you guys as well. And we've got Bonita. Hello, hello, Bonita. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 8 on the free list once we get to those. We got Livier Vagara in the house. Hey, Livier. I'm doing great. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I see your free question. So we'll get you on the free reading list here too. All right. And is that Corellis? Am I totally murdering your name? So sorry if I am. Thank you for your donation. I see you there. You'll be number 6 on the donation list. So good to see you. Let me get your question in here. Boom, boom. Or is that it's probably Kira Ellis, probably, right? Maybe that's the way it's supposed to read. But either way, welcome and thank you. I got your donation. And we got Moonlight in the house. Hey, Moonlight, good to see you. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed your reading. It was a good one, right? It's a good nickname. You like I just make names up. Thanks for understanding. You're sweet. All right. The second one is correct, right? My actual name, yeah, is Kira. All right. So I think I've got everybody here. And Moonlight, I do have your number 7 on the donation, and I'll add your question when you put that out there. Oh, let me check my emails. Just make sure they're working here. I do believe they are. All right. So tonight I'm going to be using this Gothic tarot deck. It's kind of a little bit basic as far as the symbology and stuff on it, but there's a lot of personality in it, and it's like I don't know how to explain it, but kind of like the closest is that like each card has a personality and an energy as if it's a real entity, and I feel like that's really coming through tonight. So we'll see what that means when we get there. All right. So I think we are good. So we'll start off with Beatrice times 2, and then Marissa, and then May, and then Lauren, and then Kira, and then Moonlight will be up after that. So before I get started though, I got my beet juice already. It's been another busy day. You know, when I have my beet juice during the session that I've been nonstop since I woke up because usually I drink it beforehand, but so you get to see me drink my wonderful red beet juice. So I just want to say thank you guys so much for all your love and support. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love and attending these lives and watching my um, podcast and commenting on any of the videos and streams after they're done. All those things help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami, helping my channel get out in front of others, and other people are able to get messages from spirit too. So thank you guys so much. Cheers, cheers. I love you guys. Clink, clink. Salute. So refreshing. I have a little bit of beet juice. Well, it's a beet juice with a little bit of apple cider vinegar and a little bit of lemon juice. Yeah, to health. And it's good. It's supposed to be good for you. Of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional. So definitely check out with your doctor and anything if you're taking medications too, because it might affect your blood pressure. You don't want it to drop too low. All right. So that's what we have there. And we will get in. So we have Beatrice up first. 1517 is for your first one. There is your timestamp. All right. So thank you for your dual donations. Your first one is did Eric wonder if you were someone's date to the wedding, or did he wonder if you brought your own date, and how did he think you looked all dressed up in your picture you posted. All right. Let's take a look here. So first, did Eric thought you were you someone's date or someone uh, else's date? And then what did he think of the photo? Of the photo, right? A little slippery. Better watch these cards. All right. So I don't feel like you were someone's date to the wedding. We got the 4 of cups, which is kind of a just a stagnant energy emotionally. So that means no response there. Did he think that you brought, your own date? You got the 4 of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. Another solid energy with the 4 and the Ace of Swords. I don't feel like they were thinking any of that. Um, I feel like that Ace of Swords seeing things from a higher perspective and, they were like, I don't know. I don't feel like there was any deep thought about that. How did they think you looked, though? You got the Devil card. I like that. Devil card is a lot of, Saturn, Capricorn energy, a lot of, you know, um, kind of like a lot of thoughts and beliefs about what you should and shouldn't wear kind of energy. So, you've got the 5 of cups. I like this black cat. Got the 5 of cups and the chariot, energy there. Kinda some mixed emotions. Let's see what this is on the bottom. Yeah, and then the Knight of Cups. So Knight of Cups, of course, is movement of emotion. I like it that they thought you looked beautiful and you moved their heart, when they saw you all dressed up in your picture. And it's interesting, the mixed emotion energy is like, um I feel maybe they probably thought you looked a little too nice for a wedding. You're like, if you weren't the bride, you're gonna make the bride look bad. I feel like they were like, "Wow, you look like you stole the show," kind of energy. They go, "Aren't you supposed to let the bride be the center of attention?" Because I feel they kinda had that energy of like, "Wow, okay, wow," you were, like, really made up, really like you were I don't know if you were a bridesmaid, but it would be like you were, like, gonna be part of the party, they're like, "Were you getting married?" Because I really feel he thought you looked beautiful. So I like that. And maybe a little bit of a, "Why you looking so good when I'm not around?" I feel like that's the mixed energy, right? So that's cute. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one as well. Uh, yeah, I like this. All the different sides of you, right? You've got the me, also me, also me. That's interesting. He's seen a lot of different sides of you there as well. And this one, a little extra sane here. Is you contain multitudes, like a multiple personality disorder? No, just kidding. Stop trying to shrink yourself down to a single thing. Accept the different seasons of your personality. I like it. I feel like, this is also them. They're like, "Wow, I've seen so many," you surprised them. I feel like, because 'cause they've seen you beautiful, they've seen you in a lot of different kind of different ways, personalities, like, when you're really casual, when now you're really dressed up kind of energy. So I like that, right? Yeah, neck to ankle dress in a dark color. Interesting. Yeah. So not in a bad way. I think you're catching up to the video. But yeah, I think it looked good. So very nice. All right, and we'll go to your second one here in a moment. Let me just grab here. grab Moonlight. I got your question, so we'll get you that added to your donation. So we've got that, and we've got spaghetti in the house. Hey, spaghetti, good to see you. Plate O, spaghetti-o. You'll be number 10 on the free list. And hopefully you got your free reading last night. I did complete all the free readings last night as well. In Moonlight, I see your free reading. You'll be number 11 on the free reading list. Once we get to there, I know, isn't that pretty sweet? A halter, so shoulders, gasp. I like it. Like, whoa. I like that. Marissa, you're here. Marissa, you're right here. That's where you're at. You're right here. You're number 3, actually. So I have one more for Beatrice here, and then you'll be up. So I do have you on the list. Where am I? Where am I? That's why I was picturing it. But I know you meant where are you in order, of the readings? All right. So let us continue. I think I got everyone on the list. So we've got Beatrice, number 2, 2202 for your second one here. And you wanna know, would he view us as a power couple together? Like, people would be jealous of us. Let's take a look here. Oh, no, you're fine, Marissa. I'm just in a goofy mood. Oh, you're at work? Oh, that's right. You know where you're at. You're like, "Oh, well, good. Well, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in at work." All right, let's take a look here, Beatrice. So do they picture you guys as a power couple? And what else? No, they don't want that. I do want this one, though. All right. It's interesting. On the bottom of the deck, we've got the death card here. And it's interesting because the way that the energy, as soon as I saw it came through, was not as like a bad thing, but like, because death is kind of like a force to be reckoned with. And that's kind of how I feel like maybe not so much a power couple as a force to be reckoned with, kind of energy. And I feel like that's maybe more their personality. It feels that like power couple is like, you know, I don't know why Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, that was a power couple, when they were together. And he's like, we're more of a force to be reckoned with. So that's funny. Um, yeah, I get the star card, the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, it's funny that it looks like the Grim Reaper again. But I like this um yeah, this has something to do with, the 5 of Pentacles is I not so much a power, couple, because there's something to do with there's some tie to it with money, and that's just that word power couple, I feel like has a negative tonation toward them. It almost feels like, fake Hollywood energy is what's coming in, like, from their perspective. But I like that, forced to be reckoned with energy. 'Cause yeah, oh, that's funny that, sometimes I'm the last one to get things. They're like, "Yeah, the star card," like the stars of Hollywood, the how, people, um like, I don't want people to be jealous of me or us, or to think that we're above them. I feel like they you know want people to feel more as equals but still fear us. He has a lot of money. Okay. Yeah, that could be it there. Yeah. So I like that they feel more as the other. Yeah, and we got the Hierophant, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, and um if people are jealous of you and have power, then they try to take it away from you. They try to take advantage of you. But if they feel you're one of them and you're a force to be reckoned with, then they don't mess with you. So I don't know what this is. I'm like, what is he from Jersey? Is he did he have family in the mob or something? Because it's like, yo, you don't wanna mess with us. That's funny. But yeah, I do feel here, you know, it's like an empress, we got the empress and the 4 of cups. They like the steady energy, um, but and like the empress, they would see you as an empress, and how an empress carries herself is not, lording her power over people, but a loved empress is an empress who is loving, and so he has more of that. I feel, that it's like, what is it from? I think it's from it's I think it had Drew Barrymore in it because it's like with great with great wealth and power comes great responsibility kind of energy, and you wanna take care of the kingdom, take care of people. We're very gifted, very blessed, but we wanna help people, and I love that. I love that energy. So that's what I feel they're coming from there. So, basically, I know you were looking at, "Hey, do they would they think like, 'Whoa, we're us together is'" Yeah, it's a force to be reckoned with. It's what you were looking for is, that, but I feel like they wanted to clarify that because I feel like it tells you more about their personality, right? And I like that. I like that. And it says, "Did you forget that you're still inside the game?" I like that. You're in the game. You're not, you haven't, exited the game yet. We're still here playing the game. It says, "You really think that this incarnation is the beginning and ending of everything? What absolute hubris. Reality is much bigger than this 3D single planet adventure game. Have fun and remember to explore this realm before it's game over." Yeah, I like that. Like, why we don't need to take life so serious. Let's have an adventure instead. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for that one, Beatrice. So many blessings to you. Let me catch up here. So we have Mia in the house. Hey, Mia, good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. And get on the free list again. And hey, Mia, did you have a specific question or did you want a general reading? You're number 12 on the free list, no matter which or whatever. I'll assume it's a general unless you say otherwise. Yes, general. Okay. I'll just note it here so there's no question. All right. And then Cat Mia in the house as well. Hello, hello. You'll be number 13 on the free reading list here. Right. I like that too, Beatrice. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. We got Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. I am doing well. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. And we got your free question. You're number 14 on the list here. All right. Good question, Beatrice. For relationship questions, I don't have a special way to do it. I'm an Aquarius sun. Even though I'm a Capricorn rising, which I really like organization. When it comes to tarot, I don't do standard spreads I just go with whatever energy's in the moment. So, and that's the whole thing, I stayed away from tarot for years. I started off oracle readings, and I would read the energy, the emotions of the card, and then because I thought tarot's too organized, you have to have certain meanings, you have to have do spreads a certain way, blah, too restrictive for me. And then, probably about 6 years ago, probably about 6 years ago, they had me get my first tarot deck, and they're like, "You read the books, you read up on everything, that's just one possible meaning of a card," but they're like anything with spirit, you develop a relationship where a certain card means something between us. And sometimes they'll just hit me out of nowhere with a new meaning for the card. I'm like, that's not the normal meaning, but this is what they're having it mean. And that's the whole thing is the cards are more for our human to see to kind of bring the spirit world into the physical world. But we don't need cards. I used to sit around campfires and or fires and pit fires and um, just do um, my friends would go, "So, what does spirit have for me? What's the message for me?" While we're sitting around drinking wine, watching the stars around a, fire in their backyard. And it'd be just blah, 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 blah. It would just come out. And so it's interesting. I love that you're learning more about tarot and different things. And it's all about a relationship between you and spirit. So if anyone says, no, that means this on the card, you can be like, that may be what it means for you. But here there's a communication there. So I like that. So good question there. And Marissa, you said you've been watching these all sign readings, and some of them all resonate with you. And an ANA situation, it drives me emotionally crazy. I know, right? Fun times obsessing with knowing and trusting it'll work out. Yeah. Yeah. And that's something in itself, right, Marissa? I mean, that's a good self-awareness because when we and I know I used to be, what do they call it? An anxious attacher? I think that's what they call it like that, an anxious attacher. Because I used to, I wasn't in a relationship until I was, like, 29 years old, and once I went in I was happy alone, hermiting, and then I came out is a big thing of it, and then I went into my first relationships, and I was so naive and so like, "Whoa," that I got attached and I had mistrust issues, and I wanted to and I would, like, attach, my so much of my worth to them that I tried to control the situations, which when we try to grab on and control something, it just pushes it further away, right? When we surrender and let go and start working on here, that's when things start drawing in. But I know that's a hard thing to do, right? I get it. Well, let's dive into your reading here. Thank you for your patience while I was blabbing. So we'll go in here. You're up right now. So we have 3344. Look at that. Perfect timing for a wonderful repeating numbers. So, what is a hiding from you? Oh, you feel like something's being hidden. Okay, well, we will find out here. That's always you really want to know, right? We're like, ooh, yes. Let me just look at it this way, though. Okay, go ahead. Let's take a look here. So, what are they hiding from you? I'm not going to ask, are they? Because I definitely agree with you. I feel like they hide a lot. They don't show their cards. They only show cards that they want people to see. It's like playing poker and they're being so bold and they turn over the ace so people think that, oh my God, they must have double aces or something. They show the one that influences it the most, right? So interesting, right? So let's take a look. We'll see what we got going on here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Chariot card. And the Chariot, and I do feel like, because it's the Power of Choice card, so I feel like they are at a crossroads of a lot of things, but there's something here. The uh, Chariot card is ruled by Cancer, the moon, right? The moon and Cancer sign energy. And that does represent hidden things. The moon has hidden things. that want to be revealed. Let me get confirmation here because this mother moon energy feels like there's something here. Let's see what this is here. We got the 7 of Wands, we got the Ace of Swords. Yep, so there is something. The 7 of Wands is, that is their energy. They wanna just be true. Here I am. I'm not gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna ask permission to shine. I'm not gonna alter who I am. I'm gonna be me energy. And that's where that has to do with this here. The Ace of Swords has to do with this fiery energy that they have, because the Ace of Swords is about clarity and something to be revealed, right? We've got the World card, which is the ending of a major cycle in their life and a new beginning, something new coming. Let's see what this is here. Queen of Cups, a lot of emotional energy. You know, I have 3 more cards here, but I feel like, he's got a lot of baby mamas, right? Because I feel like he has another child on the way. He just found out over the last couple months. It feels like that someone is late, and I feel like they're confirming that they are indeed with child. Um, and let me take a look here and see these other last 3 cards. Yeah, we have the 5 of Wands, so there's a lot of conflict because they're conflicted, of course, because they don't wanna be in a relationship with this person, but um, they love having children. They just don't like being in uh, relationships where they feel trapped. What else do we have here? We have the 9 of Cups, which is like a dream come true energy, but also here with the Page of Cups, which does feel like there's what's this? New emotion. But it does feel like there's something coming, right? I know, I was going to wonder the same thing, right? We'll do a clarifier here. Yeah, because even below the Chariot, we do have the Knight of Cups, which is movement of, romance energy. Oh yeah, we do have the Magician here, which is, the masculine, divine masculine, you know, spark creation. That's what, and then yeah, so here's the Queen of Pentacles, which would be the birthing there. So as we dive deeper underneath the bottom of the deck, it reveals itself. But let's see if it's April. Let me just move these cards to the side here and we'll see here. So can you tell us, is it April? If we can know, can you let us know? Okay. Knight of Pentacles. It's a slow moving. That's not really telling me here. We got the 8 of Pentacles. I feel like, because this is, um, I feel like it is here. The 8 of Pentacles is like, something being created, and then, we get that fruit, that comes later. Let's see, we've got the 8 of Wands, the Emperor, the Knight of Swords. Yeah, I feel like we've got that. So we've got the 8 of Wands, which is a lot of passion, a lot of movement, and Knight of Swords, the Emperor. And I feel like, um, please don't tell. D- don't tell, don't tell you. It's too late. Uh-oh. But I feel like it's something that she had been trying to happen, right? That's why I feel like that Knight of Pentacles, it's something that she was trying to have happen, because she feels like that will make him wanna be in a relationship forever with her, which we know that's not how he rolls. It's just um, another child amongst many that he has, right? Yeah. But I feel like it's from a couple like a couple because it feels like she's been late for, like a month and a half to 2 months, and, um and I feel like she took a pregnancy test, but it was, like, negative, but she was still late, and then when she went to go, you know, get it, you know, um, checked on or whatever, then I feel like that right now, it's like they have it there, right? It's like they have a positive result. Now will the baby be born? I don't know if it's gonna go to full term or not. I'm had some iffy energy that's around it that I don't know if the baby is going to be, born there, but, um, yeah, I mean, maybe your life with them is over, but, we talked about that there's someone down the road, right, that is so much what you deserve, someone that will cherish you and love you, and that you will love them too, but and I feel like the repeating cycle that you've been having with, A here, that uh, it was gonna take something this huge, right, for you to say it's over and for you to move forward and to, uh, feel the feelings, go through it all, but on the other side of it, you're gonna look back at your life, within the next couple years and go, I'm so glad that I was able to let that go because I'm beyond ecstatic with my life now with who I'm with. And had I not, that had that happened, you would have been staying in the loop again, under the spell in a way. So it kind of feels like the spell has been broken a little bit, with it too. Yeah. Because you got master number 44, and wasn't you had 33, 44. Here's 44. It's like, it says, "Good, just been looking at screens a lot." Let's take a look here. What does this say here? Yeah, you may need to take a break from computers. Go find a tree to be friends with. Besides, think of how fun it'll be to return to the screen once you've had time to rebuild your tolerance. So I like this 44. It's kind of I feel like it's gonna be a number for you because you had 33, 44 was your timestamp too, and that's you're going from 33 to 44. You're going to a whole new level with and I know it's hard right now because you were hoping that they would come back, and please let them come back, but I do feel like there's, um, this change is for you, and then I know my heart goes out to you because you know, I went through feelings of heartbreak, uh, 3, 4, uh, if you watch my podcast, you can share in my drama and trauma that I had in my past, but you will get through this, and you'll be on the other side of it. I guarantee that you'll be so grateful from what Spirit's showing me. It's just it's difficult now, so hang in there and just know, yeah, yeah. Right now you don't, but when you realize that there's someone that's gonna treat you like an empress, like a queen, then, you know, then it'll be different. I know. I do understand because I've gone through those same thing as you several times. So I can relate, and that's why I can also tell you that, sometimes what we think we'll never find love again to like that other one, and then we do. and then that doesn't work out, then we're like, "I'm never gonna find that love again," and then we do, and then, like, by number 4, it's like, "Oh god, am I gonna find love again?" But we do find love again, and I know it feels like this is but something to consider is that what we what we are, attached to, right, was, um, the possibilities of the dream of that we thought we could have with someone, but who they were and who they were showing us, um, wasn't that. But we could see the potential of what I want, what could be, and the dream, and that's what we love. That's the person we love, and that we get, I want that, but the person that's showing up or not showing up isn't that. It's this other, inconsistent, telling us things and not following through, lying to us, you know, um, giving us impressions, leaving us with impressions, knowing we have the wrong one, all those delicious things. But um, I know there's not a whole lot I could say right now. You just have to feel it and sit with it, and we send you so much love, Marissa. I know you're definitely not alone in experiencing this. So hang in there, okay? All right. I Let me just see where we're at here. Yeah, thank you, Beatrice, for sending love. And we got Sean G in the house. Let me see here. I got a couple that came through here. Yeah, we sure did. So we got Lauren of Light as well. Hey, Lauren. Hey. Lauren, you will be number 8. And I do got your via the Cash app. And I'll look for your questions when they come out. And then Sean G, hey, Sean G, you crack me up. I love it. So I got your donation as well here via Zcash app. And we got you here. And I got your question, your number 9. Oh, wow. And Kira, you were actually sketching a tree and you got a tree on there. I love that synchronicity. Yeah. Why does this happen? Yeah. I like that Beatrice, right? I'm not gonna act like a stranger on the internet giving advice, but, you know, sharing things, and I appreciate all the support and the love because that's why we're here. We're a group of Zen friends. We're all here to help one another through our good times and the tough times, and we all have had tough times. That's why we can all testify of, um, that sometimes, not just men, but men can be bastards. Just saying it, but it's because they're hurting and they're expressing themselves out of their own fears, as we all do as humans. But thanks for all the support, everyone. I appreciate that. We love you, Marissa. So hang in there, okay? So let us continue on here. Up next, so we have May up next, and then Lauren Smith, and then Kira, and then Moonlight, and then Lauren of Light, and then Shanji will be up after that. All right, let me take a sip here. I feel like I need to add some alcohol to this beet juice after that, right? So, cheers, cheers. Yeah, I feel like all relationships, whether gay, lesbian, straight, or whatever, um, having having had tons of friends who are straight, and and a lot of people, my host, she's of the LGBT as well, and And of course, my own experience is that everyone experiences it's all human emotion, regardless of gender or how we identify. There's when there's pain in here, uh, then we react with one another and we work through all of our yeah, right, 100%. We work through our our childhoods together in a way because everything that we experience is kind of an echo of what we experienced emotionally 7 years old and younger, mentally 7 to 14, physically 14 to 21, and then we spend the rest of our lives kind of, um, unconditioning ourselves by facing conflict with other mirrors. So, I know, good thing we all have each other and we have creator and spirit. And a good thing this life isn't more than like 120, 130 years, right? That's probably why we limited it and not have like we live for 1,000 years. Because can you imagine? We probably would probably, maybe we would, get to a point where we didn't care at some point, and that's why we're like, why live beyond that? Because we just stop worrying about it. Because as you get older, we stop sweating things. We become less and less and less serious usually, as well, right? Yeah, for that long time. Because where I'm at now, almost 60 years old, I'm so less concerned about so many things that used to I try to control in my life. So anyway, story time with bruddaZEN is over for now. Let's get into readings. So May, you're up. 5240 is yours. Yeah, I know. I know. It's good genes. Good genes. My parents look very young. And my brother, my nieces, they always looked very young. Uh, and they were like, everyone thinks we're children. I'm like, trust me, you'll enjoy it when you get older. And now that they're, gosh, how oh my god, are they almost? I'm 59, and they were 25 when they were born. What is that? 59 is 39, would be 34. Oh, so they're mid 30s. That's not too bad. I was like, are they gonna be 40? I was gonna be like, oh God. Almost. But they're happy now. They're like, yeah, we're so glad we look young. I know. All right. So, May, how will this pause between Max and you play out? All right. So, based on current energies, let's see what we got going on here. All right. We got that. These. And this. And these. And this. All right. Oh, I like it. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Cups. So, it does look like you guys kind of circle back around here and come back together with the Two of Cups. It's a relationship energy. That's the bottom energy below on the bottom of the deck there. You Botox saved you, Chelsea. You're so funny. And you got the Six of Wands. So you start off with your first card in the reading is a victory card. Um, so that's good. It's a positive energy. And if you look at the Six of Wands, is three wands on either side, this mutual attraction, drawing you guys back together. So I feel like this break, it's actually will work out good. Let's see. I feel like this is what you guys learned during it. Yeah. You do have the Ace of Pentacles, so a fresh new start. With the Eight of Cups, yeah, leaving behind old emotions. There's something about leaving behind old relationships too. And this could be like friends with exes and stuff, but I feel like it might be, you know, there's people that would meddle in their life, like friends that, aren't really friends because they were, you know, um, causing conflict because, their inner conflict was coming out and then they would, it would cause conflict between Max and you and Max's life. And I feel like they are, and maybe you are too, cutting low energy individuals out of your lives that were bringing negative or lower, um, I'd say like lower vibration, energy in. And you got the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel like you guys are coming back, being more true to your authentic selves, not feeling like you have to try to be someone else. But I feel like you guys are really, this time is you're getting to know yourselves each a lot there as well, right? Yeah, past relationships. Yeah, yeah. So I like this. I feel like you guys are learning a lot about. It's like I need to step away to know who I am, and I feel like when you guys do that, then that's when you guys are like you come back, but it's different. It's not gonna be the same. It's gonna be, a higher vibrational type of interaction because I feel like you guys learn a lot here. Yeah, the 6 of Cups, so that is the return. These cards are so crazy looking, some of them. It's a cute little deck, but that is someone returning back from the past, so that does tell us confirms that's like the, ex returning back from the past or getting back together with someone energy. So, I kind of puts the nail in the coffin, right? Yeah, and I like this. There is this pulling with the Judgment card that's like this pulling back together. And the Two of Swords. I feel like it's a new story you guys are writing. It's not an old story that you're just going back into, but you're ready to go about doing things differently. And what is this on the bottom? Yeah, the Seven of Wands. Again, along with that Three of Pentacles, the Seven of Wands, both of these are like about being true to your authentic self, not feeling like you guys have to shrink or try to be who each other. Well, this is what you want me to be. Oh, this is what you want me to be. It's like I want you to be yourself, and they want you to be yourself, and then you just have this. It's instead of expectations, there's appreciation for one another. You know, and so that we don't come back and fall into the same old routine and same old thing. I feel like you guys wanna write a different story, so I like that. Oh, is that a this is I love this. But it is, it feels good. You have the Wheel of Fortune on the bottom too, under the Two of Cups, which is a great, a successful kind of energy. You have the Page of Pentacles too, which is a new opportunity underneath that, and you have the Death and the Rebirth, energy underneath that. So, definitely it's, you've got this, it's good. This break has been good, I feel, I really like him. He really likes you too. Just you guys are learning to like yourselves so that you can like each other more. It's you're figuring stuff out. I like it. And because your donation was $5 or more, let's look at you got a reawakening the soul. Let's see what they bring in here too. But it's looking good here. And we'll pull a when card too. If you want. If you want to know based on current energies when this is possible. It's all about possibilities when we look at the future, right? We can see what that is. All right. Yeah. So yeah, there's this wonderful purification energy. Look at that butterfly. Transformation, purification. You would be okay. So let's see what this brings in here. Cleanse the heart, mind, and body to reflect the perfection of the soul. I like that. There's a quote from the Paramahansa Yogananda. It says, "The ultimate truth is God, and God is the ultimate capital T truth. What you are before the Creator and your own conscious, wait, what you are before God and your own conscious, That is what you are. Even if the whole world misunderstands you, nothing is lost. You are what you are. I like that. It says, look deeply into the sacred chambers of your heart. What do you see? Is there purity in your heart space? Do these chambers hold pain or joy? Who is residing in your heart, just waiting to be forgiven? Can you love deeper and allow yourself to be loved more fully? Ooh, I love this. Now look deeply into your mind. What stories are being played? Is the energy of your thoughts positive or negative? Is your mind preoccupied with the past, present, or future? Where do your beliefs come from? Are these beliefs really yours? What is your truth? So take a moment to review your physical body. What do you see? Are you radiant from healthy food or burdened by toxic chemicals? Is your physical body full of vitality or exhausted? Does your body temple need more exercise? Now bring awareness to your energy field. Do you have clear, healthy boundaries? Are you authentic to yourself? Here's that word coming up again. Do you give yourself permission to say no? Oh, that's not a good one. No. No. I have to use my no button. When no appears, that's what the no is for. Take a clear look around your environment. Do your living and workspaces need to be refreshed? Do you need to clean your closets? Do you need to clear the energy of your space? Do you feel happy and alive in your environment? Purify your heart, mind, body, and space. This clearing is essential for your spiritual growth. And then 4 introspection questions. I mean, they were loaded you with a bunch of questions, but your introspection questions. How can I purify my body, mind, heart, and surroundings? What would it feel like to be pure reflection of love? What steps can I take towards creating a more purified and satisfying life? And are my thoughts, beliefs, and actions pure? Your affirmation is I know that my soul is the perfection of God, and I claim that perfection. I like it. Beautiful card. What a beautiful card for that reading that we just talked about, too. That is crazy. All right. So that is what they have for that one, May. So hopefully that helps, my dear. I like it for you. So many blessings. All right. So let's get caught up here. We had a few donations and free readings come in. So let's do some shout outs and we will get caught up here. So we have Alex Featherstone. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donations. You'll be number 10, and we're about to start number 5. So it's not as far away as it sounds. So we got there. We'll give that a love and a like. And then I think your question is down here. Yes. How does Ian feel about you? All right. Got that question there. Okay, we did those. Oh, we didn't do the when. Sorry, May. I just thought I'd be interested in the when. So, sorry, May, based on current energies, when would the return? When is Jesus coming back? Right? You got the Queen of Wands. Now, it says on the card like March 11th to April 10th, but we've got 3 different symbols here because that's Aries. That's like around Aries time frame. But this is an Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius energy, so it can be when the wands comes in, it depends on how much they're doing their inner work and how much you're doing your freedom work, raising your love vibration. Because we're already past Aries season, of course. Um, Leo season is coming up, right? Yeah, because it's right before Virgo, and Virgo is August to September, August 20th to September 20th. So, yeah, so July 20th is Leo season, right? So it could be Leo season and or Sagittarius season, or next year Aries season, but I feel like that's a bit far off. So, May. I'm looking at Leo season is the earliest. Yeah, July 23rd to August 22nd. Thank you, Chelsea. Yes. And then Sagittarius, of course, is like around November 20th to December 20th. If it's not this uh, Leo season coming up. So I like it. So sorry. It's a good thing I saw that again because I went right by it again. It went out of my head. All right. And then we got Twin Flame in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list there. For that question, you're number 15 on the free readings and number 16 on the donations. So thank you for your donation too. Get you on there. And then Crystal Ray. Boom, boom. There you are. Got your questions there. So Crystal, hello, hello. Good to see you. I do have your PayPal. So let me get here. You'll be number 17 on, oops, that's not right. Let me change this here. So Twin Flame, I thought I scrolled up, but maybe my mouse didn't do it. Twin Flame, you're number 11 on the donations. I was on the free reading still, so caught that. And then Crystal, you'll be number 12 on the donations. And of course, I have your email, so I'll keep that over here. And so let me give that 11 a like, so I know I've got that one there. Yeah, Twin Flame, your free reading is number 15. F15, and your donation is D11. Donation 11. Bingo, right. You're welcome. All right, and then Lemon Limes Lulu, hello, hello, good to see you. You're number 13 on the donations here. And we'll give that a love and a like. Yeah, oh, and then May, so now I did it. I see now. So I was going down the chat, I was like, "Oopsies, almost forgot." So I'm glad you like that. All right, hey, Alex. All right, and then Chelsea. Oh, you're gonna mention you guys are keeping me on track, I love it. Yeah, please never be afraid to speak up 'cause I won't get offended. Uh All right, very good. And then we have here Honored in the house. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the donation list. You'll be number 14 when we get to that here. Give that a love and a like. Boom, boom. We did that. And then Honored an additional donation. That'll be number 15. And I'll add that question when we see that there. Okay. So I think that's it. All right. And then Lauren, I did get your questions. So Lauren of Light, I just got your email. So we got your questions for when you're coming up here. All right. So let me take another sip here. My mouth is all dry for some reason. Cheers, cheers. All right. So I think we're good. We'll jump back in here. So thank you guys for your patience while I got the list all updated. Well, one more real quick here. We got Twin Flame. Thank you. That'll be number 16. All right. Give that a love and a like. All right. So Lauren Smith, you're up 110.05. All right. Let's get the party started again here. And did F think about you a lot while at the event last night? Ooh, all right. Let's take a look here. Okay, got that. And that. All right. Well, bottom of the deck here. Looks like we have the 10 of Pentacles. So I feel like they were very busy. It feels like that the event, they were like nonstop for a lot of the night. So it felt like a very full night. And I feel like that's good to know. Just the underlying energy, that they didn't like sit there just daydreaming about you because they were constantly, I feel like they got pulled to help out and they were doing this and they were doing that and then they were helping with this and helping with that and you know um so I feel like they had, I don't know if they were involved in the ceremony and or the event last night, but I feel like they were very busy. Just to know that up front, right? Um yeah, but even though they got the hermit, yeah. Are they more of a hermit energy? They were like, "God, I have to get in all these people." They were probably spent most of the night in anxiety. But, that's an interesting energy of the hermit Virgo energy. They were in their head a bit with that Virgo, thinking about things, though. So I do feel like that's saying that you were on their mind because I feel like they in their they're saying in the pockets where they were had some alone time, they did think about you. Um, because that's their in their minds, right? So they were thinking, yeah. And I do feel here with the 9 of cups and the magician card, they Nine of cups is like a dream come true and the magician is, action energy and that. 'Cause this was a wedding they were at, right? So I kind of feel like they were thinking about what would it be like to be married, and I feel like that was on their mind. I feel like that's the big question, right? Did they think about, what if that was us or whatever? And I do feel like they were thinking about that. They did have pockets of it, and amidst all the busyness, right? Yeah, and the Leo energy, the strength card that's coming in, and then also the Hierophant energy that's there, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective. And that's an interesting energy because the way they're bringing it in. So in the zodiac, right? Leo is across the wheel of the astrological wheel from Aquarius. Aquarius is like we energy. They're about saving the world, the we, right? And on the opposite side is Leo, which is one of the me energies. But it's funny that we got the me energy of the strength card Leo with the Hierophant 5, which is the master of change. And I do feel like there was a little bit of changing from a me to a we energy that was there. So, and 10 of Pentacles on the bottom is, as we come full circle, is a relationship energy. So, I do feel like they thought about you a lot, Lauren, to say all that a roundabout way, but they did have some thinking going on. So I like it. So that's what they got for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Jumping is scary. Staying frozen is scarier. Ooh. Yeah. So maybe this has to do with that energy of making the leap and thinking about, do I stay where I am or is it's scarier to stay in where I'm at versus where I want to jump to, right? So, let's see here. And that's card number 20. Let's see what else it says here. The world moves forward even when we stand still. Making no choice is still a choice. So stop pretending like the world can be paused and act with courage now. There's that strength card, courage, too, with that Leo. Fortune favors the bold. I like it. So that looks good, Lauren. I really like that energy around that. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And my, we had a little flood come in here. So, hey, everybody. Good to see everyone. So let me catch up on that. We'll get back into readings here too. Lauren Smith, you're on delay. He was just isolated to last night. No, I feel like he was thinking about a lot of it. I don't know if he's like in the boldness energy of, leaping forward but I feel like we were talking about was he thinking about it? And I do feel like it crossed his mind and then he had a pocket of time and it crossed his mind and I feel like it became kind of a little thing he was doing, thinking about what if that was us? Hmm. And I do feel like he's in that energy of being pulled from me to we energy. So I like that. So no problem. All right. So let me see here. So honored. I see your question. Let me get that added on to your number 15 there. Boom, boom. And then we got Debbie O in the house. Hey, my TechZen friend. Look at these donations. What is all this? I'm thinking of something. All right. So whatever comes up for that one, that's 17. You're so funny. Crack me up. All right, so we got that one. Let's continue down the list here real quick. We got Ruby G. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Thank you so much for your donation. What is this? Wow. Uh-oh. So your ex has been coaching your son. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So I've got that question if you need to remove anything for your own protection or whatever. I do have uh, your information down. All right. And then, Debbie O, we got 3 for you. I guess I'll email you something. All right. So we got that one. Appreciate it. So we'll get that 11 alike. And then this one, I'm still thinking. I don't want to add any character. Okay. No problem. We'll have a placeholder for number 20 for you. Right. Oh, there's 2 more. And then this one, oh, your tummy's not feeling good. Welcome back to Texas. All right. So I got that one on there. Boom, boom. And then add you to the free list as well. I'll get that on there. Your number 16 for there. Yeah, I like this energy too, right, Lauren? And then what's this little? Are you giggling, Deb? Debbie. So we do have number 22 for you as well. So we have that all set for you. So you are on the list here. Okay, I think I'm all caught up now. Let me just finish this stuff up here. I think it's the beet juice making my mouth dry. So I'll move into my coffee now. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So I got your additional donation there. Deb. Broccoli. Broccoli is the demon. You're so funny. All right. And I'll give those both loves, both likes. I didn't get the other one. All right. I think I'm all caught up there. All right. So let's jump back in. So thank you guys for your patience as I get everything then, because once I get caught up, then we can keep going. So it's my way, my Capricorn rising likes organization, and then I can be clear. So thank you. TMI. You're so funny. All right. So Kira, you're up. 12020. There we are. So there is your timestamp. And thank you again so much for your donation. And you love a reading on relationships and love. All right, we'll take a look here and see what Spirit has here for you. So tell me, what can we tell Kira here about relationships? Okay. I do want that one. I do want this one. All right, interesting. Okay. So what's interesting is, how the cards come out. I just see most of them come up face down, so I don't see the cards until I'm basically almost showing them to you. But when they come out in a certain order, it starts its own reading in itself because you have two rows. Your top row is two cards, then three cards, then one card. So that shows that relationships being out of order or love being out of order, where, it's usually it's 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1. It's either counting up or counting down. But this is boom, 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 kind of that's why it feels out of order. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. And then they wanted a second row. The second row was 1, 2, 3. So there is something, there's something that was out of order and you're putting it in order. And then they have a couple cards here on the end that will tell us what the new outcome is. Oh, okay. So you have two cards for the outcome of the top row and two cards for the outcome of the bottom row. So we're gonna get in some details here, I think. Yes, I know, right? Fun, right? All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Leo energy, which it's ruled by the sun. There is this energy of being bold. And I feel like a big piece that you've been learning is that the outside world can't give me the love I'm looking for, because what my heart is looking for is unconditional love from above, not conditional temporary love from outside, right? So you're like, "Oh, no." Is Leo a bad card for you? It's a good transformational energy because it is about usually it has like a lion on it and a maiden, and the lion is hungry for, this unconditional love, and it's told, "Look out here for it." And we do, we go look out for there because the lion's hungry and thirsty, it goes to look out there, and when it does, it gets hungrier and thirstier, more hungry, more thirsty, maybe is the proper English, but, um, it's not fulfilling. The more they eat, the hungrier they get. It's like American Chinese food. The more you eat of it, you're hungry an hour later, and you're thirsty too. Um, but the lion gets to a point where they're so hungry that they're hangry, they're hungry, angry, and they're roaring in the jungle. But the higher self comes down, and that's when we're at that desperation point in our life, it's kind of when we meet and connect with our higher self because we're turned inward and upward. And our higher self knows that we're hungry for unconditional love. Our higher self is made of unconditional love, so it knows it can give it to us, right? And then it's like, so then when we fill up, from the inside, of course, we transform from that raging, roaring, hangry lion into a purring little lion cub laying in the lap of our higher self, content, full, not thirsty, and all that, right? So I like this because, then we walk hand in paw with our higher self, full of that love, and we don't stop wanting love in the outside world. We just don't feel that desperation and that need for it. And the world changes from something that's lacking to something that's above and beyond extra because we're filling up from the inside. And that's the change that comes in. So that's the foundation underneath on the bottom of the deck for you here. Let's take a look at your first row. The out of order, the first two cards we get is the Four of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups. Yeah, and this does say the Four of Pentacles is kinda like what I was talking about, how we learn that, oh, our worth is dependent upon the 3 buckets of the outside world: relationships with people, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. But all those things are unstable. So when we define our worth by those things, then we feel unstable because those are, but they're all pointing us inward and upward. And that's what it's doing is it's the 10 of Pentacles is the the 10 of Cups is the relationship card. The Four of Pentacles is the search for our worth. So it's like in the beginning, it's like you were like all of us, we're looking for your worth based on relationship because that's what we're taught. And that's when, like you're saying, they felt not fulfilling, they felt unstable. People change, people walk away. Sometimes people pass away, and it's like, not by our hands, right? Don't make any admissions that can be used in court. um, but there is that, this that's that part of that realization. That's why things fell out of order before. And you've got the 5 of Cups, yes, and there's 3 cards here. So you have the 5 of Cups, which was sorrow and lower vibrational energy, feeling the loss that was there. The 9 of Pentacles, feeling alone. And there's even this thinking that I'm supposed to make someone else happy and someone else is supposed to make me happy. Because that's what we're taught too growing up. Because we're told, you made mom sad, you made dad mad. And they're and we think, "Oh, I was in control of their emotions are my responsibility, so then everyone else must be responsible for mine too." Nope. Right? We are the ones that control our own emotions and choose our own emotions, and so did they. They just wanted to use that to control and manipulate us as children, right? As they were by their parents, as they were by their parents, as they were for generations, right? It's what we're taught, and until we know the difference, we start teaching the new generations like, no, you make your emotional choices, everyone else makes theirs. You can let go of that. And that's kind of what happened here with the King of Wands is, they clear the throne room, get out all the noise, sit with themselves, trying to get out all these expectations of all those stories of supposed to be and should be and need to be. And then you start turning inward for your own heart. So, I feel like that's kind of something you went through before too with love. And then you have the Page of Cups. And this is like the kind of the 2-3-1. We end up coming back to our self-love. And it's like all that stuff we had because it fell out of order, where it's almost like we're taught find love in someone else and then work on your self-love later, instead of the reversal of all that is what makes life so much easier. That's the easier path, like my podcast is when you realize everything in the outside world is a reflection of us. Every relationship is a reflection of our self-love. We can't love someone more than we love ourselves and receive love from someone more than ourselves. Everything's a mirror pointing us back, and when we find that self-love, yeah, life is effing hard until we find our self-love, and then we see life differently, so much more clearly, life becomes easier, right? So the result of your top row, you got was that the 8 of Wands and the High Priestess, yeah. So it ends up, we end up stepping back into the High Priestess temple, connecting to the upper world, and the 8 of Wands is getting messages from our higher self. Then we get all the clarity, all that mirror, all the conflict, all the stuff when we're trying to find our love in the outside world. It all brings us to um, the realization that, like you said, that's unstable out there. Let me come back to here and let me find out what's going on. So it all pointed you back to yourself, and obviously it sounds like you've been doing a lot of this work, this freedom work, and which brings you to your bottom row. Your first card is the 4 of Cups. So here is that exactly what you said, that relationships not being fulfilling. The Four of Cups usually has someone leaning up against a tree looking at the 3 cups of the outside world. There's 3 cups, and they're just kinda, like, bored with it, and here comes the Ace of Cups. Your self-love is being introduced. So the Four of Cups is this, now we're doing it in order. I'm finding my self-love first, then I'm filling up, and then, yeah, you have the Seven of Pentacles. You're taking the time. Yeah, here's the Seven of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit kind of energy, but the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, getting into your own emotions, transforming, birthing, kind of going through a rebirth. And then we get into, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune, realizing that life is unfolding for me. And it does change things here a bit when when we're finding our self-love. We're not in such a, I gotta find love. It's more of a, life is unfolding for me, creator. I'm gonna let you bring the perfect person in the perfect time, in the perfect way. I'm gonna focus on the what I want and the why I want, but then I'm giving that to you. And I like that. You have the Queen of Cups, which is following your heart, and the Six of Wands. That leads to a victory energy that, comes in here. So it's looking at life as for me, not looking at as, life is happening to me instead, right? Um, which leads to the last two here. I like it. Yeah. You have the World card, and ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure with your Emperor. I like it because you have the Empress that you got that you're discovering in yourself, and then you have your divine counterpart coming in here. So they are out there, but it's a different type of relationship. It's not the old cycles, not doing what you've always done and getting what you've always gotten. And there's this wonderful energy of, um, no expectations, a world of possibilities. And that's kind of the journey you're on now, is letting go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, etc. And I love that underneath the strength card, you had the lovers card. So there's that relationship. It does reveal itself. But you're on this wonderful, wonderful, adventure. So I like that. That's what you're learning is, because when we have all these expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and all those, we end up focusing in on what's not happening, right? Instead of what is. The what is, when we have that long list, we're just checking them off, going, are they doing that? Is the relationship bringing this? Am I doing this? Yes, yes, yes. Is that happening? Oh, no, it's not. We really focus in on the not, which sucks the life out of a relationship. So as we let go of a lot of expectations and we live with a world of possibilities and gratitude for who someone is, what is happening, what I love about what's happening, what I love about what I'm giving into the relationship, what it's bringing me, then the relationship grows instead of deteriorates. So it's kind of what you're learning right now, which is preparing you for what's coming. So I like that. I like it. Oh, you're in tears. I love it. I love it. Happy, happy tears. And because your donation was $5 or more, you do get a reawakening of the soul oracle too. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. All right. This is it here. And you have, yeah, the present moment. It's a big rabbit. Is that almost 3 o'clock? I don't know what that is. Let's see here. What is the message here? Of course, be here now, right? This is all we have. Consciously exist in the now. There's a Chinese proverb that says, if you want to know your past, look into your present conditions. If you want to know your future, look into your present actions. Oh, if you want to know your past, look at your present conditions. If you want to know your future, look at your present actions. because your present actions are what create your future. Ah, I like that. Ancient Chinese proverb. I like it. Says, where are your thoughts? Are they lingering in the past? Do they project into the future? What if you could bring your awareness into the present moment and experience every second as a gift from the divine? You can find a treasure in each present moment. Who creates your to do list? Who keeps you busy running around the clock? Are you chasing the white rabbit? Always on the go, go, go? Well, my friend, I am here to ask, who created the white rabbit? Yes, you did. And just as you created it, you can uncreate it. Make the decision now to bring your consciousness into the present moment. This is the only place to be. In this place, you will find peace. Your introspection questions are: where are my thoughts? Do I feel like I'm chasing life? Am I allowing what is to occur? And am I present? Your affirmation is: I live in the present moment where peace resides. I like it. So that's what they have for my dear. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I like this reading for you. And of course, if you're looking for more guidance, I also have a podcast called The Easier Path. We know the human path can't really be easy, but it can be easier. And so we have a lot of different subjects we cover in the podcast too, if you're interested. All right. So that's what they have for you, Kira. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Up next, we do have Moonlight 13742 is your timestamp. And yeah, you love the fact that your boundaries are a work and it feels good, right? Now it does, right? In the beginning, it was like, ah, now we're like, it's just peaceful, right? So tonight, you want to know, how will the rest of your summer be? All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what they'll bring in here. Good, 1, 2, 3. Get these two and one. Well, there's a countdown to something. You got 3, 2, 1 coming in here. All right. So anything new? Any friends, money, love, travel, good, bad, ugly, or glorious? You're so funny. Well, I do feel here, the bottom of the deck, you have the 3 of cups, which does talk about like your tribe, your friends group. So I do feel like you're gonna find, and it's joyful friends with this joy. I do feel like you find yourself a new tribe, a new group of friends. Um People that are more in alignment with you, like 3 peas in a pod, 3 musketeers kind of energy. So I like that starting off, that's the big piece of it, is a group, or even if it's like 2 friends, but I feel like it's a small group of real friends, that bring joy, around you. You have the magician, you have the magician, which this has to do, of course, with what unfolds this summer has a lot to do with your energy. If you're focusing on, focus on, if you do a gratitude journal, or, gratitude focus on what you feel, they're working for a bit, not for some people. You're like, I gotta reinforce those boundaries, electrify the boundary. But the magician is whatever you're focusing on is what you draw towards you. So if you focus on, what is it that I've loved and am been grateful for in my past that I would like to, draw toward me again, it's, you focus in on those gratitude around those events, or what you have in your life right now that you want to grow. Then you focus on those things, those grow over the summer. You do have this death and rebirth. It's like you are the one that has to put some end to some things. And that's the wonderful thing is, why not, right? Why not, What am I waiting for to say, "You know what? Am I afraid that, am I what is it how they say it? I'm I feel safer with the hell I know than the heaven that I don't know." So we keep the hell that we do know. Instead, it's like, let it go, and that makes the space for something else to come in, and I feel like that's what the death card is clear some space in your in any of those areas, with friends, with money, with love, with travel, any of those things, I'm going to make the space. I'm going to clear things out to allow room for new things to come in. It's like you'll doing it in the physical world is a good beginning. It gets energy flowing in the physical world. You do it emotionally, you do it mentally, energetically, then it can do that. I do feel with this King of Cups, this is someone that's very compatible that comes your way here. I don't feel like it's not Greece where you have summer lovin', coming in, but I feel like this is like one of those 3 of Cups people. You have someone that fits like a glove and a great friend that you're just like, "They get me and I get them," kind of energy. Um, so I like that for you. And then your 2 cards are the 6 of Wands and the 10 of Swords. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of letting go of more of expectations that no longer serve you. You're really just this is I'm sick and tired of trying to get other people to live up to my expectations, but I'm also releasing myself from trying to live up to everyone else's expectations as well, right? Um, oh, I love that. Starting to dance again. Boom, boom. And the 6 of Wands is that's where that victory comes in. It's like attracts like with the 6 of Wands energy that I'm getting there, and so it's like I'm not gonna focus on what I'm not doing and what other people are not doing, and here's that kinda switch to gratitude. I'm focusing on what I love that I'm doing and what I'm gonna focus on what I love that other people are doing, and then I'm gonna grow that over the summer instead of, some of the other stuff, right? Which brings you down to the Empress. Yeah, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creation, abundance. Feels like a very full let's put it this way, with the Magician card being in the beginning of your reading, that there's a lot of possibility for so much. Just have to use that energy, to focus in on that. So as much gratitude as you can around things and your uh, being aware and being conscious of where you're pointing your magic wand and the power where you're investing your power allows it. So, you know, it's like when you said, was it NN? Yeah, because it was no. When NN, um, you know, they want to talk to you, you're like, no, it's okay. If that's something like I don't I don't want to hear anymore. And then you can end it. You can just say, I I just don't want this anymore, right? Yeah. Growing and boring. No, it can still be an adventure, just without attachment, without romance. You can still go have fun and go do things, but there's no, like, romance with one particular person more than once kind of energy. Wink, wink. Alright. So, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Okay. Don't do everything, do the next thing. I like it. A great card. All the skulls outside your castle. Enter if you will. Says you'll never be able to do it all at once. Make a list of ordered priorities and only worry about what is next. Focus only on what it is you are doing right now. So I love that, making the list of the things you wanna do and then just focus on doing that, and then the next thing. So it's almost like making a bucket list for the summer. What are the things you wanna do? That's the magician, I'm gonna decide what I wanna focus on, so I'm gonna make a list, right? Fiery monster. It's created a monster. Uh-oh. Well, that's right. You get to go on your adventures. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation and enjoy your summer. Start calling you Olivia, then you can have a summer romance. All right. And we got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. Hi. And we've got Picky Kitten as well. Hey, Picky Kitten. I see your free question. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 17. Let me get to that here. Ah, very cool. I love it. Yo, yo. Perfect. Confirmation, right? Boom. Like, here's the bucket list. That's spirit saying, "Yep, we're watching. Let's do it." Right? You're nocturnal today. Hello, owl, owl Jojo. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. Let me just make sure I didn't skip anyone. No, I think I got everyone. All right. So let's get back up to donations. Right? You love it. Cheers, cheers. That's probably why they brought it up too, right? All right. So just a quick update. So everyone knows we've got Lauren of Light next, and then Shanji, then Alex, then Twin Flame, then Crystal, then Lemon Lime Lulu, then Two for Honored, then another one for Twin Flame, and then Debbie O, and then to Ruby G, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Debbie O. After that is where we're at. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and put your question out there, Jojo. We'll get you on the free list next week. Back to donations. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, Lauren of Light, we got 147.47 for you. So, Lauren of Light, thank you so much for your donation via the Cash app. And I do have your email with the questions over there. So let's shuffle up and get into it. All right. So let's start here. Okay, so we'll start. You have them in little mini paragraphs. So we'll start with the little one first. So what's causing Jake to be so flirty? Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. So what's causing him to be so flirty? Does he miss you? What's he worried about? Is he Does he miss me? Is he missing me? We'll see what it says when we ask it a second time. His heart to me, his mind. Okay, let me do it this way. So, heart and mind, and then what's he realizing about our love now versus what he thought before? All right, and then his next move. All right, and then the when. So we'll do those first. All right. So why is he being so flirty? What's going on there? All right. So we got the Hanged Man, which is transformation energy, transition, movement, and the King of Swords. He's in his head, which is interesting. So he's in his head, but there's this transformation with the Hanged Man with the 10 of Pentacles. So he's feeling this fullness of life, and even though he's in his head, he's in this transformation. It's like he's letting things go, and I do feel like it's this 10 of Pentacles, it feels like with him being away from family and with him feeling like life is full instead of feeling like I'm letting people down, and I feel like at home, they talk a lot about what he's not doing instead of, or what life needs to be and should be and their future projected instead of the moment, and I feel like this trip really helped him get back to the now and get out of the past, get out of the future, and I feel like he's really present. He's present in his little cocoon of transformation, and so I feel like he's just kind of in comparison to how he was feeling before, he does feel a bit giddy, and I just feel like he's like, I just feel like he's and it's not drugs or alcohol or anything induced, it's just like a true, like, "Ah, I'm living life in this moment," and that's why I feel like he's flirty. Does he miss you? Got the 9 of cups. Yeah, the dream come true. So, he's been thinking a lot about that, and so that definitely is there. What's the other is he missing you? The 5 of cups. Yeah. It's funny that the 9 of cups is, yeah, the dream come true, and the 5 of cups is sad. It's like, "Where's my dream? Where is she?" So, there is that missingness in between. What is he worried about? Yeah, temperance, that makes sense too, that he's gonna take too long, to, uh just too long, period. That I'm gonna take too long, and that your patience is gonna wear out. Your temperance is gonna be So, I that makes sense with all that, right? Uh, his heart to you, we got the King of Wands. I like this, his because this is normally he's so much in his head, right? So the King of Wands is about clearing the throne room, trying to get out of my head and trying to get into my heart so I can move and do actions through my heart. So his heart to you is like they're showing me they're showing this is funny. I wish I could draw really well because this that's hilarious how they show me things. But so there's this heart, like a heart, and it's got eyes and a mouth. It's like a heart emoji, but it's a giant heart with, the long legs and feet and the long arms and the little, big mitten hands. And they're in a car. It's an old Chevy kind of car, and the hood's up, and they're all ring, 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 and the heart's looking over at you, going, I'm trying, trying to get this going," So I like that's the heart. His mind, yeah, the star card. Here's the other dream come true energy. So, yeah, I feel like he's really seeing just what an amazing, you know, person you are for them in their life, and I just feel like they're in a way well, let's see here. I feel like this is probably what this is gonna be about. What he's realizing now is that he deserves your love. That's big because I feel like that's the big thing. That's why he keeps trying to push you away is he feels like, he can recognize that you're a gift, but if you don't feel like you deserve the gift, you try to, "Oh, no, I don't deserve that. Someone else should have that, not me." But I feel like here yeah, the 10 of cups. Here's the joy and the balanced energy of heart back and forth, and I feel like he's realizing, in a way, you are my joy, or not that you are my joy, you make it easy for me to choose joy. I like this equal 5 on each side that I deserve you and you deserve me. You did something in your life. I don't know what you did, but you deserve me. That's funny. And then his next move, Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, moving forward as a nurturing from the heart action towards you. And yeah, the strength card, the boldness, the courage to step forward. And we've got July 23rd to August 22nd, Leo season. Didn't we get this in a previous reading for you recently? Could have been someone else too, but this is the having the courage and the bravery to step forward into, uh, sharing their heart. So, I like it. So that period of time, it's not too far away, less than 30 days. You can do a little starting the countdown clock. Now it's, that's the first day is August, I mean, July 23rd, right? But still, it could be as soon as that. All right. So that is for the first set of questions. And the little second set, let's see what this one brings in here. I love this. So, what did I do that made him intrigued? All right. Put that. What did I do that made him run? Oh, made him run in. I said, made him run. I didn't see the in. uh, what did you do that captivated him? It was the what is it? Does this rag smell like what is that stuff that you put someone out? Uh, that's funny. And then what's your next move to him that works? Works in what way, right? That's a good question. So it's not morphine. What is it that people put in a rag to, you know, kidnap them? If you answer right away, I'll know you've been thinking about it, just so you know. So what did you do that made him intrigued? You have the 2 of cups. It's an interesting wow, you met him halfway because the 2 of cups is this energy of it's relationship energy, right? And I at first I thought mirroring and they go, "No, halfway." And there's this meeting halfway energy that comes in here. And I feel like that's what made him intrigued is, "Wow, you you feel I'm worth coming to." And I feel like that's something that's always, um, part of him, of course. The other part of him is like, "I'm panicked," right? Maybe that's it. What oh, no, what did you do that made him run in? Yeah, the Empress. This all this emotion, all this, the care, um well, the sensuality, of course, too, but your divine feminine energy, all that love energy that you have, the, I don't know, it's creation energy. It's that spark of creation, that spark of exciting birth energy, and I feel like that's a big piece of what made him run in, because he was just like, "Wow, you give without expecting to receive," is kind of that energy, and he was like, "Most people are always looking at to use me and get what I have me pay for everything and do everything," but, like, what really made him is like, "Wow, you're not, like, after me for my money," kind of energy, and this I love that. Um, what did you do that captivated him? You got the Ace of Wands and the Eight of Wands. Wow, yeah. Well, a lot of passion, um, and action, 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 movement. Um, let's do this, let's do that. Plans, plans. I wanna do things with you. I don't wanna, I don't wanna I don't want this to die. I wanna keep this going. I wanna keep action and movement energy. I feel is what really kinda captivated him. Um, coming up with ideas and I'll do this, I'll do that. And they were like, wow, you really do. Um, you do what you say you're gonna do too. So I like that. And then what's your next move um, that works? Got the Page of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy. And what I feel here is nothing, because this Page of Pentacles is waiting for them to come to you, waiting for them and their timing to come towards you. Because you did all the chasing, you did all this pursuing, you did all this stuff, and you have all this history that you showed him who you are, but his personality and with his avoidant energy, it's the thing that the next move that works is no move at all, and to allow them to make the next move. I know that's hard. But but that's hard, I know. Because 'Cause you're like, "Oh, geez, gee, 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 gee," right? Which that's not too far away, you know? So it's like letting them do the moves, and because when we move, it's like, well, they're showing me a leaf in a pool. If you ever have, like, a leaf floating on top of a pool and you're trying to get it so you can take it out of the pool, right? As you move toward it, your ripples push it further away. So, when you just beckon them to come to you, then the leaf comes, but if you move toward it, that's what pushes it away. So you move the emotion towards you by giving love, by being love, uh, but it's not focusing on want, need, focusing on expectations, what we don't have, any lack energy, any fear energy, that's what pushes it, further away, right? Um, and, and then we go in another you focus on gratitude for what is, and then you just stay in gratitude for what you have and what you have had. And that's it. That's all you have to do. So hopefully that's not too irritating. You're like, yes, but I get it. All right. And then for your last group of questions here, what's his panic towards you? All right. Where do we meet in the middle? Yeah, yeah. No, I like it. Okay, good. Where do we meet in the middle? What have we both learned about how special our connection is? All right. So you and him. What has he realized about how rare we are? Unicorn. And what makes him remove the mask with you? All right. And when do you see him next? All right. And we'll do a when for that too. All right. So, what's his panic towards you? Yeah, 3 of Swords. Well, the regular panics, heartbreak, disappointment. I don't wanna be a disappointment, um, because if I disappoint you, then, and I let you down, um, and if I break your heart, which he can't break your heart, but in his mind, if I break your heart, then that just proves to me what these voices in my head have told me all along, that I'm not worthy, that I suck, right? And then he's also afraid of being heartbroken too, because that's the whole trust of, I don't want to love someone and then walk out on that limb and have that limb fall and then, I get hurt because of it. So those are the regular panics, nothing nothing specific that you're doing or not doing, whatever. Besides what we know about when you move for connection and you move for what he perceives as control, then that's freaks him out because he doesn't want to be caged, He wants to be on an open path with you on an adventure, not, you know, be a caged lion in your circus and you teach him to do tricks. That's funny. Where do you guys meet in the middle, right? Yeah, where do you meet in the middle? The moon. Wow. You're gonna be the first couple that gets to go to the moon? This is, um it's somewhere very romantic and emotional. The moon energy, um, I feel like this means it's a very deep emotional. I feel like it's where you guys met first, when you met halfway. I feel like it's gonna be like this romantic gesture of, "Let's meet where we first met halfway." I like that. And that's what it feels like, the moon. It's something very emotional, something that means a lot to you both, and that just feels like that's the spot, where we met halfway before, you know? So, I like that. Oh, and that makes sense if it's a lake, because the moon card normally has it's, like a body of water, right? And all that emotional water, so I like it. Boo, boo, boo. What have you both learned about how special your connection is? So you've learned, yeah, that you are the sun, that you shine bright. Yeah, I like this that, you know, w- um, your connection is special when you're shining bright, when you're being Lorn of Light, when you're shining bright, being yourself, and just you're not fearing, you're not anxious, the anxious attachment. When you're just being and full and overflowing, that that is when your connection is the best. When you're in your anxiety and the attachment energy, that's when you're like, Leo sun energy, where you're a, lion in pursuit, and that scares the crap out of him, right? "Oh god." The lion is like, "I see you." And then there's like, "No." So when you're bright, this bright sunny light sunshine light, then that's when he can that's when he can sunbathe nude. That's what he's showing me, that's funny. That's when he can just be vulnerable because 'cause you're the sun, and I can just lay out underneath you and be bare and free, but when you're a lion, then I'm definitely fully clothed and running and trying to find where I can be safe, energy. That's funny that it comes in that way. And then what did he learn about how special your guys' connection are? Wow, the star. I love it. That even in the darkness, even in the dark times, that there's hope. There's hope energy. And I like that. Even in the dark times, because the star, that's when you see the brightness is in the dark. And that you have the sun and the night, and that there's this special energy, you know. You guys meet at dusk and dawn, because that's where night becomes day and day becomes night. And you are night and day, the uniqueness, of your connection as well. So isn't that interesting? Did you ever see the movie Lady Hawk? Um, it's an old, old one, probably before you were born. Had Matthew Broderick in it. Um, and yeah, so let's check that out. It's a cute tale because someone was cursed. This couple was cursed by day. Let's see, by day she's a hawk, a lady hawk, right? She's a hawk, and by night he's a wolf. And so they uh they can never be together because they're one's an animal and one's a human. And but it's a really good movie, it's like the olden days, some good movies. So I like that. Let's see here. Okay, and then what has he realized about how rare you guys are? Yeah, King of Swords. Big thinker in his mind a lot, you know, um, and I like this. I know because the King of Swords, this is him going into his head and how he always goes into his head, right? And how he has his avoidant, this personality, this ADHD, I think too. But he understands that I am, you know, I am unique in how I think, and you are unique in how you love. Because he's like, again, night and day. I'm so much in my mind, and you're so much in your heart that we're very unique. That we have a place that we can meet together, and yeah, and that he draws you more into your mind and you draw him more into your to his heart. And but that it is like kind of opposites, if that makes sense. What makes him remove the mask with you? Like, when the sun comes out and he just goes stark naked, right? Wow. Yeah. Here, the Queen of Cups, when you're in your heart and you are fully your double portion heart energy, and here we're just talking about, I mean, you've got the master of the mind, which he is, and here's the Queen of Cups, which is the ruler, master of the heart emotion. Two parts, all queens have cups behind the scenes, right? So two parts cups, she's the master of emotion. Kings have another set of swords behind the scenes. Two swords, the master of. So he's the master of mind, you're the master of emotion. You both, oh, and that comes into that you guys rule over your own kingdoms, and you don't wanna rule over a mind kingdom, that doesn't interest you, and he doesn't wanna rule over an emotional kingdom, that doesn't interest him, but you can trade across borders. That's interesting. But when you reveal your heart, then that allows him, and not your expectations, right? Not expectations and da da da, but when you share your love, that's when his mask comes off, just like we're talking about with the sun, right? When you become the lion, that's when the mask goes on. And that's the 6 of Wands, is that victory energy, right? So when do you see him next? Yeah, Emperor, he's still deciding. He's still in that, figuring it out kind of stage, of course. But the energies that came out, we got the 2 of Pentacles, which it says like December 22nd to December 30th. That feels like a long time away, but I feel like there's 2, he's thinking about 2 occasions. That's Christmas time, and then the Emperor is March 21st to April 19th, and that feels like spring break, spring kind of energy, and again, the Emperor energy twice. He's thinking about things, about different times to, you know, make some special trips together. And I feel like that's what he's kind of thinking about, when am I going to see him next? Well, of course, possibly coming up here between July 23rd and August 23rd, around those dates, whatever those were. And then he's like, and then Christmas, and then spring break. And he's thinking about different times to do things. Um, and so I feel like he's wanting to plan some special things. So I feel like that is what we have there. So let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. And for that, you do get one of the Reawakening of the Soul. Thank you again for your donation of $5 or more. It was definitely, of course, more than 5. Let's take a look here. You've got, yeah, your inner voice. Here's the wolf howling at the moon. Inner voice. Inner voice. Sorry, I'm finding it here. There it is. The all-knowing faculty of the soul enables you to experience direct perception of truth. There's a quote from the Paramahansa Yogananda, which says, "The only way to know and to live in truth is to develop the power of intuition. Then you will see that life has a meaning and that no matter what you're doing, the inner voice is guiding you." Ooh, I like that. It says in here, this wolf, "I am the wolf of wisdom. I have arrived to tell you to listen and trust your inner voice. Your inner voice is the language of intuition, and meditation strengthens your high sense perception. To hear your inner voice, you must dedicate time to be alone. Silence is needed for peaceful and clear decision making. It is essential for your happiness and serenity that you give yourself the gift of silence. When you develop your intuition, you will receive truth from your soul without the intermediator in sorry, intermediary of your senses. Practice listening. Use your inner voice to guide you, and you will form a bond of trust with your creator. Your choices will be made through the use of your wisdom rather than through your ego mind. You will come to understand that this inner knowing is the voice of God. You have 4 introspection questions. Am I allowing myself the silent time I need to hear my inner voice? Am I listening and taking action when I receive messages from my inner voice? Do I trust my intuition? What steps can I take to be more in tune with my inner voice? Your affirmation is, I listen and trust my inner voice. I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. I like your adventure. So many blessings to you. All right, let me take a sip here and we'll continue on. Cheers, cheers. And I'll catch up on here too. Oh, wow. So, Jojo, I see your free question. You're very welcome, my friend. So, Jojo, here it is. Have the pictures made it out to the internet, Jojo? Uh-oh. All right, let's take a look here. You'll be number 18 on the free list when we get there. You downed a little too much magic liquid. Uh-oh. All right. Oh, beautiful moon. Is it a full moon? Good question. I think we have a Capricorn. Is it a Capricorn moon? I usually am so much more up on this. It's probably getting there. Yeah, we have a full moon in Capricorn on Monday. So it's probably getting big. It's almost, I mean, we're only, what is it? Today's Saturday. Yeah, it's only 2 days away. So it probably is very big. But it's not at its fullest yet there, Jojo. You asked, is it a dull moon? No. Well, Capricorn, you might not be as much, as it was, right? But yeah, it is a fun one. Yeah, yeah. Lady Hawk is the name of it. Yeah, sorry, just saw your question there, Lauren. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful energy. Yeah, not quite, almost, but this close to it. It's hard to. I mean, it's just got a little bit more to make it full, but it's already looking big out there. So enjoy your moon there, moonlight for a moon child. All right, so we will continue down the list. So I got you. So I got you on there. Yeah. So you're number 18 on the free list there, Jojo. All right, come on, mouse, get up there. All right, here we go. All right. So we will continue on here. We got Sean G 22007. So Sean, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. There it is. And will it be worth it to work with J? Will it pay off? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, is it worth it to work with J? Got that. Got that. I get that one right away, so it must not be that one. All right. We have the Page of Swords. Underneath here, I feel like it is important with that to make sure there's clarity around what responsibilities are, what I know it's not, we have the 10 of swords underneath that page of swords, which is the I'm sick and tired of expectations. But in this case, it's make sure when we're working with someone that there's clarity on expectations or on the goal or what duties or what we're wanting to do, with that. Um, so, um, I feel like that's a big underlying energy in working with Jay is very clear instructions or expectations or, you know, if you're having a contract of anything, make sure you look over it, make sure everything is detailed because I feel like it's important for clarity because I feel like they think differently than you do. Is the way I'm gonna put it, because I feel like they tend to, "Oh, I thought you meant da 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 da," and you're like, "No, that's obviously not what I meant," but they tend to not listen or half listen, and so it's good to have it all so they can refer to it and it's clear, so that if there's anything that comes in, then it's, very clear on what the dealio was. So, I feel like that's important. Will it pay off in doing it, though? You have the moon. There's some hidden things that come up. That's why it's important, again, have everything clear, right? You have the 4 of swords, which there is stability there. Um, and so there's a difference here and they wanna make this difference between the 10 of swords, because the 4 of swords is letting go of expectations. But the 10 of swords is make sure expectations are clear. The 4 of swords means like, "Oh, they should do this is how they're supposed to do it, blah, 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 blah." It's important that the the deal is clear, and then you let them do how they wanna do it, because that's an important way for it to work out and pay off. King of swords, yeah, I feel like they do get into their head a bit. And that's why they have a different way of looking at things. Um, and so I feel like knowing all that going into it, you have the judgment card too, which is this calling and this pulling. And do you feel like that's where your heart and is pulling you? Or is this your mind going, this might work? Because I feel like your heart, your this pull that you have isn't pulling you towards Jay. I feel like it's pulling you somewhere else. And I feel like they're saying it feels like a lot of work to work with them. And I feel like it just kind of, with that 4 of swords too, it just kind of balances out where I feel like there might be somewhere else that you're drawn to that would be more beneficial for you. So, you know, is it worth it? It depends on what you're wanting. Are you wanting the interaction with them or are you wanting like big results? You're like B, then no. I feel like it's just going to be kind of um, breaking even kind of energy. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. All right. Water the things you care about. It ain't always going to be dirt. I like it. Water the things you care about. It ain't always gonna be dirt. And it's card number 71, which says, "Everything big was once a tiny version of itself. The universe itself was once the size of a sesame seed. Trust that if you consistently show up and make the effort, your dreams will come to fruition. I like that. So it's such a Sean. I'm surprised you didn't write that. All right. So that's what they got for you, Sean. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Shout out to your grandma. All right. And then we've got here. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Okay. So this is this the fee for reading stories? I'll, I'll give that a love and a like there. Thank you for that. Oh, some more chapters. Um, Help this adorable character out. Okay, I will. You're so cute. All right, so I do have your email, so um, I will. We'll be getting to that here in a few. Well, in a little bit. You're so funny. All right, so Alex, you're up. 22624. And how does Ian feel about you? All right, let's take a look here. How does Ian feel about you? We've got that, got that, got that. All right. So let's see what we have here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Chariot card, which the Chariot card behind the scenes, it is a bit of a, it's moon energy, Cancer energy. There is emotion energy behind the scenes, and the power of choice energy of the card feels like kind of like I'm trying to decide what I want to do, which means like their heart is feeling one way and their mind is pulling them another. The mind usually wants to protect the heart, and the heart is usually like, get out of here. I want this. And usually, when our heart did that when we were younger, we got in trouble. So that's why the mind tries to control the heart. That's their troublemaker. So that's the underlying energy. Just know that going in as we're talking about how their feelings are. This is from their heart. We got the Six of Pentacles, which is a beautiful kind of equal giving and receiving energy. I feel like they're I feel like they've experienced codependent relationships in the past where there's overgivers and cheating and different things like that. And I feel like they are looking for a balanced relationship of two adults that doesn't turn into a parent-child relationship of some sort. And I feel like they feel like this is a like this can be an equal relationship, kind of approach. We also have the Eight of Pentacles and the Fool. There's a bit of transformation with the Fool card, trying to see things from a different perspective. And with the Fool card and the Eight of Pentacles, it's transformational energy. Eight of Pentacles is like being a cocoon, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to have the transformation. And and so I feel like they've been evolving themselves, and because we don't see the world or other people as they are, we see the world and other people as we are, that they've been seeing you change as they've been changing positively, not, anything nefarious or anything. I feel like that they're like, wow, I like this about you. I like this about you. So I feel like there's been an evolution of sorts that's been coming in. What else? We got the Page of Wands. So there is, of course, passion, attraction energy that's there. The fire that's there. Feels like the fire has gone up too. So the attraction energy has increased. And the Ace of Cups. So they've got that happy energy that's coming in here with this Ace of Cups. And it almost feels, I don't know if this is fairly new. The Ace of Cups feels like new relationship energy, and if it's not fairly new, I feel like there's this renewed energy around it here too, which the passion is up, the heart is there too. So I feel like something is shifted, especially with this full card. It's the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Feels like they've reached a new place in their heart, towards you. And we got the strength card. We got the Leo strength card, a little bit of me energy, but today it feels like this Leo energy is it's more the passion, uh, um, energy, and a little bit of courage of moving into we energy, instead of just me energy. So I feel like the chariot, they're still kind of on the fence of what they want to do with it all. But I feel like there is definitely, it feels like there's been growth in their heart and that's been igniting more passion too. Um, so, two actions to be seen. We don't know what they are yet because they're kind of standing at a crossroads going either. And I kind of feel like it's almost like things can't stay the way they are. It's almost like we're at a crossroads where there's no forward path. There's either I need to, it's almost like they feel I have to go more, you know, more serious in the relationship or exit the relationship. Cause it's like, we can't keep things the way they are. I either need to act or I need to, step off so you can have someone who will act and go that direction. So I feel like they're in that kind of very important crossroads energy. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they got for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. And we have there's no such thing as the end, only the strangest change there has ever been. That's great. It's like what we were talking about, right? So we got that card number 59. There's a little extra. Let's read what that says. Being an awareness is a never ending mystery with no finale. Don't fear the end, it is only change. Don't fear change, it is never the end. I like that. So if you're like, change, oh God, they're like saying, it's only the strangest change there has ever been. So you're like, okay, I'm okay with strange change. So hopefully that helps, Alex. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And we got Stop Stalking Me in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you onto the donation list here. You'll be number 24 on it. And there we are. We'll give that a oop. I think someone's firing fireworks already. Hello. We're going into number 11 next, so it's not as bad as it sounds, being number 24, because we're about to start number 11. You're welcome. So cheers, everybody. Let me take a sip and we'll dive back in here. All right. So up next, we got Twin Flame 23339. There's your timestamp and messages from your passed on loved ones. All right. Yeah. I feel like we do have this deck over here still talking to heaven. So I feel like we'll pull from here for you. So let's see what we've got here. We've got one individual, two individual, and a third. So I feel like there's three coming through. We'll see what they are. The first one is I feel happy and healthy. So let's see what energy this one is here. I do, even though, it looks like there's a man on here, but I do feel masculine energy. It's like I feel happy and healthy. So this one was someone that was really sick and they were sick for a long time. And it was such a long health battle that, it was kind of like everyone said, well, at least they're not suffering anymore. So whoever that is coming through and they say, I can now do amazing things I never dreamed were possible. And it feels like I'm doing it in a physical body, except I'm so much lighter, freer, and more flexible. So I can do acrobatics if I want. I can fly. I can jump as high as a mountain, and I can move instantly between locations. It's magical here. Your stepdad, I love that. The main thing that I want to emphasize to you, though, is that all the aches, the pains, and suffering went away with my physical body. I can breathe, see, and walk like a healthy young person now. All the limitations of a physical body are gone, and I'm enjoying my spiritual body. I also see how I could have taken much better care of myself physically and enjoyed better health. And I hope you'll take this to heart too. After all, we only get one physical body per lifetime, and it's built to last a lifetime if we take care of it. So I like that. Such a dad move, right? Better taking care of yourself. So, and he's there. I feel like, we have an earth elemental spirit guide that takes care of our physical bodies, and I feel like they're, assisting with that because that was something that was such their journey and challenge that they're helping your, elemental spirit guide with your physical adventure, health, and things in the physical world too. And he's saying something about, "I wish I could fix your car too, but that my my gifts are limited." That's funny. Alright, hopefully that makes sense to you. Alright, and then the second one is there's no such thing as death. This feels like such a sibling energy. I don't know if you have a sibling that's passed or someone that feels like a sibling, because this feels like a conversation that you guys would, you know, be talking about, and, he was a mechanic? Okay. Okay, that makes sense then. I wish I could fix your car over here, but I kinda maybe I'll just send a mechanic your way. I like that. Um, says, whoever this is, but this does feel like it's like because they're reminding me of my brother because I just have one sibling, and um, it's like we would get on conversations about stuff and talk about da 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 and da 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 and da 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 and just talk about a subject, right? And I feel like this is something, whoever this is, that it is someone that felt like a sibling or felt like that kind of friendship where you guys would just talk about all sorts of stuff. They're saying all sorts of crap, right? Um, so, yeah, if it's not a sibling, it's like someone that felt like that. It could even be like an aunt or an uncle, maybe a younger aunt or uncle, where it's someone that you would, have these kind of conversations with. Doesn't have to be blood though, but it's like you get in these deep conversations about, like, there is no such thing as death. Well, tell me about that, you know? It feels female for some reason. It just feels like, but your granduncle, but it feels like it's, we'll just say it's divine feminine energy, um, because I feel like, you know, I don't know if they were, you know, gay or something, because it feels here like they're very there's like they're a balance between divine feminine and divine masculine, because 'cause they'll get into their mind and all the thinking, but, I feel like a lot of divine feminine energy that's, shared kind of energy, like a huge heart, kind of energy, but for me, that comes across as like, the balance between them, right? Yeah. So he never came out, right? Maybe he's coming out now to you. Honey? Never married? Uh-huh. He's like, is now it is Pride Month. Was just always home with us. Why did he take 3 hours to go to the grocery store? Anyway, so it is funny. So I do feel like it is them then. Yeah. So, they say I am so I'm sorry, I'm as much alive as you are because our souls are a life force energy that can never be extinguished. Only my body has been released, and that was a dense form of energy that was affected by other dense and earthly energies. My soul and yours are beautifully fine, high vibrational energies which live for eternity. I am conscious and fully aware of who I am and where I am. You might even say that I am more aware now that I'm free of the distractions of the physical world. Please know that I am happy and healthy in the spiritual sense. In many ways, I'm even more available to you than I was on earth because I'm more alive than ever. I love that. Yeah, yeah. So this is there's no such thing as death. We continue on. We're always around, and I am always around you. You know, that's what they want us to know so much is that they don't disappear. They just are out of their physical bodies, joined back with their higher self, but they're always by, by your side, kind of energy. But I do kind of feel like they were going to say, you know, it's Pride Month and I'm coming out to you right now. Sorry, I didn't do it while I was there. But it was very different for his generation. And um, he kind of at some point just chose, it's better for me just to be alone and I'm content and happy with just being, yeah, your loving gunkle. So, you know, so, uh, interesting. And then the third one is coming through. I see all your thoughts. Yeah, we were just his family. I see all your thoughts. Who is this? Let me take a look here. See what comes in here. I see all your thoughts. Because this is coming in. This person, and this feels like another male energy, but it feels like someone very, very funny, sassy, non-gay sassy, but fun, sassy, like, I know all your thoughts. You're like, "Stop it." If someone like that would pick and I know, right? Not my thoughts, right? Oh, crap. But it's like someone that would be like, "I know everything." And then you're just like, "Stop that." And they're like, "Mhm, I don't know." They like pick, pick, pick in a fun way kind of person that's coming through. Um, Again, it feels like an uncle energy, um, but like uncle, older brother, but it can be a non-blood. It feels like that kind of relationship, that someone that would just pick, pick, pick and in a fun way. That's how you knew you would pick on each other kind of energy. Oh, cousin, yeah. Um, yeah, um, yeah, and then maybe it's both coming through, um, because saying like an older brother or an uncle, I feel like, there they are, right? So, they can come through as a, frick and frack. Yeah, it sounds like it. I'm like, "What are there's a getting crowded in here." But I like this. I'm gonna change it to "we" because I feel like they're coming through as a little duo. You're like, "Oh, independently, you guys are enough, a handful, but together, oh my god." All 3 were jokesters? Yeah, I like that. Um, oh, so there's 3, right? Your cousin, your uncle Gabriel, and Uncle, Juan? Yeah, it feels like, the 3 amigos, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. They showed me the 3 amigos, from the movie with Martin Short and, Steve Martin and Chevy Chase. There they are. So we're gonna We're gonna change it to "We see all your thoughts." It says, "We can now hear your thoughts and feelings so much more clearly than when we were living in our physical bodies. Back then, we were consumed with our own ego thoughts and distracted by our fears. But now that we're free of those shackles, we can focus upon giving and loving. So, whenever you'd like to talk, we can clearly hear you. Just think our names and then trust the thoughts and feelings that you receive from us." Oh, no. Get out of my head. Those are our communications with you. We totally respect your free will and would never impose our own free will onto you. We only want what is best for you. So please know that we're here when you wish to talk. We love you. I love that. The three amigos. But that says they're not in a, you know, they're not in a judgmental zone when they're up there. Um, wow, I love that. Yeah, they probably would make jokes and bring in different memories and different things. So I love that. They are hilarious. Yeah, it is like those 3 comedians. Oh my gosh. And then they say, "Yeah, I guess I do stuff, but I don't feel like an actual thing yet." Interesting. Card number 70. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about them, knowing all of your thoughts and all of your feelings. They understand you so much more over there now than they would have ever been able to in human form. But they're, of course, on your side, and they're like, "You can always talk to us." It says, "If you felt fully formed, wouldn't the game be over? Many of the greats struggle with imposter syndrome, while amateurs are brimming with confidence. Take it as a good sign that you don't feel like an actual thing yet. It probably means you are one." I like that. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't live life reserved, for sure. It feels like they were the 3 amigos, "Let's go, let's ride," kind of energy. So that's fun. Let me scooch in here. Alright. So that's what they have for that one, my dear, and then your other one is number 16, so we'll circle back around for that here eventually. Alright, and then Debbie O, we've got your additional donation here, something about the song. So that might be in the, additional, email you just sent, right? Okay, got it. Alright. So that'll be number 25. Okie dokie. So let us continue. Let me take another sip here. I love that. Thanks for letting me connect with the amigos and all those on the other side. I love feeling their higher vibrational energy, but I like being able to uh, just feel their energies. It's always a wonderful feeling. So cheers, cheers. The daredevils. All right. So up next, we got Crystal Ray, 249.25. So Crystal, here's your timestamp. Oops, let me give that 11 a like so I know I did that. Let me say I didn't miss anyone else, did I? No, we got everyone else. Okay. So Crystal, this should be yours here. Yes, it is. I see your questions. Listen to the song. Like live right now, I wouldn't. I think there's copyright rules. I'd have to do it some weird way. Send me the lyrics, right? Maybe you already know that song. Oh, like later? You're like, "No, not now, you weirdo." All right. So, Crystal, greetings to you as well. You're back on time. Boom, there you go. So, let's take a look here. So, number 1, so Corey wants to connect, but you feel like this door should not be open again. Well, unless you wanna go round in circles again, right? You feel like getting dizzy? So, Corey's thoughts about us. Let's take a look here. Right. We'll start there here. Yep. So got Knight of Cups underneath the surface. Here's that romancer. They like the romance, but not commitment. Oh, that's right. We've talked about that before. He likes the romantic part of stuff and all that, but he's not a big one for long term or short term, really. But let's see what his thoughts are here. Yeah. So I feel here like this is the thing that he's like, this is what his fear is. The 9 of Cups, someone's dream coming true is being married. Because I don't feel like he wants to get married. And that's why he keeps like not uh like continuing things with people in a serious relationship. It's why he sabotages it um consciously or subconsciously, because he doesn't want marriage, because that scares him, because he feels that equals failure. I feel like they comes maybe from, I mean, divorced uh, I've seen a lot of divorce and a lot of relationships that don't work out. So he's like, it's too it's too what is this? They thinks it's too expensive to, have a divorce. Let's I don't know. Yeah, and he has the 9 of Pentacles. He does like his alone time. He does like, being self-sufficient and not really attached, energy. Yeah, and the Queen of Wands, he likes the passion. He likes the fire in you. So, I feel like that's a big piece of that here is that it's not for a relationship, it's not for marriage, it's not he likes the romantic, emotional energy, but not too much. At some point then it becomes clingy. I like the passion, I like my alone time, I don't want conditions or intentions, energy, right? Um, so I feel like that's kind of that energy. He wants to connect because that other situation didn't work out, and now he's the full moon is having him randy again, and he wants to enact that part of your guys' relationship from the past. So that's what we're getting from the Cory monster there. And then, number 2, Justin has fiery energy. I mean, fiery. Mirror, mirror. It's funny that Corey sees you as a fiery, very fiery person, energy that's there. So it's like, hmm, you know, so I bet Justin we'll see here. What are Justin's thoughts of you? The Queen of Wands is over there. I'm going to leave it there so he can't use that for you, but we'll see if he goes a different route. All right. So his thoughts of you, yeah, he is a big thinker here with the King of Swords. Underneath that, I mean, we have the Three of Swords, which she still has that fear of um like rejection, the fear of disappointing and um kind of with how things started in the beginning, right? He kind of still has that around in his mind a little bit with that, but he's a big thinker as well with the King of Swords because they roll over the sword suit and get a second portion of swords, which makes them like the master of thinking and creating stories in their head, around things. Let's see what how they feel about you. Yeah, I mean, they do feel here. You got the Two of Cups. Here's that relationship energy. We've got the Star card, which is hope. It's also kind of a mental dream come true energy. You check off a lot of boxes of what they're looking for in a relationship. And so I like that kind of energy there. What else are they thinking here? You got these three cards together. Yeah, it's interesting here because you've got the Ace of Cups along with the Five of Wands, which is a lot of fire energy. And you got the Six of Cups, which is past life energy that's coming in here, right? And I feel here that there's a special connection between you and Justin because of the amount of and the kind of past lives you guys have had together. I feel like you both have been very fiery in a lot of your lifetimes with one another, and but there is this draw between the 2 of you. It's not like twin flame energy, which is rare, more rare than people think it is, but it's still an intense energy where you guys learn a lot about each other. You force each other to look deep at each other in the mirror. It's almost bordering twin flame, but, twin flame is more you guys can't get away from each other if even if you wanted to. This is like a, you know, not that kind of energy. But you definitely feel like you guys have a strong connection and he feels it too, and there's this comfortability, and in that comfortability, I feel like this is the thoughts that ooh, gosh, that scared me. If you guys heard that, that was a firework that was probably almost outside my window. At least it echoed. It probably was, uh, nearby because there's a house and then the parking garage, and then my window, so it echoes down this little kinda it's not an alley, but it's like a concave, so yeah, you don't want a twin flame, trust me, twin flame is like wave them off, twin flame. Um, but I do feel like that's where some of the fire comes in with all this too. Yeah, I want a soul partner, someone that'll be with the rest of my life. And then we have the Queen of Cups, yeah, and I feel like they seek a lot of emotion. They know it's almost like they know there's a lot of emotion. You have an emotional aquifer below the surface, and they are looking forward to connecting with that more and more as well. But, yeah, I feel like, um, that's kind of the energy that they have and thoughts around you there. So hopefully that helps a little bit, and we'll see what your fortune cookie says too. Let me just put these cards back in here real quick if they'll cooperate a little bit. Yeah. So the fieriness, I feel like if you when you seeing fire in them is a mirror for you to see the fire in you and go, "Okay, where's this fire that exists within me that's reflecting in the mirror," right? You're like, "Oh, so where's that?" Because if you feel like it's too much fire, as you find your fire and, transform some of that fire so it doesn't become a forest fire, you make it a nice little pit fire, right? Then you also see that change in the outside world, right? Yeah. Not all who wander are lost, but yes. Yes, I am. I like this. It says, "Not all who wander are lost, but yes." Yes, I am. Where am I? That's funny. Yeah. I'm glad, I like that. I support you leaving Corey blocked. Proud of you. Says, "Not knowing where you are means that you are exploring uncharted territory. If you keep exploring, you may soon stumble upon an oasis. You've already come this far. Keep going and trust your instincts." I like it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation and enjoy your wonderful adventures with Justin. Well, well, well. So, all right, everybody. I've been on for 3 hours. I'm going to take a quick break. For some reason today, my buns are number faster than usual, probably because I went walking and worked out and everything today, but I'm gonna step away for a moment. How am I doing on coffee? I might get a refresher on the coffee here, and then I will be back, and we'll jump back into the donations. So, thank you guys for your patience. Who we have coming up next would be Lemon Lime's Lulu, then 2 for Honored, back to Twin Flame, and then we've got Debbie O. We'll jump to Ruby G, and then back to Debbie O times 5, and then to Stop Stalking Me, and then back to Debbie O is where we're at on the list. So we'll be back, and thank you guys again so much. I shall return. You can hear my back crack as I get up. Old man. All right. right. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Felt good. Stretched out a little bit too. Got all the crankiness out. Just scooch back here. All right. I think we are all set. So, hey, Earth Angel, good to see you. Hello, hello. Get you on the donation list here. It'll be number 26. Once we get up to there. And we are currently starting number 13, so not too far away, but not as bad as it might sound, right? All right, so let's jump back in. We do have Lemon Lime's Lulu is up at 3:06:30. Is your timestamp? Let's get that out there. Oh yeah, let me give this a love and a like so I know I've got it on the list. All right. So Lulu, what is the outcome between Leo and the Cappy in June? All right. No, you're up next, actually, Honored, after Lulu here. So almost so close. So let's take a look here. What's the outcome based on current energies between Leo and Cappy for June? Okay. Got that. Put this. Do it this here and this one here. All right, let's see what we got. All right. What the bottom of the deck here, you got the Four of Wands. It's a joy and celebration energy, maybe some sort of gathering. It's also the marriage card. Are they going to run off to Vegas and get married by Elvis? I don't feel like that kind of an extreme, but it is a joy energy or some sort of gathering celebration energy that's involved here. But joy flowing below the surface. Let's see what we got here. We also have the Four of Pentacles. Got this wonderful balancing energy that's coming in here with the Four of Pentacles. Got the Queen of Swords. Again, balance between head and heart energy that's coming in here. So kind of feels like June kind of started off very kind of calm waters, kind of things is kind of maybe, not stagnant, but kind of just kind of stagnant a little or kind of feeling solid or stable. And then it feels like here we got the Hanged Man. It feels like towards the middle of the month that there was some transformation that was going on. And yeah, there was the World card. Feels like there was something going on here where it's the ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It kind of feels like in the middle of the month, maybe things, I mean, they changed, but they feel like they went to a higher level rather than a lower level. Um, yeah, and then we've got here, there's a little, feels like there's been a little bit of conflict here in the relationship because you got the Five of Swords, which is little battles between the head and the heart that can make their way out to the outside world. But the Ten of Pentacles is the relationship energy, more about things in the outside world, not so much the heart or the mind, but more of stuff out here. And underneath that, we have the Emperor. Something about not making decisions and taking time and what's the problem? Why can't you make a decision energy? And I feel like they're kind of telling the story just of, how uh, kind of the month has led up to this, right? So the outcome, we have the Six of Swords. So I do feel like here, this is letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective or a different perspective, which takes us from choppy waters to calmer waters. So it feels like that's why maybe there's like this joy energy that's under the bottom of the deck. And underneath that, we do have the Ten of Wands too, which is something that feels like a burden going to something that feels like gratitude. and we've got the Lovers card on the bottom too. So it kind of feels here that it's, kind of going in this direction of togetherness, with this after kind of having maybe a little rocky week or something or 2 weeks, but it feels like by the end here, it feels like we've learned through it and we're seeing things differently and things are but still moving and, moving forward. So, hopefully that makes sense. That's what we got for you, lemon lions. Lula will get you a fortune cookie or 2 and see what's unfolding, but it um, feels like they're getting together or still together is kind of what it feels like, that they've had some, an interesting month, ups and downs, but I feel like we're going to end on an up cycle for the end of June. Right? For the fortune cookie, at least based on current energy, this full moon coming up, just ring it all. No, I'm just kidding. So who cares if we become nothing? We were all once nothing. I like that. Card number 46. You are currently borrowing atoms from the earth, and it didn't cost a thing. This life is all betting with house money. So we're, you know, I like that. If you know gambling, it means it's not our money we're gambling with, it's the casino that owns it, the house. We're like, oh, we're just gambling with their money. Try not to take it all so seriously. I like that energy. So that is what they have for you, Lulu. Hopefully that helps and resonates. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I gotta move this up here a little more. All right, there we go. All right. So honored we are to you. So we have your 2 coming up back to back. This one, first one, 31256. So honored for your first donation. Thank you again for your dual donations. And want to get a check in on the Cappy's thoughts on you. All right. I got a Capricorn full moon happening on Monday. A lot of mental energy, grounded energy with Capricorn being an earth sign. But let's take a look here. So what are Cappy's thoughts on you right now? Okay, we got this. Do you want this? With that? Do you want this one? Ooh, kind of a secret underneath the surface. We'll see what that is. Is that it? Okay. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Pentacles coming in here. 10 of Pentacles. I don't know, it's usually like relationship energy. It's the physical world part of relationships. It's abundant feeling. So I feel like right now their thoughts are more on a fullness kind of energy. From their viewpoint, I feel like things are going um, abundantly well from their underlying energy. So let's see, what are their thoughts on you? Yeah, the Knight of Cups. So there is the movement of romance, the movement of emotion energy that's there. So they do have emotional action towards you. Romance, right? So far, both of these cards together feel very relationship oriented. Let's see what else we got here. Got the Six of Wands, which again, a victory energy, an equal kind of passionate energy attraction to one another. And below that, the 10 of Wands. So there feels like here, if there's been any kind of difficulty between the two of you guys, it just this energy is about 10 of Wands is like it changing from what felt like a burden to something that feels like an abundance energy with that Six of Wands right above it too. It's like, yeah, victory, victory, abundance, love, romance, relationship. What's happening? And then we got their own energy. We got the Capricorn, devil card, Saturn energy. So their mind, their Capricorn mind is at work. Underneath that, we've got the Eight of Cups. Yeah. So I do feel here there is this leaving behind emotions or relationships that no longer serve them. And they've been doing a lot of their mental getting out of their head, breaking any kind of addictions or um, like chains, and more mental kind of things, letting go of some stories. So I feel you know, I don't know, this would seem like if I had any kind of altercations with with you, but it wasn't you, it was my past that I was putting on you. And I feel like there's something like this energy. I'm realizing that you were getting the repercussions of other people's actions. And I'm reminding myself that this isn't you, this is me, and because of them, not you. And I feel like they've been really working on that here and trying to let go of that kind of energy, which feels good. That feels like why everything else kind of feels, I don't know, kind of just flowing there. And then we've got the Justice card. Yeah, here's the balancing of the mind, balancing of the scales, seeing things differently from a higher perspective, cutting away some old thinking away. I like this. And the Judgment card, justice and judgment. Feel like they're like releasing a lot of stuff, um, and feeling this pull. Again, this to see things from a higher perspective, gaining a lot of clarity. And so it feels like this kind of energy. So I like this. Yeah, even the Two of Pentacles on the underneath the 10, which is balancing energy, and then the Ace of Pentacles. So I don't know if they've been distant or not, but it feels here like I feel like if you're wondering if they're going to be coming back around, the Ace of Pentacles is saying that, yeah, they're that's their intention, having reviewed some of this other stuff or stepping it up if that's what you're looking for as well. But I feel like there is that, Seven of Pentacles on the bottom too feels like it's been something that's been taking a while, um, you know, to come to fruition and to happen. But I do feel like that's kind of where they're at right now. Oh, did I put these in backwards? I sure did. So we'll get you a fortune cookie here too, just since I corrected my mistake. It's putting them in all backwards. bruddaZEN, what's going on? What's in your tea to make you act so silly? All right. I think I got all those. All right, let's put them back in here. Correct. Oh, is that why I might have put them in here wrong? All right, there we go. So we'll get you a fortune cookie here, and then we'll go on to your second one as well and find out what else you would like to know from Spirit. Just put these cards back in different places. It's like my little mid shuffle. All right. And then from the Rainbow Brain Skull Oracle, your fortune cookie. Which is ride ends, choose arm position. I like this. Here we go. Woo woo. Are you holding on for dear life or you're just raising your arms and going for a ride, right? So none of this is forever. Enjoy it while it lasts. In the end, you will regret being scared and rigid. Take things lightly and remember the big picture. All things must pass. I like that. Nothing lasts forever because we die, right? At least as human, uh, stops. We turn in this rental car and we end up, going to uh, on our next adventure. So enjoy it while we're here. It's like a vacation. Only lasts so long. Why be so serious about it, right? All right. So that's for that one. And we'll move on to number 15. We got 320, 43. Yes. There we are. And so you'd love to hear an update on what your work from last night will bring for you soon. It's to accelerate something important. All right, we'll take a look here. So, your work from last night, what kind of energy will it bring forward here? All right. I do it. Oh, it's a little surprise. Okay, we got those two. All right. Oh yeah, I got all these twos, twos. In the bottom of the deck, I mean, there's two cards, two cards, two cards, two cards, two cards. And in the bottom of the deck, you have the two of pentacles. So it feels like there's a balancing energy that comes in, but there's also this power of choice energy that comes in. I feel like you're going to have to decide something here. So the work from last night is going to bring you two options, and you have to choose which one you want to, which way to go, which way to go. And we will tell you here. That's what all these are. Is if you choose this one or this one. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So they have the cards that if you choose option 1, okay, they're gonna have me do all the option 1s so that you can just get a full picture of that. So, for option 1, you have the High Priestess. This will take you away from kind of the limelight in a way to have you see things from a different perspective, reveal some hidden things, and you'll get a lot of clarity from this from spirit too. But it does take like a stepping away kind of energy that comes in. And then want me to do the other one. The other option with that, yeah, you have to let go of a lot of expectations. Realize that if you choose option 2, a lot of people are not going to be happy about it, but that's tough. They have to deal with it, not you. So I feel like it's important to one takes you away for time of reflection, the other you go forward and and go, sorry everybody. It's feels like one is you're going away and thinking about things in the mind, the other one is moving on the heart and just going forward, right? The second group you've got, so if you go with the left, it's the 5 of Pentacles. There are some fears of lack, not having enough, not being enough. It kind of feels like that's the safer route. If I go this direction, this feels safe. This other one feels like a risk, right? Yeah, and the Emperor, it's like I have to decide to get out of my head and into my heart, make a choice with it. I guess we're not going to do what I had said. They're like, let's just go kind of back and forth here, because I feel like it's really coming very clear. One's about the mind, one's about the heart, the little differences. One takes courage and saying, "Screw the rules, and I'm just going forward because our expectations, I'm gonna go do what I wanna do." The other one's like, "Oh, what about what everyone's gonna think," right? Because the thinking one, you've got the 7 of Swords, yeah. You have to look at what of my own thoughts and beliefs cheat me out of opportunities, cheat me out of experiences. So if you go that direction and you go the safe route, um, choosing the hell you miss out on the heaven you don't know. Yeah, because you got the star card. There is a dream come true if you take this other route. So they're saying here that it brings you a choice that comes up, and you can keep going the route that you normally do, or you can make this choice to go in this other direction that will feel like that dream. Yeah, because if you go the way of the mind, you have the 2 of Swords. You do have an opportunity, even if you do that, you'll end up coming back around to a choice again in the future anyway, 'cause that's the battle between the head and the heart. The heart won't give up. It'll keep bringing up opportunities for you to go in this other direction. So if you delay it, it's just you're taking the scenic route instead of the direct route. Yeah, because that other way, the way of the heart, you got the moon card energy, the moon behind the chariot. This is action, movement, go, 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 victory energy. So very clear message that's coming in that we've got here, um, and I feel like, they're showing you the differences between those 2. You have these cards that are separate. You've got, yeah, the 8 of Pentacles, because you put in, when you can put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and you'll get results. You can do that. And they're saying if you choose the moon, if you choose the heart, there is abundance that direction. So they're like, this is something new. It might be, it takes some courage to go this other direction that it comes up. But I feel like the the work from last night, it'll bring you to a fork in the road, and you'll have a choice to take a safe route and kind of go back around again. It'll bring you back to around the same situation again, like in not 3, not 4, like 5 months, like at the beginning of the year, end of the year, the beginning of the year, and then you can go that route. It's like you're gonna get offered that off-ramp over and over and over again, and there's no right or wrong time, just whenever you're ready. And it's when the ugly feeling of not being true to your honest self, when that outweighs the fear, then you'll make an action and you'll go that direction. Otherwise, you'll kind of keep looping it and going in circles. So, hopefully that helps. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in, or hopefully that resonates. All right. And you've got, it'll never be perfect, so I'll leave it blank and let the earth slowly consume me. Right? That's the fear of failing, right? It's not gonna be perfect. Um, maybe rewatch it. It says perfection is by definition unattainable. You can aim for perfect, but ultimately it is the imperfections that will make it unique. Make art without constantly criticizing it. After all, if you don't make stuff, there is no stuff, and we all love stuff. So I'll try to simplify it, but definitely rewatch it again if it was confusing, um, because what it's saying here is the work that you did from last night is going to bring you to uh, 2 choices. So you're gonna be it's this choices in the work you did, you're gonna come up and there's gonna be 2 choices, right? So you're either gonna go the one of the mind that is the expectations and, "Well, this is what I should do, I'm supposed to do, and what I've always done. This is what everybody else thinks I should do, so I'll do that, that's safe." That takes you back around, right? 'Cause you're not gonna choose this mysterious option, this unknown, which is of the heart. Your heart is pulling you, wanting you to go this other direction and draw you there, and it's an opportunity, and they're telling you there's abundance, there's fullness. If you go that way, it's like a dream come true energy, and it's like, "Yeah, but that's kind of unknown," and our inner child doesn't like the unknown, so that's why we usually stay in the safe until the uncomfortable feeling of not being true to our heart outweighs this fear, and then we make a choice to go for it. So hopefully that is a little more clear. All right. Yeah, shush inner child. Yeah, and that's what, what bravery and courage is. It's not about having no fear. It's about having the fear and doing it anyway, right? It's like, all right, let's go, and doing it. Okay, good. I'm glad that helped. All right. All right. So that's what they got for you. Thank you again for your donations, and excited for this new adventure, the mysterious route. All right. So cheers, cheers, clink, clink to you. Many blessings. You're very welcome. All right. Then we're circling back around to twin flame. So you are up 330.46. There's your timestamp. So thank you for your additional. Whoops, that didn't work. Hold on. Helps if you paste the timestamp and not a blank. There we go. There's your timestamp. So you want to know, will Alex and you reconcile your friendship? All right, let's take a look here. So will Alex and you reconcile your friendship? All right, based on current energies. I got that and that. All right, what do we got going on here? All right, let's see. You do have the Eight of Pentacles. I think I put cards back in here wrong again. I don't know what's going on with me here, but you have the Eight of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, and I'll talk as I'm doing this here. I can channel and do a mindless task. So, but the Eight of Pentacles is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and it's about transformation. It's like a caterpillar, in the cocoon that's going through and letting go of what no longer serves. So I do feel like there's a bit of transformation that has to happen first before you guys can reconcile, because your friendship or whatever it is that you guys want to reconcile to, because you can't keep doing what you've always done and then expect something different, right? So I feel like that's kind of the journey that has to happen first before you guys come back together. That's the underlying energy. So we'll see, what else comes in here. But it's going to take some work, it feels like. Your first card, because that was the bottom of the deck, right? You got the Chariot. Whoops. So there is movement, and how fast it moves really has to do with the power of choice of the Chariot, which, we talk about like every moment we're either choosing higher vibration or lower vibration. And so, if we're choosing, what I'm grateful for about them and remembering the good stuff that we were grateful and that we enjoyed, and we have that appreciation for it, the more we're focusing on that and the joy and the laughter and the play and the unconditional love. And then it makes it easier for it to come back toward us. And that's what can make it easier for that reconciliation to happen. If I'm focusing in on, what they did or didn't do, what they said or what they haven't said, and, blah, 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 and blah, 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 all lower vibration, that's what pushes it further away. It's like an anchor dragging on the bottom of the lake and, you're trying to row a boat. It's like takes forever because that anchor is just slowing us down. It's, that lower vibration energy just like thickens things to make it so difficult for flow. So hopefully that makes sense with that. So being aware of what we're doing on our side, you can't control what they're doing. You can only focus on your own stories, your own energy, your own emotions, your own actions. And if those are higher vibrational, then that can move it more coming in there. I feel like this is a yes that, you guys will reconcile sometime, just a matter of when, seems to be the thingy going on. The thingy. Because you have the Two of Cups, here's the, relationship back, and the Hanged Man is like the Eight of Pentacles. It's after a time of incubation and transformation individually. So that is telling us there. As I was talking about, it was literally in my hands. Yeah, and we've got the Five of Swords. So the important thing with this is the Five of Swords is the conflict you guys had, and the King of Swords, that's the master storyteller. They rule over the sword suit. They have a second portion of swords, so they're the master storyteller. And this is about, like, what you can do with this is think about the conflict. Think about just what's one conflict we had, what was my side of it? What was I fearing? Why was I triggered? What within me, my inner child felt unsafe, out of control, uncomfortable, and something echoed from the past. And we're like, whoop, inner child put up the wall. We went into fight or flight mode. And then there was fighting or distance, right? And that's the thing is, they didn't trigger me. My trigger was triggered within me because I felt something. And I'm the one in charge of my own emotions, right? Going back to that power of choice. So I'm like, what's in here? This was a flag for me to see something within me that can be transformed, right? So I feel like that's kind of the thing we can work on in the cocoon to go understand it, because if we don't, it's just going to happen again, right? We reconcile, we're friends again, and then the same thing happens all over again. Then it's less likely we'll get back together again as friends or whatever. Because if we see a pattern, we're just like, that's dangerous. We don't want to go there. And so we start distancing ourselves more, right? What else? You got the sun card. Yeah, we got this beautiful bright energy. So there is abundance. This does say that there is reconciliation. The sun does rise again. But you guys do have a time. You have the high priestess again, king of cups, time away in the temple, seeing things from a different perspective to help balance the head and the heart. And that's our own journey. Um, we can't do their work, they can't do ours. We just get to do our own freedom work. And if you're interested in any tools in that, I do have a podcast. In fact, the last one that just came out is called Freedom Work, clearing the pipeline, and it's clearing the emotional pipeline. So you can find that link down in the description area of the video, or if you go to my main page, it's also at the top as well. And if you want, I can post it here really quick too. If anyone wants it, it's right here. This is the link to the last one here. Boom, boom. So that's what they got for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So what else? All right. So infinite freedom of thought is your foundation. Wow. Just exactly what we were talking about, right? Freedom of the mind. We talk about the freedom work. It does have to do with mindset, but it's about the pipeline. You got number 5, which says the only thing you have any true control over is your internal train of thought. What? Instead of defaulting to existing thought patterns, make an effort to steer your inner monologue toward peace, joy, and wonder. Wow, I like that. All right. So that's what they got for you, Twin Flame. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me take a look here. See, I don't think I skipped anyone. Let me just make sure. I got that one. Oh, Maria P. Yeah, you did. Hello, Maria. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. I knew someone had come in, but I wanted to finish both of theirs and complete that one. All right, so I did that. So I got you on there. And let me see here. Oh, yeah. And we did get 2 donations, I do believe, from you as well. All right, very good. So we will get you onto the donation list here. You'll be number 27 and number 28. All right. Top fan. You're so funny. Debbie. Oh, you'll be up next year, Debbie. Oh, no, Ruby G, we have Debbie O next for 1, and then we go to you. Ruby G, and then we have 5 for Debbie O, and then we go to Stop Stalking Me, and then we go to Debbie O, and then to Earth Angel, and then 2 for Maria P is where we're at right now. So you didn't miss it. You're just almost in time. So let's see here. So I got Maria, and I think that was it. I think that was everything. Yay! Just in time, right? Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let me take a sip here, and we will dive into El Numero Uno for Debbie O. All right. So, Debbie, we got 341.35 for your first one here. And you wanted whatever comes up is for this one. So let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you have the 5 of Swords. 5 of Swords is a kind of a conflict energy. It's mental conflict, but usually it's a conflict between the head and the heart. But I feel like they're kind of not going down that route so much as to say, and they're giving like a statement of we grow in conflict. Conflict is how we where we find our growth. So I feel like that is uh, the underlying message of this here. So let's see what this means. Conflict. We grow in conflict, right? Conflict brings us growth. You have the 2 of Swords. Yeah, here's the conflict energy, the 2 of Swords, the battle between head and heart. But they're saying here that how we grow is because, when we have a trigger, when something upsets us, right? It's like upsets are setups. I like that. That was in a book. I think that was in Michael Brown's book. I think that maybe it was someone else's book, but Michael Brown's book, The Presence Process, could be from there. But I like it because uh, upsets are setups, which mean they're setting us up for growth. They're setting us up to be able to see things and to set us free, right? And it's to show us our stories that we have, the stories that are untrue. Because if it's a story of unconditional love, we're not going to feel upset. We're going to feel, if it's a story that's rooted in small t truths, rooted in fear, then we're going to feel, right? Anger or sadness, right? Those are the 2 roots of the 2 big emotions of fear that then spun off and, you know, do their interpretive dance in whatever different ways, that come in. So, I feel like that's the big thing with the 2 of Swords for you is that these things come up so we can question the story that we're creating and realize I can change that story. Like, when someone complains about me at work, right? They're just bringing that situation back. If someone complains about me at work, this isn't about me. This is about what's going on with them. They're feeling unsafe. They're feeling out of control. They're bullying. They're needing to, because they're freaking out, right? Because a mature, an emotionally mature adult don't act like that. That acts like a child, right? And that's what we do when we're in fear. We act like a child, not an emotionally intelligent adult. That's how we can tell when a lot of the world is in fear, right? We're like going, Why are all these people acting like children?" Oh, there's a lot of fear, a lot of people fearing things, right? So the thing we can do is come back to our love. If we find we're one of those, because at times we are, you just all you have to do is look at the news. Bzz, we're into the fear zone, right? Oh God, what's going on? We're out of control. We're on an out of control drama train that's going to blow up as it leaps off the tracks and crashes in a gorge, right? Yeah, children in adult bodies. Exactly. And so it's good that we can realize and we can change that story and go, oh, this isn't about me. I don't need to get offended or upset about this because this isn't an attack against me. This is an expression of fear for their little inner child. So instead of me going in becoming childish with them and having a childish spat, they know they, like kids, no, no, they did it. No, they did it. No, they did it. It's like, all right, let's see what's really going on here. Let's get curious about what's happening with someone instead of defensive for our own dramatic reasons, right? I like it. Um, we've got the judgment card, which is seeing things from a different perspective, and the Six of Cups feels like emotions that come back. And when we realize when emotions hit us, it's because a ripple went out and a ripple came back, and that's what's splashing us in the face, right? It's like when you do that in the bathtub, woof, you know, and at least when I was a kid, I remember, don't do that. You end up with soap in your eyes. But that is that return of things. Emotions return so we can see them from a different perspective and transform them. Realizing that the original story we put was our own, we did what we knew best when we were children. This must mean something about me. 'Cause usually people are blaming children, right? "You made mom mad, you made dad sad, so, oh, it must be my fault because I get blamed for everything else," right? We seem to feel that way, because we don't get praised, equal to or more than when we're punished usually, right? So I feel like that's kinda what their message is coming in with that. You got the 8 of Wands. Lot of energy. What is this here? Yeah, the Hermit. And I like this. You've been using a lot of energy alone in consulting spirit, and this is the Page of Cups. So I feel like here, and I feel like they mentioned some of this before, or I mentioned it in my podcast because they're bringing it back to me here, or I'm going to be mentioning it. Could be that too, but it's the Eight of Wands is um, investing energy and connecting because the hermit steps away to connect to the higher realms. The more you kind of step away, connect with the spirit realm, the more you get that flood of unconditional love energy and the more your self love rises. Because when you're feeling this incredible unconditional love of the higher realms over and over and over and over again, it's so easy. We do get unconditioned from all of those other stories we were told from humans, how unworthy we are and rejectable we are and small and limited and unlovable. All that information we get from the outside world, when you hear over and over again from the creator of all things, mother and father of all things, I love you unconditionally. There's nothing you can do to earn more of it because you have all of it, and there's nothing you can do to lose it because it's unconditional, not even one condition. And it's eternal. It never stops. When you hear that over and over again about I love you, 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 it's like, wow, it just replaces a lot of that uh other messages, right? So I feel like that is what we have for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. And we're gonna head over to Ruby G and then we'll jump into your next creation. Your next novel, right? It says oh, I like this. Throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks. If nothing sticks, hang out in the pile. I like it. Throw stuff at wall, see what sticks. If nothing sticks, hang out in the pile. Number 43. These cards are hilarious. I love these because they have such great truths too. Reflect on your past decisions without judgment. Noticing previous patterns may be the key you need to unlock your best future. Look at old notes, photos, and messages. Wow, I like that. Beautiful message. All right. All right, so that's what we have for that one, Debbio. And then, of course, we'll be returning here, like I said, in just a moment. I'm going to jump to Ruby G. Let me just take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. Feel like maybe my chair is over. I'm kind of off center, and I was wondering why is it so hard to reach for my mug? I think I'm like a little there I am. Bretta Z was off center. We're like, all right. So let's dive in here. I know. Thank you guys. You guys put up with me so well. So Ruby G 35133 is for yours. Thank you so much for your donation. Here's your timestamp. So you're saying that your ex has been coaching your son or something to act like he doesn't like you or want to be here. He's fine away from his dad when he is with you. He's very loving and attached. But on the video calls with me, my son is terrified and running away crying. Looks like his father's behind the camera, terrifying him. What is going on? Wow. Let's find out here. You ever see those videos where you're watching it and suddenly something jumps out and scares them? It's probably playing one of those videos. What an adventure you have with them, right? What an adventure. All right, so let's crack our back here first. Let's get ready for this, right? It's like, all right, come on, let's get in here, Ruby. So what's going on here? What can we know about this situation here? What's happening? All right. All righty. What do we have? Yeah. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of Cups. So 10 of Cups, of course, being on the bottom of the deck is an underlying energy of choose joy. Choose joy. You know what? Choose joy. And I know it's hard, you know, when you feel like someone's attacking me in some way, someone's trying to pull something, someone's trying to, you know, turn my son against me or trying to make me look bad or blah blah any of the lower vibrational fun, haunted house, you know, energy. It's all built to scare us, right? But maybe we want to go into a fun house instead, right? Where everything's joyful and fun, where we just laugh at things instead of fear things. Because what happens when we focus on the fearful things? They grow, right? And what happens when we laugh and play and you know, then uh then we get more joyful energy. So before we look at what's going on, in the physical world, I feel like this is why we look at the bottom of the deck because it tells us what's below all of this, what's behind the scenes, underneath the surface, what's the lesson or the growth that's happening, what's really going on, right? And so, if we look at when we get on the video call with your son and you sense that your ex is there, what are you feeling in there? What are you feeling before you get on there? Like I'm gonna have to interact with my ex till he gets on the phone, till my son gets on, or that they're there, their energy's there, and fear, right? And it feels like this is a reflection. What your son is doing is what you're doing on the inside, right? So there is this, um, I'm terrified and running away, crying inside. My inner child is terrified and running away from that stranger danger that's over there, right? And it's like, oh, and in your mind, in your story, uh, his father, your ex is behind the camera terrifying you. And I feel like that's the big thing with just that underneath there is this mirror that it is for us to go, "Oh, wow." And when we look into that, when we approach the video call that you have with your son when he's over there, when you approach it as joy and laughter and play and unconditional love and gratitude and everything, then the energy around it will be different because you're different. Your experience of it will all be different, and then you're gonna draw in different experiences. So I feel like that's the big message below the surface, right? So that's what's the most important thing because you can't change this that we're about to look at, unless it's something drastic and illegal, then of course. And you're already working on other things to try to get him out of there eventually so he can be where you feel he'll be more secure. So you're already investing energy in that. And again, even that energy, the more we can do it from a place of gratitude and joy, the more we'll draw that to us. We're doing it out of fear and defensiveness and then we're just going to push solutions away, right? So, important energy to start. That's the bottom of the deck. Now, let's find out what the hell's going on over there. So, we do have the 9 of cups and the 6 of wands. So, there is this bit of the 9 of cups is this energy of I want my dream to come true. I need a victory. So, it does feel like there's some of that intention there of, um, I I try to win at all costs is your ex's energy, I do what it takes is a theme of theirs. We got the 2 of wands. Yep, and we do have here this switch that flips on because it's not always, but it's um whenever your ex's energy goes into lower vibration, then he does lower vibrational things, right? And it feels here, when he feels there's 2 sides, then there's a battle. And I feel like that, that's kind of what it feels like, especially when we go to court and all this kind of stuff. When we feel like we're not on the same team, then I get, uh, you know, what is it? When competitive and I've got to win. But and so if he feels like you're an enemy and you feel like he's an enemy, then that's what we get as battles. And it's an interesting thing to consider. In what way can you feel like can you guys get on the same team, you know, without, feeling like you have to get back together with him? It's not that at all. But it's like, um, do I have to see them as someone as an evil villain in our lives, or can I see them as a character in my movie and, that my son, that that's their son just like they're my son. He loves them in his own way. I love him in my own way. And can I what things I can do to make them feel like I'm not against you, I'm for our son. And um and uh so that kind of energy that's coming in with that. It's almost like, "Hey, I heard one of your songs," the song that you liked that you heard of theirs, right? "I heard that song and I love that. That reminds me of when blah, 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 blah." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, it did." "Oh, okay." And they're like, "Who the hell are you?" When we're instead of attacking them and feeling like we need to destroy them, that we, do, um, you know, sincerely, uh, try to get along with them, you know, and not expecting anything, but it's like I'm gonna change my energy towards them, changing my energy toward myself, and then you'll see a change. Again, the joy instead of the fear energy, right? Because then fear won't be expressed, in your interactions. Under the surface of that, yeah, with the Knight of Wands, yeah, it's the pursuit of our energy, because whatever we focus our energy on is what grows and expands there. So it just feels like, um, the more I change how I'm perceiving the world, the more the world changes that I'm perceiving. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. Got the King of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, I mean, this is all about, their sense of worth, you know, your exes, uh, when they're acting all the way that they are, it's because they don't have a high esteem. They didn't have a strong foundation of that. And so they're doing whatever they feel they need to do to feel safe and secure, just like you are. But they doing it in, uh, ways that are not mature because they're from fear. And then, like we say, that's from a child's point of view, our inner child's point of view. Same thing when we go into fear mode, we do things that are, fearful, right? So let's see here. Can they tell us more of what's scaring your son here? We got the Four of Cups. There's this energy. What is this? And the Nine of Wands. Yeah, because your son feels when he's there, he feels almost pocketed away. This Nine of Wands feels like a barrier around him. So I feel like they are protected. And even the Four of Cups, it's like there's angelic beings or that surround them and protect them. They're divinely protected, and that their emotions are pretty stable, until that particular, to that particular thing. Like you said, even when he's with you, they feel safe and he feels different, but it's because your energy is different too. So let's see here. I'm just going to ask specifically: is your ex doing something behind the camera to freak out your son? Queen of Wands, yeah, action, Wands energy. Um, they're doing something over there. I don't. It's like something that your son is scared of. I don't know. Um, and I don't know how old your son is if you're able to even ask him. Like when you're and not like, is your dad doing something? It's not that. You don't want to bring your son in the middle of it, but it's like, have you asked him that when you're on the video with me, why do you what are you feeling? What's going on? Why do you seem like you're scared of something and run away? And um and if they're like, I don't know, and just say, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I won't like something? Or, oh no, no, you can ask questions and depending on how old they are, you can, you know, not give them the third degree. But I feel like there is things that we can, um, and is there anything I can do to make those, you know, um easier for you? Do you enjoy seeing those? And if not, why not? Or what would you like to do differently? You know? So, there is that energy of, we can put it in toddler, energy and going, do you not like talking on that? And if they're like, I'm scared because you're in this little box. You're just like, no, that's not me. I don't know. But it's like, we can simplify it. We're not gonna, like, again, we're not gonna give them the third, you know, give them an inquisition and put them in a, a chair with a light on them and go, "Don't make me waterboard you. You're gonna tell me." No, it's just, "Do you like talking to me on the computer or whatever, or on the phone, whatever it may be?" And they're like, "No." And like, "Why not?" "Well," and it's like, "Okay, well, how about we don't do it as much, or is there something we could do to make it fun?" And we can ask them and to see what comes out, because they might let something slip in a way. But I feel like the most important thing is that it will all change as your interactions in the process changes, like your emotional approach changes. Because I do feel like a great amount of anxiety when I'm stepping into the situation, picturing it, seeing it. I'm like, I feel like I'm putting a guard up as I'm reaching out and interacting with, I have to think of a fun name for him. The, the urban cowboy. I don't know. Whoever, who was a singer, because he wants to be a singer, right? But a fun name, not a derogatory name. But, I like this, growth that happens through it, though, because we're realizing the more I put energy in worrying about it, the more I create more fearful, um, experiences, right? So I change me and my approach, then everything changes. I think I've told you before, maybe I haven't told you specifically, but like when I was in a call center, um, it's weird because that's where I learned a lot of my uh, lessons from spirit. And like I would have a morning where everyone I was getting was in a bad mood, and they were, interrupting, not letting me help them, and just rah 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 until I went and took a break. And I'm like, why is everyone being such a mirror? How am I feeling irritable? How am I feeling? What is going on in here? And I did a reset and just I'm like, let me step into gratitude, and I'm just gonna. And then the rest of the calls of the day were happy, laughing people. Everyone was cordial, and I realized it was night and day. It's like someone switched a skill on my phone from difficult customers to happy customers because I did a switch inside of me and chose from lower vibration to higher vibration myself. So I didn't realize I had fear or anxiety or irritability or whatever. When I switched, then my experiences switched. So I've seen it in real time, and I feel like that's kind of the important thing that's happening with this. So I don't have more information. Let's see what your fortune cookie says. Maybe they will tell us here. Yeah, we got meditation. Beautiful card. Bzz. So let's see what this says here. Reunite your soul with spirit in the sacred space of silence. There's a quote from Paramahansa Yogananda, which says, "When you go beyond the consciousness of this world, knowing that you are not the body or the mind, and yet aware as never before that you exist, that divine consciousness is what you are. You are that in which is rooted everything in the universe." Wow. The message says, stop those uncontrollable thoughts running in every direction. A mind that is wholly occupied by the senses can neither be offered to God nor received by him. Breathe deeply. It is time for you to remember your authentic self as spirit. Meditation is the way. It is time to attain mastery over the restlessness of the mind. Control your feelings and sensations and put your mind on the Creator. Through meditation and stillness, you will experience for yourself the ultimate proof of God's existence. Through the calm, intuitive state of inner perception, your understanding deepens and you will find answers to your questions. In silence, you will experience increasing mental and physical efficiency in your daily life. With the presence of God, you will have everything. Wow. Your introspection questions. The first one, you have four. Am I allowing myself the gift of meditation every morning and evening? Two, how can I consciously bring the peace from meditation into my daily activities? Right? Three, do I acknowledge the spirit that makes up who I am? Mm. And four, am I ready to relinquish my thoughts and place my emphasis on remembering my divine nature? And your affirmation is every particle of my being is submerged in eternal light. I am filled with this light, which contains the divine spirit within and around my being. Wow, powerful. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. I know it's not a fun situation, but hopefully that gives a little different perspective. That might help out. Right. So thank you again, Ruby, for your donation. Always so grateful. And hang in there. I know. I tell you what. If I didn't have such a big heart, I would kind of be a ninja assassin or something, you know? But I'm not. I have a big heart. So there we go, right? So cheers, cheers. All right. Yum, yum. You are welcome, Ruby. Much love to you, my friend. All right. And let me see. We had May. I see your free question here. You want to know, will you be able to get what you want? Okay. So we'll put you on the free list for that one. That'll be number 20 on the free list once we get to those. Let me scroll back up here to donations. Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get that up here. Give that a love and a like. And so you went back to listen to your last one. That was mind blowing. Oh, good. Hopefully in a good way. So, and what patterns do you have to clear and heal through your ship with okay, yeah, friendship with Alex. I get you. Excuse me, burping up my coffee. Friendship. We'll just put that there. And absolutely, Ruby G. Ruby G for a freebie. I like calling you Ruby G. Hope you don't mind. That's your nickname. I nickname people, Obviously, you guys are like, yeah, we hear it all the time. All right. So let's take a look here. Make sure no one else came in here. All right. So I think I am all set. Oh, and we had Donna Marie come in. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Donna Marie. Happy Saturday to you. All right, so I think I've got everyone back on here. Scroll back to the top here. All right. All right, so let's take a lyric. We got Debbie O. Let me give you your timestamp here, and then we'll read. So Debbie O, 414. Do 41414. So Debbie O, here are your timestamp here. So we'll look at the first email because this is the first one. Let me see. Yeah, because the second one will be for that second, like the extra donation you made, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And then this other one. Oh, okay. Oh, I'll have to listen to that song. Yeah, I don't know that one. I haven't listened to, like, probably new music in a long time, uh, that I know of. I listen to a lot of meditation, or trance music if I want to get work done and that doesn't have a lot of words to it, just has rhythms. All right, so I do see here. So these will be all six of your questions. Um, so I've got, so we'll do five, and then the sixth one is when we'll circle back around. Um, so I'll add that here while I'm here. Okay, I'm just gonna type that in here real quick over here. Because the number six will come back around for that one. Right. Dot dot dot. Oh yeah. So Chuck's feedback and help on this. All right. So I got that one there. So that way we'll just be all set. All right. So yeah, we'll just give you a new timestamp for each of the questions. All right. I am prepared now. Dev's like, "I'm waiting." All right, so for number 1, so you went to your counselor. All right, I love that. Yeah, he wanted to get caught up, right? Yeah, good. So you shared all that stuff with them. That's good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I like it. What's that? Oh, the book? I know, right? That's not so bad, actually. So you're good. Zen Zenith. Yeah, I like this. I like what he said here. We'll see what Spirit has to say here too. Um, I do agree. I mean, it's important, and this is something we all as humans, you're not alone in it. Absolutely not. That we tend to shut down because we're taught don't talk back when we're growing up. And don't share your emotions, don't share your sad emotions, don't share your angry emotions, only share emotions of happiness. That's what we're taught, right? Don't you stop your crying, I'll give you something to cry about, or, don't if you don't stop that tantrum, I'm gonna beat the living daylights out of you. I'll give you, or you're gonna get punished, right, some way, somehow. So we're taught, don't talk about the bad feelings and don't especially if it's an elder, especially if it's a sibling, elder sibling that will beat you up. But so we're taught to kind of not express our upsetness because we don't want to rock the boat. We don't want to be unlovable, and unacceptable. So unless we go fight mode, fight or flight, and those are the two options we normally do. We either are gonna rah or we're gonna and I too am someone, I'll give my mom too. Maybe that was just something that used to be said when we were, in our generations. But there is this, um, this energy of that we don't, um oh, yeah, I was gonna say I was a shrink, not, person. Unless it got too much and then we blow up and then we go a long time. We're slow cookers, right? We shrink it until it gets to be too much and then we explode and then everyone's like, "Oh my god, what just happened?" Because 'Cause we're usually so quiet and reserved and we pull away, we don't attack. And that's something that you're learning is that I don't have to attack. I can learn how to share my feelings, um, if I feel it's necessary. Um, I find that, it's important for us to be able to share our feelings, but I find the most important thing is to understand why I'm feeling what I'm feeling. because it's not anyone's fault. There's no fault in feelings. Feelings just are, right? And, um, and so there is that it's funny, I see here, you when you share, you cry because 'cause you're doing it from a place of the flight, not fight, right? Because 'Cause you're not sharing from a place of anger, you're sharing from a place of sadness, which is the flight. That's why you cry when you're sharing. But I feel like it's important to understand what's going on because there's no blame in emotions. They're all right. There's no right or wrong, there's just different emotions. And so if I'm upset, I do withdraw to reflect. I'm also that's also an Aquarius thing. We don't share emotions because we wanna understand them all before we share any of them. And usually in the process of analyzing them and understanding where they're coming from, we don't see a point in sharing it with other people because my feelings are mine, not theirs. Um, but if there's a behavior that keeps coming up that I have a boundary that, you know what? When you say those things, why are you why are you saying that? What are you trying to, like, what's your intention or what you're trying to get from something, right? What are you trying to, you know, a great book is the next conversation by it's back over here. What is his name? Um, it's called The Next Conversation. He has a Fisher, Jefferson Fisher. Thank you, Spirit. Um, but he talks about that, and if you even check him out on Instagram, if you have Instagram, I know he's on there. I think he's on Facebook too. He even has a podcast, but, he's all about conversation. He's a lawyer, and he learned a lot about how to communicate growing up as the older child of his siblings, and he had to take care of him a lot, and, but Jefferson Fisher, it's Fisher, like the fish, like someone who fishes, and, but that's something that it's like, instead of getting upset, we can ask someone and go, "So, what was your intention of saying that?" You know, why what were you hoping that that would do or whatever? And it's and not in a, like, you know, mean way, but it's a curiosity. And I feel like, is he the one that said that? Get curious, find out why someone is saying what they're saying. Instead of taking it personally, we can ask them. So when you like you said, you and your sister called you slow. So when you're saying that to me, what are you hoping that will create, or how that will resolve something? We can figure it out, but that's how, we approach it instead of shrink it. But we learn first, like, oh, that hurt me, or I felt hurt by that. Why? When I look into it and find out why, then I resolve it and the trigger goes away because it's a little inner child going, well, because when people said that, they called me stupid and then I felt I was stupid. And then you go, well, am I stupid? Hell no, I'm not stupid. I'm very intelligent. Then it's like, okay, well, then that's a lie. All right, I don't have to believe it anymore. And then we don't have the trigger anywhere, right? Yeah. 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 And but it's the original, like, there's a wound that happened a long time ago. It's not about what happens today, it's about what happened before when we were children, right? It's not about what happened in this moment. It's an echo of something, and when we go back to the echo, then we're like, "Oh, yeah," and then we comfort our little inner child and going, "No, no, 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 that's not your fault, so you don't have to take that on. That was them freaking out, or they were in fear. They were something was going on with them. That wasn't about you. You can let that go, that's not you. You are this, you are that, you are wonderful." We tell our inner child the truth, and then they're like, "Oh, really?" And then it refiles everything. All the echoes of everything that it was attached to also get resolved, and then we're not triggered by it. It's amazing when that it because I've experienced this myself. When it happens, you're like, things that used to, like, irritate me, nothing. And I'm just like, "What happened?" You know? But it was a result of all the things that were attached to that echo from the past, and when you deal with that past thing, the echo stops, and you're just like, silence when something happens. You don't even recognize it anymore. Like, when someone goes, "Why you being so slow?" We don't even, "Oh, my legs hurting extra hard today." We don't even like, we just, um, you know, uh, share that. So I agree, that it's important for us to share our emotions, but first, let's share it with ourselves. Let's share that emotion with our inner child and ask them, because as a child, we weren't. No one wanted to listen to why we were crying, why we were upset. They would just wanted us to stop. Now we can be that parent we were looking for, that protector, and sit with our little inner child and go, "Tell me, boo, tell me all about it. Why was that upsetting? Tell me." And then we can tell them a different story, and then they can take that story instead. So I love that. And thank you for being so vulnerable and sharing this stuff too. I love how you're on this amazing journey. So I do like that. Let's see. Yeah. And yeah, stop or don't even think about crying. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, but we're gonna until we go back, we're gonna allow ourselves to feel and express our emotions until we go back and deal with our emotions. Because the more we stuff it, the harder it doesn't help. But we can, in the moment, we can allow ourselves to feel. Doesn't mean we have to act on it, like slap someone or hurt ourselves or someone else. But we can cry. That's healing, that's releasing. So, never be ashamed of crying. Um, it's created for us, and actually it releases hormones, that endorphins and stuff that help us feel better, and it's part of your body trying to deal with the what's happening, right? Yeah, absolutely. So, I feel like that's important, um and we talked about, like, because when you were going to the airport, right, and things were said, like, "What does she want from you?" And I remember Spirit saying, "She wanted you to tell her that she's important," right? And that's what her little inner child was like, "You chose to be friends with them and not me." That's like what a child says, right? It's like, "You didn't pay attention to me." That's not what an adult says, an emotionally intelligent adult. We're just like, "You wanted to spend time with your friends. I took off of work. I should have made myself more clear, that I wanted to spend more time, or I could have gone with you." From a mature place, we see those things. But when that little inner child is active, we're not going to be logical. We're going to be emotional, and we're going to be illogical, and maybe even unkind through it all. And so that's what we can do. And so I do agree. And this is good stuff for you to grow. I mean, it's everything that we all do. It's not just, they created that particular, you know, train of thought for you, Debbie. You're the only one in the world that thinks this way. But it's not. It's human. That's why they have all this information, because it's not the first time they heard it. It's not gonna be the last time they heard it, because we all do that as children, right? And instead of getting curious about why someone else is feeling the way they are, why they're expressing themselves the way they are, we're getting defensive and going to the fight or flight mode. So we're going to children mode. We can't be curious because we're trying to get safe again. So once we are able to recognize when our triggers start coming up, and we can breathe and take deep breaths and avoid going into reaction mode, fully, then we can calm down and then we could become curious. And then we can become curious about our own reactions and kind of why it's happening there. So, but I like that. I like where they're coming from. I like your counselor. I feel like there's good wisdom there and some good tools, some good goals to do that to set you free, where you can enjoy and be able to, you know, not be afraid of what people are going to say or not say, do or not do. And, you can come to that calm place. And like you said, yeah, very intelligent people suddenly act like children who are like, what happened? It's because they went into fight or flight mode. They can 90% of the time be this intelligent, loving, compassionate person, but there's this little piece that takes them into fear mode. And and then we're like, "What happened? What are these crazy people?" It's like a cat, right? You're petting a cat and suddenly they're all biting your hand. You're like, "What happened?" Well, the emotional inner child comes out. So, let's see, any last things here, and then we'll move on to your next question here. Yeah, 6 of Swords. So it's all about leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a different perspective, allows us to move from choppy waters to calmer waters, so I like that. I love that. What a perfect counselor for you. We have the death and the rebirth, and so remember that you're in transformation. I like this. Be gentle with yourself. Don't beat yourself. Oh, I should have known. I should have done that. No, this is about learning. And you're not going to be, you're not going to go from way over here to way over here. You're going to have times where you don't, you know, you do react. And then afterwards, you look at, okay, why did I do that? What was the fear? Now that I'm on the other side of it, I'm going to look at it like from a train or a mountain, somewhere I'm not in it, just kind of looking at it as a third person, understand myself, primarily focusing on me. Why did I feel that way? What, where's that? What's the root of this? And then we can transform in that. Then if we feel we want to apologize to someone else because we cut their head off, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," we can. We don't have to, but we can if that makes us feel better. Um, because we're not responsible for their emotional choices, but we can if we want. If someone's friendship or relationship matters, we will, go, I realized why I triggered. I'm so sorry that I said that way. Um, I could have approached that differently. And I'd love to share what I learned about myself if you'd like to hear it, if we want to share it. And they're like, yeah, because it's not like, I know what you did that made me feel this way. That's not going to do anything but put defenses up, right? But it's like this, I'm going to I can share, and then they're like, "Oh, wow." Then they understand about us. Then when we start, they might even go, instead of them getting defensive, they may be like, "Oh, this is the thing you talked about." And so they don't get upset because they see you rising up, and then they're like, Deb, breathe, you know, this is like that other situation and we can derail a thing and we learn from each other too. That's what a beautiful communication, right? Instead of whoopsh. All right. But be gentle with yourself is the big message of that too. You are growing and learning and be gentle with yourself. And we can be gentle with others, knowing they're also on their own healing journey. They're discovering things about, things that are below there as well, right? Oh, very nice. I love it. A good reference. Yep. You got the Eight of Wands. This is becoming aware, of when we're starting to activate. We talked about that, when we start to feel, because we usually don't go from 0 to 100, we can tell when we start to feel agitated. And if when it starts to rise, just big deep breath in, slow exhale out. Just do as much as we can till we feel that subside. It takes 90 seconds for an emotion to go through us, and then it's done. So if we don't resist it and breathe through it, then we can come out on the other, the other side without wounds. The 5 of Wands. Yeah, understanding our conflict. Uh, and and you have the 9 of Cups. Yeah, everyone has their dream, and that's a good thing, everyone has the dream, like they were saying. Everyone wants to feel like they're important to other people and loved by other people, until we find our the love and importance in here, and then we don't need it from the outside world. We never turn it down. I mean, we all love to feel that, but eventually it's all pointing us back to ourselves, where we're looking for that true sense of, "I'm important to me. I love me." But knowing everyone else has their, their own dreams, their own desires, in that they're not like, we're a supporting character in their journey. They're the star. And so we sometimes have a lot of self-importance of us in other people's lives when we're just a little piece of their story. And we think we have a bigger role. We think they're their co-star. They're like, "No, you're just the waiter in the bar that has one line." You're not the co-star. That's funny. All right. So I feel like that's enough for that one. You have here, "Yes, hi, I'd like for everything to stay the same." That's funny. And it's card number 55, which is the 2 numbers of the change, right? 5 is the number of change. You got 55. Imagine how archaic things would be if the paradigm never shifted. Sometimes stuff needs to be moved around. It may appear worse at first, but when the dust settles, you will be grateful for this new configuration. I like it. I'm such a star. You're so funny. All right. So that's for that one, my dear. And let me grab here before I get too far down here. So, Ruby G, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get that over here. Oops, wrong place. All right. So that one will be number 30. When we get to that, I'll give that a love and a like since I have that on there. All right. And Twin Flame, you agree we resolve it within ourselves? Ah, yeah, I love that. Absolutely. All right. So that's for that one. So let's scroll up here to el numero dos. So, Debbie, we've got 438, 39 for number 2. All right. So, okay, and this is your counselor. So, and then, oh, yeah. In passion. You were a kid. That cradle robber. Yeah. He's always with you. He's all dun 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 dun. Dun. That's funny. All right. Yeah, I feel like we did talk about those things. The love language is probably touch. It probably could have been. Um, yeah, and I do agree that um, that was part of his feeling like he would disappoint you, feel like he would hurt you, because of all that as well. So yeah, I definitely agree with those things. The monkey in the circus, right? So Yeah, let's see what Chuck has to say since he was there. That's a crazy that the phone was acting up. He's like, "Woo wee woo." All right. So let's take a look here. So what was Chuck? What do you want? I don't know about the situation there, about the home, about not living up to expectations. Um, all right, we're doing that. Anything else? No? All right. So, bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Wands here. And Three of Wands, is an energy of, multiple pathways and he did with the Three of Wands, it's like I was trying to find different ways to make it happen and to be able to try to give you everything I thought you wanted. And he's saying here there was a lot of things because we got the is that Medusa? Yeah, we got Medusa here, you know. Um, there was this a lot of stuff in his head that he thought you wanted, but now he's on the other side. He can see what he was thinking and he can see what you were thinking. And he was like, yeah, we weren't on the same page because I thought you wanted so much more than that you were what you had expectations of. You just had, I just want to like, I feel like a big thing for you is I just want to secure a home. That's like my foundation. That means so much to me, in this lifetime, right? At least at that time, and even now, but especially then is I just want a safe space. I want a secure place. And and he thought, you want this and this and this and that and that and that and that. And that was his kind of part of his overwhelmingness. Let's see what else we have here. Because he was trying to find different ways. Yeah, we have the Four of Cups energy here along with. And we got the Judgment card. Yeah. And the Four of Cups, is a stability kind of energy. And it's funny because the Four of Cups, if you stay too much at the Four of Cups, it becomes stagnant. And then you invite like conflict in to change, to take us to a new level. Because we can only be happy at a certain point for so long before it becomes dull or, starts to be like the still water that gets infected with stuff, right? And and this is part of he goes, "This is part of the conflict because the Judgment card is a pulling, wanting more, wanting to go to a different level as well. Um, and let's see what else we have here. And we got the Eight of Swords. And he is saying here, he did have a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And that's the root of a lot of this stuff because it didn't have anything to do with you because um he had this big long list before he even met you about what, you know, a the man is supposed to provide and all this long list of stuff. And he's saying if he had given you that list in a highlighter, you would have highlighted like 3 things on that list that you wanted, and the rest of it, you'd have been like, "Meh, I can live without that, but these 3 things is what I want." And they're like, "That's the way the world works. We think everyone thinks the same way we do, and we don't." So I feel like he's saying that, "Yeah, it's not you, it was me. I put all this pressure on myself, not you didn't put the pressure on me." So I like that. Yeah, because he's the sun. He was like, "You were a bright light in my life," um, especially in comparison to all the other bishes, bishes, fishes with a B. He was like, You were a ray of light. Trust me. You were a breath of fresh air. Everyone else, I feel like there was so many others that just demanded they wanted so much and wanted to do expensive meals everywhere and do this and do that and do everything else because they were all about, how things looked, not because you were came from how things you feel, right? He's he's he did with the dumbest. That's funny. Yeah, because we got the justice card. Here's the, relationship energy and the two of pentacles balance energy. He was like, it was so balanced. You were so balanced. You didn't have these way out of, out of balance desires and requests. He goes, you were easy to please. You didn't ask for a whole lot, but that didn't mean but that's not what I was hearing in here, that uh, the it's like what we do as humans are showing me this, that like we'll create a little mini me of you, put it in my brain, and I have you say the things that my mind wants to tell me. They're coming from my mind, like, "I want this and this and this and this and this and this and this, and if you don't give it to me, that means you don't love me." And it's like, "What?" And it's not coming from you. It comes from this little, Barbie version of you in their head that's telling him this stuff. And it's like, I realize that, you didn't tell me all that stuff. That was me telling myself that stuff. So, yeah, so I like that. So hopefully that helps. And we have here, I've always enjoyed enjoying things. Card number 45. Yeah, number one, just to cuddle. Did you already forget how much fun actual fun is? There's so many cool objects, so many fun activities, so many interesting sounds, so many everythings. Look around. I love that. And I kind of feel like that's the kind of how he saw you, how he sees you as the son, is there's so much stuff to be enjoyed around, right? Yeah. Your love languages. You're exposing your love languages, just letting you know. All right. So that's for that one, my dear. And then for number 3, we're 448, 21. So thank you for that additional donation. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Cheers, cheers. Let's go into number 3 here. So all right, we'll take a look here. So let's see here. So this is the one about even though you left, did you feel rejected or not lovable? So that's a good question. Let's take a look here. What is Chuck's input here? All right. So on the bottom, we have the devil card here. And we also have the 4 of wands, which is the marriage card, underneath it. And so there is a bit of a duality energy that's coming in because on one hand, there's this energy of I'm, um, yeah, even though you left, right? Because there's this, you had this for marriage because you guys were engaged, right? So you had this idea of marriage, all the stuff that you're supposed to do as a boyfriend, as a fiance, and then as a husband, and, there's things that you're not supposed to do, right? To do, not to do, and there were things that they were doing that were disappointing to you, and that's why you were like, this is not acceptable, I'm leaving." So there's that side where we rejected them in a way saying, "You're not matching up to this." But below the surface, I feel like there was this energy. See how this resonates is you don't appreciate me, and I'm not good enough for you to wanna do these things. So because you're not willing to do all this stuff on the list, you must think I'm not worthy to do those things, or you would do them. So there is a little bit of a maybe a peppering of rejection within it, a little taste, like putting a little bit of jalapeno juice in a soup gives it a little more sting. I feel like that's what he's saying, that there was some of that there, below the surface. And he did feel rejected, but also he is saying that because of his fears of not living up to your list, which your list was different from his, 'cause so what we'll he's correcting it saying, you know, and by that I mean my list that I had in my head that I thought you wanted. I can never live up to this list, even though your list was smaller. His list was much bigger in his head, and I couldn't live up to that, so I started sabotaging the relationship, kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, going, "I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail, and you deserve better." And then that's when things started to fall, right? What else does he have here? That's the bottom of the deck. You've got the Hanged Man. He sees now that we could have taken the time, to work through things and get through things, right? Um, yeah, because he goes, "We coulda had a joyful home," got the 3 of Cups, the 4 of Pentacles, which is a happy home. He actually, you know, what's really interesting because he can see all the timelines, th of the ways that you guys could have been together. Had I done this, these are the choices, this is what we coulda had, and I feel like you'd have had 3 children and a happy home. He goes, "If I would have chosen to do this." He goes, "If I would have went to counseling, if I would have done this, if I'd have done this." He goes, "I see a life that we coulda had." And on that side, we don't have regrets. We're not like, "Oh, curses," but they're like, they want you to know there was possibilities, and that could have been a dream of yours, and he was like, "You saw the possibilities. You knew intuitively that this is what we coulda had." And you're right, we could've, but I didn't, do those things. The choices I made, took us in a different direction, in this, um, so it's like, it's not that you didn't deserve it, it's that I wasn't capable of it with my energy, with my experiences, with the choices I had made in the past. I didn't have it in me to be able to do that, and and he could say, "I'm sorry," but he's like, "But there's no sorries. There's just information and, um, realizations." Because he goes, we've had many lifetimes together, we'll have many more. This was that story in this one, you know? You can write another book." That's funny. You can write a new book. Yay. Let's see what else he had here. He has 3 other cards. 4 of Swords? Yeah, because it's all about, you know 4 of Swords is resting. When you're able to see things from that higher perspective, we let go of the expectations, and then that's what solves things. We feel rejected because we have this definition, we have a story that he did or didn't do, said or didn't say meant something about me, but that's the small t truth lie. That's not true. That's like, "Ha ha ha, that's a funny one," but this doesn't define me. I define me inward and upward, not outward. And so this outwardness, it just is until it comes in here. So we choose to feel rejected because we created a story that this means something about me. So it's the story I created and I experienced it. And because I created it, I can change it too. That's the empowering piece. Got the star card. They were like, you were a dream come true. And I turned it into a nightmare. And the 9 of Wands. Yeah, there was this block. The 9 of Wands was I blocked it. I blocked it, because I didn't feel, I was worthy, and so I was doing all the things subconsciously and consciously to try to protect you from me, again, that protection, and I was blocking myself because I was also in fear, so hopefully that helps a little bit with that one, but that's what Chuckaroo has to say. And let's see the fortune cookie for this one. We have relax. It's still just the loading screen. I like that. Just take it easy. Relax. Let's see. Oh, it's card number 1. What does this say? Sometimes we forget everything that comes before you press play. Trust the process and take the time to warm up because the game is about to begin. We always wish that we had more time to prepare. Right now, you actually do. I like it. All right. So that's number 3. Thank you again so much for all your donations here. I appreciate these. All right. And then for number 4, we're at 457.46. Oh, wait. I know I saw Teresa Horton. Hey, Teresa. I knew someone commented. I keep forgetting. Hey, you got a loan, but do you see you getting money besides loan? Okay, absolutely. We'll get you. Whoops. So, Teresa, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. Let me just get you before I forget, because I will. You know me. I tell you what, I get into readings and zoom, zoom. So I got you. All right. No one else. I didn't miss anyone. Okay. So, Deb, this is that one. Whoops. I know, right? It's a wonderful, and it's not unique, that's why I feel like a lot of us are can relate to all this, because it's such the human adventure. We have a lot of the same morals of the story. It's just different characters and different locations and, different, uh, you know, whatever, with it. But it's that we learn a lot of the same things and we experience a lot of the same things. Humans, right? Predictable. All right. So this is number 4, right? So, all right. Oh, yeah. An intention. Okay. That you need to be what you want. Yeah. And the other person. Yeah. 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 Make a list and get rid of all the baggage. Is that all? Is that all? uh, is that all he wants to do? Is just make a list and get rid of all the baggage? Yeah. Easy. Said, "Okay, help me get rid of all the baggage." So, I don't see a question there. Do you just wanna know, like, feedback on that, or what were you looking for on there? Twin flame, did you miss yours? Um, I have 2 I completed already. I have a 3rd one that's still a few away. So, twin flame, uh, so if it's the 3rd one about the patterns, we haven't got to that yet. That's number 29, and we're on number 22, if that helps. Okay. Oh, you didn't miss it. No, no, no. Okay, good. Okay, very good. Hey, Stoned Epiphany. No, not at all. If you want a free reading, you can add that. If you want a donation, you can do that too. Just put your question out there. If you don't make a donation, I'm assuming it's a free one. I'll put you on the list. Right. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, yeah, I agree that when we're like, I want to get married, I feel like one of the things, like with, yeah, I'm wonderful and lovable. And then you both laughed. It is, it's true. You deserve love. But I encourage you, like a question that's been coming up here, is um it's like what do I think I will have in a marriage that I don't have inside of me right now? And that kind of goes with what he said that you need to be what you want from the other person. Like I'm like, well, I want someone to love me. Well, we need to find love for ourselves first, then we'll be able to find love from someone else because we can't have something from the outside that we don't have for ourselves on the inside. We just we can't accept it. It can't, come in that way, right? Um, so that's what we're doing. Like I think I've shared it in my podcast where, you know, um, it was a book I was reading and it said, "What are you looking for in a partner?" And I was like, "Oh, the thing that I felt was broken, right, in all my relationships um, was, um, I felt disrespected. So I want someone who respects me." And then after you read that, you turn the page and it says, "What you're looking for in someone else, you need to find in yourself." And I threw that book across the room. They were right because I would give up my friends, my work. I even moved out of state, left almost all my stuff behind, left my job, left all my friends to move with someone who cheated on me. Um, and I moved back 6 months later. It's like, wow, but we realized that we, you know, what we're looking for out there, we have to find here first. And yeah, you can't well, you can cuddle alone, you know? That's what they talk about. You can do this, you can, um, do this, you can, um, rub your legs and, it's the feeling of not being alone, and we can give that to ourselves too. But there's this, there's this, yeah, but it's what we're looking for is not the cuddling, it's what's underneath that. Because it's not the cuddle, it's how it makes us feel. And when you get to the underneath you know, beneath it, it's like, "Oh." So, it's not the cuddling itself, it's the emotion that I choose around it, right? It's so what is that feeling? And when you go back and look at that and you're like, um, it makes me feel does it make me feel safe? Does it make me feel loved? Does it make me feel desirable? And all those things we point, inward, there as well. Um, so, we've got that, you know, that thing that we have first. So it's a, you know, And we do feel resistance, in the beginning, and we're like, "Oh, no, 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 I have to find it out here," and it's like, well, when we get to the root of it, I I'm the only one that can make me feel truly safe, because it's temporary, right? The cuddle's gone, my safety's gone, but this true safety comes in here. The true protection comes in here. Everything we do find in here. So I agree, that is the truth of things. We're not taught that. We're taught, "Look for everything out here," but there's really 3 fingers. The secret is that 3 fingers are pointing in here going, "Actually, it's in here, everybody. That's the secret." Then once we have it in here, we can find it in the mirrors in the outside world, because if we don't have it here, we can't see it reflected out there, and we'll look, and we'll look, and we'll look, and we think we find it, and it's not, as well, right? I'm throwing the book. Yes, exactly. Err. But that's okay. You can sit with it and realize that doesn't mean that you can't get married. It's just like if you want a happy marriage, you find it and you marry yourself in a way. You become your own best friend, your own parent, your own mate, your own spouse. You start here, and then everything, when you meet someone, they're above and beyond extra. You're not manipulatable. You're not so, upset that someone's gonna cheat on you or leave you or die, because you realize I'm gonna enjoy them for who they are in the moment, because I already have everything I need inside of me. They're just extra. I don't need them, but I want them, but I don't need them, and that's what changes. When we have our all this stuff, that we feel we need attached to everything in the outside world, that's why we feel unstable, because all that is people change, people walk away, people pass away, right? All those things we're looking for out there, not consistent. Consistency is in here, and then once we fill up in here, then the world changes from something that's falling short all the time to something that feels abundant and overflowing because we're full on the inside. So, that's why we go through all our wonderful growth, that we have, right? Yeah. Yeah. And so write all these things down, and then and I like that question about what do I think I'm gonna find out there that I can't find in here. Some of the best conversations I have are with myself in spirit. I'm the best companion I've ever had. I know myself so well. I know what little treats to get myself that I'm gonna love, and I you know, I I treat myself better than anyone in the world because I know myself the most. I am my own best friend. It's so different from what we're taught that it takes time to, but it is amazing once it clicks and once we start discovering it. But the biggest thing, we get resistant because we feel like, "But I wanna get married." And it's like, you can get married, but start here, because if you want a happy marriage, that's where you start, right? So, so I agree with that. You wanted my feedback, so I'm giving it to you, right? But that's based on my own experiences in spirit, of course, is too. Um, yeah, right? Be the change you wanna see in the world, right? Yeah. But and so when he's saying, like, make a list and then get rid of the baggage, did he mean, like, because I like Spirit has been bringing up lately here and there too, make a list of everything, like, the question is, what do you feel that that a relationship or a marriage in the outside world, what it will give you that you can't find inside of you, that you don't already have inside of you. And that and write it out. Be honest with yourself, write it out, put cuddling, put, you know, um, companionship, conversations, write it all out, get it out, and then you can question it and look at it and and then find ways to find that within yourself. It doesn't mean you're gonna stop there, you know. You will, um you will, find it within you, and then you'll be able to attract it in the outside world. Because if you don't have it in here first, you can't find it in the outside world. You'll look and you'll look and you'll look and you'll get, uh, false things, but you won't get a true one till we find it in here. So I like it. Let's see what Chuck has to say too. We'll grab a few here and then we'll go from there. Stoned Epiphany, timestamps. After I'm done with the stream, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. And then as I'm going through the readings, I do post them in the chat as I'm going down. I don't know how it works if you come back, if you guys can how far back you can see the chat. But if you come back and I've completed readings, you can always, if I've completed free readings, you can say, "Hey, did you finish mine?" But quite honestly, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 10 more donations, and you'll be like number 23 on the free. So it's going to be a while before I get to your specific reading, but I will get you on the list. Here, you'll be number, I believe, I'll catch up here after I finish this one, but I believe you'll be number 23 on the free readings. All right. So it's worth the wait, I tell you. So, what does Chuck have to say about all this crap, right? All right. All right. Yeah, I like it. He tells you with the 9 of cups here. This is what is the dream come true, baby? What is the dream come true? Write it out. And I feel like that's kind of what we want. Write down all the expectations, all the things that you feel a relationship is supposed to be, what a marriage is supposed to be, what it's supposed to bring you. Write it all out because then that's the list of the baggage that we can look at and then understand why that's important and how it defines me. How am I defining my worth by these things? So he agrees that this is a great process because it does allow you to free yourself. So, because if we have so many expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, blah 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 blah, then it's like, creator, this is the kind of relationship I need and the person and blah blah blah. They're like, well, this person's on back order for 1,000 years. You're not a vampire yet, so it's not going to come in on time. If you want a marriage in this lifetime, then it's removing expectations, removing those things, because then you're opening up to possibilities instead of limiting the creator that it has to be, this. And then it's like, okay, I get it, right? That's why people disappoint us because we have this big list that restricts it. And we're like, they're not this. Reject, 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 reject. When we're like, oh, wow. Actually, there might be some people out there that can match these remaining ones. Let's see what else Chuck has to say. Yeah, the high priestess. He goes, you're better off being a nun. He's so funny. But bunksh. Yeah, right. None of your business. There's this that's funny, but something about nacho cheese. But the high priestess is like, yeah, stepping away, seeing things from a higher perspective, really look behind the veil, dive deep into the emotions. That's what we're doing. That's what he's saying you're doing with these things here, right? So he agrees the reflection is wonderful. It will allow you here. Yeah. Because it will allow you um, to be able to be true to your authentic self and stand and be you instead of even these expectations that you have on yourself of who you're supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. It sets you free. And then the King of Pentacles, it allows your worth uh, to, instead of it being retail price by what you feel other people gauge your worth at, you find you're priceless on the inside, right? He wants you to be single. If I can't have you, no one will. No, he wants you to be happy. He's, he's with you all the time already. And you got the Hanged Man. He's all again transformation. It is like the cocoon. It's about letting those things that are not you fall away so that you can be a butterfly and that you can be light and fly free and not carry all that stuff around. Yeah. Yeah, write that on the list. So you want to have integrity, you want to be stable, you want to be responsible, right? So that's finding that all that stuff inside of you. All right. So I feel like that's enough for that one. Let's give you your fortune cookie here for this one. I'll get caught up on the chat and we'll get on to your number 5 and then we're going to jump to stop stalking me and then we'll jump back to your number 6. Right? And I like this. Look at this. For me, if I can't make it fun, I'm just not gonna be able to do it. I like that. Number 22. Yeah, make it fun. Why are you being so serious? Make it fun. Remember when you were fun? Remember when you had fun? It goes, remember how to play? If you're not having a blast whenever you can, your childhood self would be quite disappointed. Get in touch with your inner child. They've been watching this whole time. Do something that would make them smile real big. Yeah, it's time for a play date with your inner child. I like that. And he's such a, that's such a Chuck thing. All right. So Deb, thank you so much. I'm going to step in here and let me make sure I didn't skip anyone here. Okay, we did that. So let's get Twin Flame. Thank you for your additional donation. We'll get that on here. That'll be number 31. So your 29 and 31 is what you have remaining. There's your timestamp here. Messages from your female ancestors. All right. All right, got you on there. All right. And then here is Stoned Epiphany. I see your question. You are 23 on the free readings. Oops. I crack you up. You're so funny. All right, I answered that. I did that. All right. And then we got Phoenix Oracle Healing in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the donation list. You'll be number 32. Hey, friend. And I know that sounds like a lot, but we're going to be going on to 23 here in a moment. So it's not as far as away as that sounds. And then Twin Flame, you said you just finished advising your daughter about self-love right now. Oh, synchronicities. I like it. I like it. He popped your bubble. Uh-oh. Scooch up here. All right, there we go. Falling off my chair. All right, and we'll give that 11 a like because I got that one. So I think I am caught back up here. So let me take a quick sip and we'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers. Thank you again, Debbie. I appreciate you, all your donations, but all your questions that I feel are helping a lot of us. So it's like you're the student in class. I don't want to use student in class, but that's a good example. Like the student in class that asks the questions that some people wanted to ask, but uh, they don't, they're not ready to ask. And oh, they asked it. Let me listen. So I like that. Cheers, cheers. Debbie not afraid. Boom. So thank you for your vulnerability. All right. So Debbie, 519. It's such a Cancer moon thing, right? Boom. All right. Oh, yeah, this was the broccoli. This was the broccoli time. All right. Your counselor, so they told you to keep your heart open, and you're like, "And what does that mean?" All right. So let's take a look. So let's see what Chuck has to say about this. All right. I know, right? I don't wanna say this. We have the Queen of Swords on the bottom. Queen of Swords is it's a beautiful balance between head and heart, and that's how you keep an open heart. The mind protects the heart. The thinking side of us protects the heart, but it can overprotect the heart and keep it caged. And so I feel like what Chuck is showing me is as we question all those expectations, as we remove those restrictions, that's what allows us to be more open, instead of closed, right? And that's the same thing. Kind of imagine that this is a closed heart, this is an open heart. So less expectations, less trying to control things, more being in the moment, not shutting things down right away, but getting curious about what someone is meaning or saying or who someone is instead of going, oh, no, swipe left, whatever I don't know if right or left is good or bad, but swipe, 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 swipe. No, it's like, um, let me see who someone is. And what can I learn about myself? That's the worst thing that can happen is a trigger comes up to set me free, and then I can block them, but I can learn, yeah. Oh, you think your phone was acting up before, your phone's really gonna act up now. Alright, but he's talking about that's how you can from his perception, what his advice is that's what an open heart means. Because if you say, "We need to keep an open heart," it's like keep an open mind, keep an open heart, and not close down, but it doesn't mean we're just gonna put our heart in front of everyone. You still are selective, but you're just not quickly, um, pulling the fire alarm and shutting it down. So, I like that. You have the 7 of Pentacles, the Page of Swords. Yeah, I feel like here it is, the 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and it is talking about patience and allowing time, to see things differently. The Page of Swords is to get clarity, to understand someone, to understand where someone's coming from, find out their story. And is that you running? Oh my goodness. But so I feel like that's what they're bringing in there. Yeah. I do feel here you've got the 3 of Cups. Um, One, it's choosing joy. It chooses joy as much as you can, keeps your heart open, because otherwise fear is what causes it to retract, right? Like those little if you've seen those plants and those flowers that are like this and you touch them and they, and then they open back up. You touch them, they it's the same thing. You know, it's allowing it to stay open. This 3 of Cups too is they're talking about what helps you keep an open heart, um, is like this little group of besties, 3 of you, 3 peas in a pod. You support one another. You talk about your triggers. You talk about your patterns with one another, and with love, you keep each other accountable, you know, with that as well. So, I like that, right? Yeah, the plants wants to eat you. Oh, the Venus flytrap, is that the ones? Um, Seymour, uh, little shop of horrors. That's a big one. Um, But I feel like this is an important part of your adventure, which is, if you don't already have 2 besties that you feel like this is what we do for one another, then definitely work on that foundation, um, grow that with each other intentionally, let's make a pact, right, that we're gonna keep each other accountable and, um in a loving way, not in a judgmental expectation way, but as a let's support one another. That's a better word than accountable. Bleh. We're gonna support one another on our adventures. So I like that. All right. And then you have, the Page of Cups. So again, this is focusing on self-love, that's the whole thing. Self-love, self-love. That allows you to raise your vibration. But it starts with you, right? And yeah, we got the 5 of Cups and the 4 of Swords. So this comes back in with the Queen of Swords about balancing your head and your heart because you got these 2. The 5 of Cups is transforming your emotions from lower to higher, and the 4 of Swords, which is we rest in seeing things from that higher perspective, rooted in unconditional love instead of all the expectations. So this is talking about, they support this, making the lists and doing the things helps you open your heart and keep your heart open as you're going through this journey. Um, but I feel like a lot of what you're going to be uh, journeying through is I don't feel like you're gonna have a romance come, like, tomorrow. I feel like it's gonna be more dealing with people at work, dealing with friends, dealing with family, kind of things where you're getting that foundation of how I interact with people and the triggers that are coming up. I don't need it to be a romance to have it as a mirror, and a stepping stone for me. It can be my, family and friends and coworkers and things too. The lady at the grocery store, whatever. We have all these mirrors going, "Wah," and we're like, "Oh, I feel it rising. I'm taking a deep breath, and I'm gonna look at this later," kind of energy. So I like that. They could. Um, yeah, I mean, these days it's amazing that we can, someone across the world can be a best friend, because of how we can communicate with one another. So, yeah, you exhausted from triggers. Yeah, and they're there, they're always impacting us. It takes just as much energy to transform a trigger as it to keep it in place. The only thing is if we keep it in place, we have to keep investing that energy, whereas the energy we invest in looking at a trigger and transforming it, then it's gone, and then we don't invest that energy anymore. So, I like that. See what your fortune cookie is here for this one. We've got extremely slow long-term growth. There you go. Yeah, and it is. It's all about this, I think I mentioned do I mention that in I think I mentioned this last podcast, number 18, because it's like sometimes we feel like, I've got to, I've got to get them all gone. And it's like when we realize we move it to focusing in on you know, 80-90% of my time is on joy and unconditional love and laughter and gratitude and peace and play, that grows in my life. And then in the beginning, we do spend more time on our shadow doing our freedom work, but then we can get it to 10 to 20%, just the triggers that are coming up regularly. Then I can look at it. It's the ones that are going, hey, 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 all right, come here, sit on my lap trigger. Let's talk about, what's going on. What do you want me to see? And then we transmute it, and then we go back to joy and all that, right? And that's what makes for a more fun journey. Says, are you cultivating fleeting happiness? or deeply rooted eternal bliss? No one has ever regretted making the long-term play. I like that. Yeah, extremely slow, long-term growth. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for that one, my dear. So many blessings. And like I said, we'll circle back around for number 6 here in a moment. Let me just catch back up here. I think we had Ravit come in. So Ravit, hello, hello. Good to see you. I got you. We'll get you onto the free list here. You'll be number 24 when we get to those. Snail. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. See, I have your number 6 written down. Okay, come back out of this email here. And yeah, you said, top fan. Yay, Deb Deb. I like that. Thanks for being my number one fan. At least in that moment. I feel like I think it changes. I forget to remove that off. But I'm glad that that you noticed. So thank you for that. All right. I'll move that and I'll move that. Okay, I think that's everyone there. Yeah, because I got Maria P's on there. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Okay. So let me take a sip, and then we got Stop Stalking Me up next. Choose, choose. Woohoo! Are you getting delirious, Debbie? Debbie, is it getting late? You're like, woo. All right. 5:31:52 is your timestamp here. Stop stalking me. I always have to slow down when I say that. So thank you for your donation. Anyone to ask, how does Sonia feel and think about you right now? Can you trust her? All right. Oh, you had, uh-oh. You're going to be up for a while. Oh, you had some special ingredients. All right. I get you. All right. Let's take a look here. So how does Sonia feel? Let's look at feelings first into the heart. Oh, none of those. All right, here we go. Whoa. Okay, we got that. We got that. And those. And this one here. All right, so that's the feelings. Then we got the thinkins. So let's see what we had here. It's in the mind. Got that. I do want this one here too. All right. And then can you trust her? With what? I usually say, people go, can I trust? You can't trust humans. That's the message. You can't trust humans because humans have inner children. And when they feel unsafe and out of control, they will do all sorts of crazy shit. So you can't trust a human. But we can see what comes in here, right? So we have that here. And let's take a look here. So we at the bottom of the deck here, starting off, you do have the Emperor energy that's coming in here. I like this message for you because, the Emperor energy is Aries energy, but this Emperor clears the throne room from all the noise, all the people that are talking about the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, energy. And uh, and so when we clear that out, and then the emperor sits with themselves, goes into their heart, decides what they want, they make a plan, and then they take action behind it. So there's a little bit of just energy below this. Um, you know, what do you want, right? What are your feelings? What are your thoughts about you right now? Not about Sonia, but about you. And can you trust yourself? The mirroring energy, right? So sitting with yourself and going, what do I think about me? How do I feel about me? And can I trust myself in making a decision about Sonia and me, right? So I feel like that is like a little mirror below the surface, kind of going, this is a wonderful, reflection energy for you, right? So that's what we have on the bottom. Now let's jump into your questions. How does Sonia feel about you right now? Remember, her thoughts and her emotions are through her filter of her experiences and her energy. So, there is that, you know, uh, that energy. First couple cards around feelings. Interesting that we've got the Hermit and the Strength card, Leo energy. Leo energy in this case, lower vibrational is me energy, focusing on myself, the Hermit. So she kind of feels like her energy is, and this isn't like feelings about you, but more about it's not their reaction towards you, but where they're at in their life. I feel like they're kind of just sharing with you that I have this desire, this um, urge. It's not a desire, it's an urge to feel like I want to be alone and to focus on me. And that is fear energy. This that's the flight in fight or flight mode. Like they're feeling this urge to hide and to focus on themselves. So I feel like that, this isn't about you, but it's about your interactions. And it's not that they're blaming you or it's your fault. This is just their inner child trigger, like we were talking about. Can you trust her? When she goes into fear, she withdraws, like every human, or fights. We either flee or fight. And she feels like a fleer, better than being a flea, but she's a fleer here. So that's kind of her tendency is her heart is to hide, right? So when she pulls back, and it can be maybe in an avoidant type of energy where when there's strong connection, she might run because it scares her. So you might keep that in mind with that, right? Also, her feelings. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. So her heart, you know, all in 10 of cups, joy, relationship energy overflowing. King of Cups is like their heart feels like you're a perfectly compatible person and you feel like a glove, and the heart is like, her heart is like, yes, but it also scares her, right? Underneath the surface of that, we have the Eight of Wands, which is that energy. It's a lot of energy, a lot of flow of energy that comes in into her heart and that's when she gets activated, that's when she gets scared, right? So if you know about avoidant personalities, um uh that's kind of how those kind of come in, where um they want connection, they want the love, they want it all, but it also the fear of failure, the fear of not being able to live up to those things, it becomes overwhelming, and that's why they shut down and run and withdraw energy. So, it's something that they can work on, it's not something that's, a disease or something that's incurable. It's part of how they work, that they were conditioned growing up to survive, and then that's just how their brain is wired now. But they can rewire it and they can do different things to learn not to run. So, but I like that. 10 of cups, relationship energy, king of cups feels like you're just a beautiful, compatible, balanced person between your head and your heart. So I like that. How do they think about you? You got the Page of Wands and the King of Wands. Well, there's definitely a lot of passion. They do love your fire energy. They do love this. I feel like there is a passionate expression, something to be aware of because of this avoidant kind of energy. They might not be able to share a lot in their heart at times. And what they do is they reroute that energy into passion and into that kind of energy. So, be aware of that. Sometimes they feel that's how they can express their emotion is through passion, but it's motion, not emotion, right? But they love your passion. They love with the King of Wands, that's a controlled passion. It means they don't think you're a, you know, a hoe that just is out there, spreading your passion everywhere. They feel like they can trust your passion, that it's you guide it when it's appropriate, not just everywhere, right? Yeah, and again, even in their mind, they feel like you're a dream come true. The Star card, the King of Cups kind of bring all that in, that they are like, "You're just, you know, almost too good to be true," kind of energy. And underneath that, we have the Queen of Cups. The thing here, with their mind is that they see that you have a huge heart, you're able to communicate your emotions, you're able to share a lot of emotions, you're very empathic, they know that you pick up on their emotions, that there's no hiding from you. You're you'll know even at a distance, you'll know, something's not right, so they're like that's in their mind, that you can share so much emotion and you're an emotional being, and they can't always share that, and that can be that can be triggering for an avoidant. So, hopefully that makes sense. And then, can you trust her? You got the Knight of Wands, and this is that energy like I was talking about. You can trust her until she goes into fight or flight mode. Then she's gonna do stupid stuff, because that's what we do as humans. When our little inner child feels unsafe, out of control, uncomfortable, pulls the alarm, it boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side. We revert to the age where our original wound is, that we were triggered, and then we act upon it from that mentality, that emotional state, which is not smart, that you maybe not compassionate and loving. We do stupid stuff. Humans do stupid stuff when we're in fear. Outside of that, we'll see what else. We got 4 cards underneath. Let's see what else they want you to know here. Yeah, outside of that, we have the 4 of Pentacles. There is stability there. We have the Moon. They do have some hidden things here with the Moon, um, that they haven't talked about. So that's kind of like go in with your eyes wide open, knowing, and with your empathic abilities, you'll pick up on things, but there is some stuff that they haven't shared. There is some hiddenness here. We got the 9 of Cups. There is this emotional dream come true energy that's here, and the 9 of Swords, which is nightmare and insomnia too. A lot of expectations. Um, as far as trustworthy humans go, you know, I feel like, again, go in with your eyes wide open. You know, be be aware of what you trust them with. Of course, social security number, no. Your bank accounts, no. Nothing like that. You know, and what else? What do you need to trust someone with? Is a good question. Um, yeah, you got the 5 of Wands and the Temperance card. Yeah, and I do feel, again, I was just trying to get some clarity on their trustworthiness, but it's 5 of Wands. Again, when they're conflicted, they're human. The Temperance card is patience. Trust them. Let them build trust over time. Don't don't give all the trust and see if they'll break it. I feel like for this, they're saying allow trust to be built over time and proven, not just granted. So hopefully that helps. All right. And then let me get you a fortune cookie here too. Just put these cards back in here. Most humans are fixer-uppers. You know? We all are. None of us had really super 100%, healthy childhoods where we're stable adults. We're all working through our crap, right? As we go through life, and they're not, unique in that. So, let's see here, because your donation is $5 or more, you get a reawakening the soul. So let's see what else they have here for you. All right, I do want this one here. And we got receive. Beautiful energy there. Let's see what this brings in. Oh, open right up to it. So, welcome and acquire all the precious gifts from Spirit. There's a quote from uh, Rabindranath Tagore, maybe. It says, everything comes to us that belongs to us if we create the capacity to receive it. Ooh. Says, open up your heart to receive the bountiful gifts that Spirit has to offer you. The universe is just waiting for you to receive these gifts. Request what you want, ask for what you need, ask to receive only what is for the highest good of all. You will receive what is rightfully yours according to divine will. Give, and you will receive. By giving, you shall find the treasure of receiving. Be grateful for everything in your life, and your receptive channels will open. Receive the love that is your inheritance by knowing you are made in the image of Spirit. Live and rejoice in the abundance of God. Your introspection questions: how can I open to receive more fully? Is it easier for me to give or to receive? Am I comfortable with receiving compliments? Do I receive God's unconditional love? No conditions, unconditional. Your affirmation is, I welcome all the gifts that Spirit has to offer me. I love it. What a beautiful receive energy. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate that. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Debbie O, we're back. 547. Even is your number 6. Thank you again so much for all your donations. So, Chuck's feedback and help on how to continue to heal and find love. Good questions. Okay, so first, how to continue to heal. Do you want to know those? All right. And then to find love. And this one here too. Below the surface. All right. he's such a jerk. No, he's funny. He was like, well, number one, stop comparing them to me. He's funny. Of course, because they're not egotistical up there, but he's just playing a part. So that's funny. I was brushing my teeth. Well, good girl, good girl. All right. So his advice on how to continue to heal. Yeah. Death and rebirth. Let go. Um, and I like this is because he brought it into my mind um because I almost killed myself when I was like 22. And ever since there's a lot of stuff that happened that had me, um choose to live, And then after that, it was like whenever life kind of felt overwhelming, I would uh, how I called it is I would take it down to death. I'd be like, what's the worst thing that could happen is I could die. So, and I would rebuild it from there. I would take it like my life down to like, let's say I ended my life. That's the worst thing that could happen. So let me work backwards and go, nothing else. That's like the worst thing. I could survive everything else. And I like that. It's kind of like part of the healing process is going, um, is it, is that really so bad? It's not death. um, And I like that. There's something didn't like Eddie Lizzard, I think that's his name, comedian, he had a some sort of thing called Death or Cake. And it's like, "What?" I forget what it was for, but he's bringing that back. "Yeah, Eddie Lizzard, Death or Cake." And I'm like, "Yeah, so is it let the fear that death is the worst thing that could happen, and then go, "Yeah, in comparison to death, this ain't so bad." So that's interesting that that's coming in that way. And then here's these 4 things. So, healing, how to go to healing. Yeah, so we have the devil card, which is the shaking, the rattling. Part of the healing is to, you know, I feel like that we talked about that in your other questions about making a list of all the expectations of what you feel like if you're looking, because this is about specifically defined love, what are all the things that you require of someone, right? Make that list of these are what someone needs to be, and this is what a relationship needs to be. So, the someone, what are the expectations and requirements? A relationship, what are the expectations and requirements? Get those out on paper or on a computer or in your phone, something, that's there. Yeah. What do you want? Ice cream or crap? There you go. Or is that vanilla or chocolate? Ew, 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 ew. You're so funny, twin flame. I love it. But, the devil card is the our long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, the stories um, that are, rooted in the fear of not being enough, not having enough, not being lovable. Those are those things that we have. So once we become aware of this story here, that's there, then, we can change those stories. But when we're not consciously choosing what story something means, we're subconsciously or unconsciously allowing old stories to define what's happening. So it's a lot about becoming conscious of our stories and then of our power of the power that we get to choose our stories. Do they have that here? No. Oh yeah, Knight of Swords. So it's the quest of the Ace of Swords, knowing that we are the ones that get to choose our story. The Knight of Swords is on the quest for the Ace of Swords, which is the gift of the storyteller. I get to choose what those are, right? Um, yeah, and the Ace of Wands, the other thing about how to heal is whatever we focus on grows. So, you know, if when I'm focusing a lot on what's not happening in a relationship, then I suck the life out of it. When I'm focusing what I'm grateful for in a relationship, it grows. So I feel like they're saying a practice you can start doing is with coworkers, is with friends, is with family. Start there, start with the baby steps of, you know, what do I love about B at work? What do I love about V at work? The gratitude, what am I grateful for about them? Not what I hate about them and oh God, but we start focusing in our energy starts being on gratitude. What do I love and I'm grateful about my brother, my sister, my other brother, right? Um, what am I grateful for this and this? Instead of, the stuff that I feel is wrong that they need to fix, it just grows. It's like we want to stop watering the poisonous plants and we're going to start watering the plants that have benefit and healing for us, right? Healing properties. We're going to start watering the plants that are positive in our life. Yeah. And you have the death card, you have the world card. It's about being willing, just to the intention of, I'm ready to put an end to the old and begin something new. I'm willing. Because if I'm not willing and I'm just going through, you know, um, the formula to try to get to the end, it's not going to work because it's all about the intention and the will, which comes to the bottom of the deck, which you have the magician card. And of course, you get to have your Cancer moon energy. Have to have it in your reading sometime. So here you are. So, it's realizing your power that whatever you're the one that creates your life, not someone else. How about how to find love? You got the 10 of Wands. Again, this is an energy of you know, moving from burden to abundance and gratitude. So they're reiterating that. We have the strength card, which is a movement. We've been getting this here today. The movement from me to we. And that's the important that's like the part of what um you can do. It's about becoming curious about the other person, right? That's kind of the open heart thing. But it's like we can start doing that with V at work, with B at work, all these individuals, again, the ones we can look for gratitude, but it's also the ones that we feel wherever there's like things that need grease in our life, it's because there's conflict, there's something rubbing raw, it's let me get curious about why I'm feeling that way, but let me get curious about the other person. Because once we get to know the other person, then this monster we've created in our head starts to deteriorate and it gets replaced with compassion for someone that we know their story now, you know, and I like that. You have the Six of Pentacles. There is, that, podcast that I have, Abundance, where it be, um, number 14 of the Easier Path. I don't know if I've shared that with you. I'm sure I have. I've shared it, like, a ton because that's why I created it, why Spirit had me create it, 'cause this is such a big thing for us. We've got this, the Six of Pentacles is the out of balance where I feel I have to give so much to deserve so little. And that's something because even if I draw someone to my city gates, if my inner child goes, "You don't deserve this yet. We don't deserve this yet. I'm not opening up this gate till there's 1,000 love coins, then you deserve one." But it's about getting it down to one where those gates are open. So when they arrive, they can come right into your life instead of take a number. It's going to be wow. Yeah, number 14. You're number 14. Sorry, So I feel like that's an important piece of that journey too. And the Page of Pentacles. Yeah. This is a big piece of this is what you're doing, which is looking at your worth and finding a different value of your worth in relationship to the outside world, which is, it's not people that define me. It's not situations that define me. It's not things that define me. I define me and I am priceless. And my worth doesn't change if something in the outside world doesn't change. So or changes or whatever. My worth is consistent from before I came here all the way through this entire life and after I leave here. My worth has always been priceless. It doesn't change. Just our perception, the little game that we're playing with ourselves in this lifetime is what we pretend that my worth changed, but it didn't. But we're really good at pretending. Right? So hopefully that helps, Debbie. And let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. You've got the more you create, the more the universe is. I like it. It's funny. At first I saw number 15, now serving number 15. So I like this. Yeah. And if we feel someone else isn't recognizing our worth, what does that mean? Mirror, mirror on the wall, right? Where am I not recognizing my worth, either consciously or subconsciously? Says the universe needs your creativity if it's ever going to grow into its full self. From our tiny perspectives, there's already more than enough content. That's for sure, right? But the universe is hungry for more. After all, that's why it made you creatress. I love it. All right. So that's what they got for you, Debbie O. Thank you again so much for all your donations. Hopefully, all that helps. It's a lot of information, but be able to sift through it and find out what is going on in your next adventures, right? All right. I think I've got everything else on here. All right. So I've hit 6 hours. And so it's been 3 more hours since I've gotten up from this chair. So I'm gonna just get up for a moment, and I will be right back. So up next we'll have Earth Angel for donations, and then Maria P times two, back to Twin Flame, then to Ruby G, back to Twin Flame, and then Phoenix. So I will be back in just a moment. I need to, for some reason, just maybe I'm losing weight in my butt because it starting to feel the bones on my butt after sitting for a long time. Before, I didn't bother me at all. So maybe that's a good sign. All right. So, I'll be back. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I shall return. All right. I don't know. I don't show when Debbie. This last one was the number 6. So I think I only had, um 6 donations and you had 6 questions, because the one that said song and that, um That was this last one. Let me see here. Let me just look at a little report. It'll tell me here. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we had the broccoli. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you know what? um, because you did the $5 one. I thought that was for reading the stories. Um, so I think I if that was a donation, then you would have another one. Um, but I thought that one was just for reading all the backstories. but other than that, I have all those. But so you're just wanting feedback on the song when you got to it one. Um, yeah, that's the one that I just did was the $2 one, the one that said song on it because I saw 6. So if that additional $5 donation was for, yeah, that was this one that I just did because it said song on there, but then I counted 6 donations. But if that $5 one, like I said, if the $5 one was meant to be for number 6 on that other one, then you do have another one, which I will just I'll just add on to this one right now. So you were wanting feedback on what was the song, like the song that came through. Was that from Chuck? And what was the meaning of it? Is that what you were looking for? So I'll let you answer me that. So sorry, I might have misunderstood. So my apologies. Yeah. Okay. So let me just find that really quick here. So it took me just a sec here. Oops, we're looking in the right place here. Sorry. Um, all right. Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying it. I was looking. I was trying to find your email here. 8 donations, but only 7 questions. Oh, okay. All right. So I'll add you on here then. So sorry. Um, I'll add you on here for number 33 then, and we will circle back around here. And for some reason, I'm trying to like refresh my emails, but it's why is it not showing it? So I knew you mentioned a song and that there were tears. And okay, thank you. So thank you. Okay. You're like, you're struggling, Bretta Z. Let me just resend it to you. So thank you. And yeah, what question you want on there, and then I'll do that. So thank you for that. We'll get to you here. So appreciate that. All right. Also got my dinner for the night here, my little caramel. I'm getting low on the caramel. I'm gonna have to go have chocolate. Ah. All right. So let us dive in here. Thank you guys for your patience. So sorry. Um, so Earth Angel, we got 61058 is for yours here. And you want to know, is there a fun man coming your way this summer? I love it, Earth Angel. Let's take a look. So based on your current energies, is there a fun man coming your way this summer? All right, we got these, and these. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of Wands, and the 7 of Wands energy is about, an importance of shining bright, being yourself, getting out there to be seen. So I feel like that they wouldn't be giving me all these cards if there wasn't, because it's important for you to shine bright and be yourself, and to go out and do things that you love, kind of energy. Because when you're out doing something you love, I feel like you bump into this fine man. So let's take a look here and see what we can find out. Yeah, we got the King of Pentacles. So it definitely is someone that's confident, someone that's got a solid sense of their worth, and they might even be on the side of a little bit of bling bling, with the King of Pentacles. You have the Page of Swords too. And the Page of Swords, let me see what this is underneath here. Yeah, the Queen of Cups. So this is follow your intuition, uh, and follow your gut. It's really important. Like if you feel like, you know what, I haven't been to this place in a long time. I'm gonna go do that because I love doing that. Follow the gut because it's like your lead. If you follow that, you will bump into them. And it's important to do that. And I feel like you have a few opportunities to be able to bump into them. So your gut is gonna, like your spidey sense. I want to go to this, uh, listen to this. What is this? Go to a coffee shop and listen to a musician play. It's something like that where you're like, oh, I'm gonna go do this. I haven't done that in a while. I love doing that. I'm gonna go do that kind of energy, right? Because the Page of Swords is about doing something, repeating and going back to do something that you enjoy that has to do with the mind and communication, which would be singing and songs, but it's about going back and doing something that you enjoy doing. So I like that. You also have the Judgment card. Yeah, here's that pull. Trust the pulling. Again, they're really bringing that in here with the Queen of Cups and the Judgment card. Follow that because in doing that, that's where you end up seeing this person. You got the Six of Swords, the Queen of Wands. And here again, there's this energy of getting out of your head and see things differently. Let old thinking go. Look at things from a different perspective. Takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters, which gets you moving and acting. And again, that's part of this following the pool is going, oh, you know, I used to like doing this, but it kind of got old and da da da. It's like get out of that mindset and move the bohini. because that's definitely getting you to go to whatever this place is to return to. Yeah, you got the Wheel of Fortune, the Page of Pentacles. So it turns into something nice. I mean, it feels abundant, it feels fulfilling, it feels, uh, especially with all those pentacles and the outside world energy, just feels like things work really, really well with this. So I do feel like this is a yes. I do feel like that's how it happens. And it's time to, you got to move it. So I like that. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too. See what we got going on here. Just put these cards back in real quick. All right. And then you get one of these little rainbow brain skulls. I like these cards. It's okay. You're not supposed to be doing anything right now. I like this 54. And this is kind of an energy of, well, I got so much I have to get done. No, it's okay. It's okay to go do nothing, but go do something relaxing, do something, again, this listening to music or something. It just feels like whatever this is, do that. Doing isn't always the solution. In fact, you may be even be doing too much. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do is nothing at all. That's like I like that. Go do nothing somewhere. All right. So that's what they have for you, Earth Angel. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P. We got 1646 for yours. And I got those down here. I do believe. Is this? Hold on. Nope, that was Crystal. You're right above it. Here you are. All right. First, number one, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. What's coming for you guys next week? A message from Wally to you. What would he like for you to know? Will he ever leave that place? Wow, that escalated fast. And dark side updates. All right. So let's see what we got here. So his thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, we got the full card, the sense of adventure, a sense of no expectations, just possibilities. Feels kind of fresh energy today. Just that, the future is wide open for us. Kind of energy. It feels refreshing. It feels like the old ways don't, it's Aquarius, Uranus energy. The old ways don't work. I'm ready for a new, let's do something different. Let's do things differently. I don't want to do what I've always done and get what I've always gotten. I'm ready for this movement. So I like that. What's coming for you guys next week? We got the Four of Cups. Feels like now there's a little bit of not stagnant, but balanced energy, which I like that because before it was going to be a tower energy. So it feels like something has changed between the two of you. Um, Maybe for now. I don't know. Once we get this dark side updates, you might be like, right. Let's take a look. But it feels good. It feels solid. It feels stable emotionally next week. A message from Wally to you. I'm the man. Listen to me, woman. No, I'm just kidding. The Emperor energy is, you know, I'm I'm trying to figure out what I want. I'm trying to make a plan. I'm trying to take action. But so I feel like that's their message. The emperor clears the throne room, tries to get out of their head and get everyone out. And I'm trying to figure out what my heart wants. And I'm trying to put a plan together so that I can take action on it. I'm trying, I feel like is a big energy there, right? What would he like you to know? The magician. I feel like this is more the higher self because the magician, it's like there's this message that you're the one that creates your reality. I'm the one that creates my reality. Whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. So it would be like their higher self saying, you know, be aware of the choices you're making with your stories of your mind, the emotional choices you're making, the energetic and the physical choices, because that's what's drawing things into your life. I feel like that's the message that he would like you to know. Will he ever leave that place? Yeah. King of Pentacles. We get that a lot with him, right? He's trying to build a foundation of how can I, I'm going to, but I need to have a solid, structure for myself. I'm not going to just leave and not have a secure, you know, plan of a place to live and the funds and, all of the infrastructure for it. And that's what he's trying to do. And that's when been one of the biggest, things, that come in with that here. So we do have that. And then dark side updates. Yeah. We have the temperance card, which is it's a slow process, going back and forth and back and forth. It is in the process of, it's like it's kind of saying that even when we don't see things moving, just know that there's progress towards that, towards that leaving. But the big thing that the Ace of Cups is about self-love. And it's like a message of focusing in on your self-worth is one of the most important things because that's why things go slow so that we can work on uh, ourselves, right? It's not happening by accident that things are going slow. It's so that you can find out what you know, why that is important. And a more specific question is what about that situation are you attaching your worth to, right? Why is it so important for it to happen? Yeah, what does it mean about me if it does or doesn't happen, right? So, I kind of feel like that's the energy behind that. And then your fortune cookie for that, you have good night. Also, you didn't get enough done today. The sun is setting. Good night. Also, didn't get enough done today. Bye. Not enough hours in the day, right? So let's take a look here. Number 24. It also says, if you wished there were more hours in a day, then you must enjoy what you do. With a job, you're always waiting for the clock to run out. With a career, there's never enough time in a day. Get some rest. The sun will be back at the same time tomorrow. I like that. So that's what they have for that one for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. And I will bring up your next one here. We'll go into that one here in a moment. Let me just grab this here. So we've got Pranjali. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And I see your alien Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius too. I love the alien. All right. So we'll put you on the free list here. You will be number 25 on the free list. Right now, we're still on donations. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more donations. And then if I don't have any other donations, I'm moving into free readings, but you'll be like number 25. Please know that I do post a pinned comment at the end of a session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if I complete all the free readings, you'll see that and your name. All right, I think I'm back. Yeah, I am. Got an error message. Something ran out of memory. So I think it's because I opened the email um, when with my, uh, the chat popped out. So let me do that again here. All right. Think I'm good. Let me go back to live chat here. All right. I think we are good. And we will dive back in here. So just Pranjali, if I get to all the free readings tonight, been on 6.5 hours. I might depends on how the donations go, but if I don't get to all the free readings tonight, then I do pop on the morning and do a separate stream. So we'll get to you one way or another. So, oh, and Twin Flame, you're an Aquarius too. I knew I liked something about you. All right. So let's dive back in here and get the party started again. So Maria P, we are circling back around. 625, 32 is yours. So there we go. And for this one, you want to know work for you. Okay. Any other details on the changes? Some role, more money, same boss, if you can get any details. Okay, we'll do that. And then Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. And so thoughts and feelings, and then message from him. All right. So work for you. Yeah, we got the 10 of Wands. So there's a lot of energy coming in, and it's important regarding job to be aware of where you're focusing your energy, because that can be, if you look at things as a burden, you'll get more burdensome. If you focus on gratitude for what things are, then you draw more gratitude in, right? So I feel like it's important regarding work to really be aware of where your energy is. Are you focusing on gratitude or lack? Because that's going to control your experience of it, right? Any more details on the changes? You got the Page of Swords. There, this is clarity is coming. I'm surprised there haven't been announcements, but again, it has a lot to do with your energy and uh, the focus, right? And I know we talked about that abundance, where it be, but I don't know if you've looked into those and done those things, because I do feel like there's a block that keeps things coming forward, but it's because our energy is focused in on supposed to be, should be, what's not happening. I fear this, So, if you really look at, have you made a list of like all the things you're grateful for in the job that you're in, or the jobs that you have had? Are we doing actions and investing our energy into the higher vibration? Because if not, this is why things are delayed, and that's what I kind of feel like things are kind of chugging along, like there's these anchors holding things back. But as soon as you make those changes and you change the story, then you'll start to see the changes come in here. Let's see here if they'll tell us anything else about what changes are coming. You got the Six of Cups. Six of Cups energy. There's a lot of returning to something. So I don't know if you were in another department or doing another job or doing something else or a different boss. I don't feel like you're going to go back to having old money. I just feel like there's a role or a boss that whoever this Six of Cups is, I feel like it's an what you had before, because Six of Cups is like a returning of someone or something from the past. So I feel like this kind of is going back into like an old role, um, or a similar role to what you had before. And it could also be that the boss is someone that you used to be under before as well. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they got for you. And then Jeff's thoughts. Yeah, the star card. He still has hope that things towards you. So he's still holding hope there for you. The feelings are the Ace of Cups. Yeah, they're still have this hope of starting a relationship with you. Um, but I kind of feel like it's feeling more like a dream than a reality, because they're like, I'm not sure. Like they're not, they used to have more hope that you were gonna, like, leave Wally and then they were gonna choose them, but I kind of feel like they're not quite sure. The message from them is the Six of Swords. Yeah, this is letting the old go, look at things differently, and make movement. So, their message to you is kinda like, Y you need to you need to let the old go, look at the new, and make movement. You need to go from choppy waters to calmer waters. Your life would be more calmer with me. I'm not 100% positive that that's true, but from their perspective, that is what they are saying. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they got for you, Maria. So I know I fly through those, but with a dollar donation and all those questions, we just skip along the top there. So if you want, you know, more than we do require more, right? It says if no you out there, get out there. So they're saying if you're not out there, get out there. All these other people are doing cartwheels and things, and if you're standing on the sidelines, it's like it's time to take action energy, right? It says, "You may think there's no room for you out there, but there is, in fact, one spot left, and you're holding the only ticket. Accept who you are and stop comparing yourself to others. Being the best you is something that you can always work on by just being you and cutting away the things that you feel are not you, right?" All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your donations. Appreciate you. And then we'll eventually get down to your free reading as well sometime. All right. And then Twin Flame, we're back 631 47. So this is for, I think, number 3. And then we do have you also on number 31. So we'll be jumping back to Ruby and then back to you here in a sec. So, Twin Flame, you want to know the patterns do I have to clear and heal through your friendship with Alex? Oh, all right. Yeah. We'll take a look here. All right. So, what patterns do you have to clear and heal through your friendship with Alex? All right. So, what patterns? Okay, we got that and those and that and that. I do want that. All right. All right. Got them scooched out. Bottom of the deck, you do have the moon card. So there is some hidden energy below the surface. This would be emotions that are pushed down, something emotionally that needs to come up that's pretty suppressed, pretty, I'm not going to feel that thing, right? Um which makes sense, you being an Aquarius. We can compartmentalize emotions and put them in their little Tupperware and put them away in the freezer or the refrigerator in our heart for later, and sometimes we forget what's in there, right? What's in that freezer? So, that could be something there. Let's see what this has to do with here. Um, so let's see here, because what's interesting is the pattern may have nothing to do with Alex, but they're the mirror that will show you, uh, will send a ripple across your emotional pond that that's an echo from something from the past. It's like, and this isn't it, but this is the example that spirit uses for me. It's like betrayal. When we experience betrayal from a human, as an adult and they like backstab us or talk about us at work, let's say, that's a betrayal. And we think, well, what's the original root? As we go back and figure out when was the last time I felt that, not when the last time someone talked about me, blah, blah, blah. When's the last time I felt like that? Because it could be a different situation. It can be someone cheated on me. It could be someone um, lied about me. It could be something blah, 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 right? I betrayed myself. Yeah, right. And so there is that. We go back to when we were younger and like maybe like we felt betrayed by a parent who, when we told them we were being bullied, told us we just need to get along with them, thinking that it's something that we're doing, not something that's happening to us. And so we can go back to that betrayal that we felt, and then we get to hold our inner child and go, "I believe you. We give them a new story, we give them new things, right? So I feel like that's kinda what's, they're bringing in here, right? Definitely betrayed by my parents. So, but let's see what this is, and maybe that is what it is, but let's take a look here. You got the 6 of cups, yeah, so it's definitely something from childhood with the 6 of cups, and it can be here with Mother Moon. There can be something specifically with mom that comes up with Alex, but let's see here. We got the 5 of cups. Yeah, so here is this. It's interesting here. I don't know, was your mom bipolar or inconsistent in the emotions? Because I feel like that's the energy I'm getting with this 5 of cups that, she would go from this to this to this to this. There was not gray. She was either happy or sad or upset, like mad, sad, or happy. There was no, like, no seeing it go here. You kinda it's almost like you had to become very empathic to kinda sense what emotional mood they were in before you left your room, you know? So I feel like there was something along these lines, if that resonates, but I feel like there's that inconsistency kind of energy that's there. Um, and the 10 of swords, a lot of expectations, maybe from mom, because I feel like this is mom energy, um, that nothing was ever good enough, Do I know your mother? Why is that her? But a lot of expectations, a lot of fear herself, feeling like, we've got this energy of a lot of supposed to be, should be, need to be, and so she had such a high bar in herself that she had a high bar in everyone else, and that's what took them from, these different directions, up and down. And that's like a black and white world of all or nothing, and that's when she went in there. I don't think I know you or your mother. Why is this, like, hitting home? Um, and the 8 of swords. I like here that, this is celebrating that you have worked through a lot of these thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that made you feel blind and bound and trapped and restricted. And you've done a lot of, reflection on this and released a lot. There's just a couple swords left, right? There was 10 swords, you got it. You've processed 8 of them. There's just a couple down there that are still kind of bouncing below the surface, but we definitely have this, you know, Ace of Cups energy that's, about your self-love, right? And you just were saying you're talking to your daughter about self-love, but there is this, and this kind of just feels like it's below the surface. And let me see these other 3 cards. Maybe they'll tell us what these other 2 are here. Okay, yeah, so I am your mother. No, I'm just kidding. I rip off a mask. No. Like the reveals in those movies. No, it can't be. Yes, let's see here. Whatever these 2 things are that are still left, let me see if they'll tell me what these are here, because I feel like this is what, comes up here. Oh, wow, look, here's your Aquarius energy, the star card coming in, and this is about being true to your authentic self and not feeling like, you know, because Aquarians, we don't mind being called weird, and we love flying our freak flag, I am me and that. But there is something here about losing hope quickly. And and I do feel like this has to do with, again, it's something that we saw all the time, and maybe Alex has, uh, not that they're bipolar. Wow. And she used to electrocute people. Oh my gosh. Very wide variety there. But I feel like Alex might have like this tendency to go into depression. And I feel like that's the thing that um, you felt hopeless to help your mother. And and I feel like the thing that you're overcoming is feeling like you have to fix people's sadness, specifically their sadness. And I feel like Alex might tend to kinda get down and kinda go low, and when they do, that kinda makes us feel like that's our problem to solve and that I have to do something about it and that I have to make a change kind of energy. But I feel like there's this freedom that, you realize because I feel like you don't like hearing about people's problems, which is alright. That's because it's like you feel like because I can't fix it, and I don't like feeling that way. And so if that resonates, I feel like there is this I hate the hopelessness energy, right? And I feel like that's because Aquarians are all about hope and change, and the old ways don't work, and we're bringing in the new. But it's when someone's choosing low vibration, it's hard because we're so much pointed to the future and look at the change and people that are determined to stay stuck in the past and um, will complain about everything but not want to make any changes. I feel like that drives you nuts. And I feel like Alex might bring that up for you. So you're like, that people I don't have to solve. There was I can relate because Spirit gave me a vision once when I had all like it seemed like all my friends were going through huge changes and huge challenges in their life. And I just wanted all their challenges to go away. And I had this vision in my head, like a dream. And I was walking down an elementary school, looking in all the doors. You know how they have the glass windows so you can see through the door to see the students. And as I'm going down, all the students are struggling and scowling because it's tough classes they're all in. And finally, after the 3rd one, I just kind of busted open the door and said, "Come on, we're all going down to the auditorium." So I got all the classes, all the children, we all filed down, all the teachers came, the teachers lined the sides, and all the students were in there, and I was up on stage, and I said, "Those classes are so hard, we're just gonna stay in here where it's easier and safer." And, uh and it paused for a moment, and this little girl I can still see all this vision in my head. She's sitting in the front row, little blonde pigtails. She raises her hand, goes, "If we're not gonna study, can I just go home?" And it dawned on me, we came down here to explore and experience. And I'm like, "Oh my god, you're right. Everyone back to the classrooms." Um, and I was like, after that, I didn't feel a burden to try to solve everyone's problems. And whenever it would rise up, I'd kind of remember that vision, and I'm like, "Yeah, I can be a teacher's aide. I can walk around the class and possibly tell them a shortcut and how they can find that math problem easier, but they can take it or not. It's not up to me. I don't take their tests. I'm not responsible for their progress or what they're learning or what they're not. That's their adventure, not mine." So I feel like that's there. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Yeah, my friends have learned, I'm like, I'm not a source of I'm not a listening. I go, "If you're gonna tell me something, spirit's gonna come through and they're gonna give you a solution. Like, I just want you to listen." And I'm like, "I'm not that kind of friend." If you want solutions, you can come to me. If you want a vent, that's gonna be someone else, maybe a water sign. They'll listen to you and have compassion. I'm an air sign, and I'm a Capricorn rising. I am a Pisces moon, have a lot of water, but the rulers, they're gonna be like, that's okay." Right, yeah, I get it. So I feel like that's one part of that you can learn to let go and, kind of just let that the guilt and, you can ask, "Well, what do you wanna do with that?" "I don't wanna do anything about it, I just wanna vent about it." "Well, I don't have time for that right now." Yeah, yeah. So, getting to the source of the irritation, because the source of the irritation too is, I wanna solve it, and you're not letting me, because we're attaching our worth to solving their problems because we were blamed for your mom, especially for your mom's emotions. You upset me, you made me feel this way, you did this. Oh my god. You're a Capricorn rising and Capricorn moon, but you're darn, uh, so you have a Pisces moon or a Capricorn moon? Yeah, because 'cause I'm a Pisces moon, that's funny. But anyway, this goes back to your, being blamed for your mother's, emotions. Um, so, when you release yourself from responsibility for their emotional choices, not feeling you have to solve it, then you can listen, um, and then you can opt out when you're ready. Um, oh, your Venus is Pisces. Oh, wow, my Venus is Pisces too. I got a Pisces moon, um, Mercury, Venus, my Chiron, and then also my Saturn are all Pisces. Stellium in Pisces balances out my Aquarius mind and my Capricorn rising, right? Isn't that funny? You got all this emotional energy that helps balance out your mind too. I like that. But there's the freedom that comes in here, and I feel like that's what you'll learn here. The other thing, I got the Knight of Cups and the World card here too. It's interesting here because seems like there's, what is this other thing? Because there is this Knight of Cups, which is movement of emotion, and the World card is ending an old cycle and beginning a new adventure. And but I feel like this the big lesson here, it kind of feels like this is related. What's the hopelessness point of it? But also there's this this is about the emotions and allowing you to release the responsibility for other people's emotional movement and not feeling responsible for others' emotional choices. Realizing, yeah, we can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher or lower emotional vibration, but you can give someone the world and they can still choose to be miserable. And that's okay. We can let people have their hell if they want it because they came down to experience things, and it's not our responsibility to, you know, change those things. So, hopefully that helps. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Growing and then falling apart. Let's see what this is here. 57. There is no new without shedding of the old. What can you weed from your garden to allow something new to grow? Ooh, what can you remove to allow? What space can you create? I like it. You're my twin. Maybe that's why I know your mom. No, I'm just kidding. That would be interesting. Probably not even close in age, so I don't think. All right, let me take a sip here, and then we'll dive back in. So thank you again. Right? Yeah, there you go. Cheers, cheers. Caramel. That's what I'm gonna drink. All right. So let me take a look here. I think I left off up here. Yeah, there it is. So musical beer. I knew I had someone come in. So musical beer We'll get you you'll be number 26 on the free readings. And honored, thank you for your additional donation. That will be number 34 on the donation list here. And let's grab your questions here. Oops. Try that again. There we go. So I got you on there. So thank you for that. And your little your little sticker. That's hilarious. I love it. All right. So I think I've got everyone, unless you're 51. Yeah, I'm 59. So, that wouldn't be. We're close. We're in the same decade. Close enough, right? Close enough for horseshoes or hand grenades. I love it. But thank you so much, Twin Flame. We'll circle back around here in a couple. We're gonna go to Ruby and then back to you. So we'll be back in a moment. All right. So Ruby G, 6:51:28 is your timestamp here. Oh, how nice. All right. So, Ruby, want to know what's going on with your ex since the case closed? How is he feeling about the agreement? And is he plotting anything to interfere or set you up? All right. Let's take a look here. So, what's going on with your ex since the case closed? Let's see what we can find out here. What can we know, please? We got that, that, and that. And that. All right. Let me just scooch those over there. How's he feeling about the agreement? And is he plotting anything to interfere or set you up? All right. All right. At the bottom of the deck, I mean, we have the death card here. There is this energy of, and I don't feel like this is a threat. um, you know, along here. But of course, be safe always anyway. People are crazy out there, right? But I feel like this is like a death and a rebirth energy. It's a significant ending, a significant new beginning. And I do feel like it almost does feel like a little bit of an energy of this is the end of the world, is how I feel like they, you know, um, kind of felt and are kind of going back and forth in. But let's see here. What's been going on with them since the case closed? We have the Wheel of Fortune. We have the King of Cups. I feel like they've been trying to balance their head and their heart. They're trying to see like how this is for us. Like where's the silver lining? I feel like they're grasping, trying to find something that feels fortunate here. Um, so I feel like they're trying, or at least they tried doing that. They have the Justice card. Yeah, I feel like they're going to, they feel things were unjust, and I feel like they're going to try to, do something again with court. This is what's been going on with them since the case closed. I feel like they're asking questions. They're, you know, trying to find out, is this right? What's wrong? I feel like they feel like it was unfair, right? And so I feel like they're really diving into that. Ace of Wands, of course, they're triggered. A lot of that fiery energy. And they've got the Three of Pentacles. And on the other side, they've gotten creative. Maybe they've created a great song from their, you know, uh, experience, right? Because they can funnel that rage and funnel that disappointment and into a song, right? Make a good country song, right? You know what they say, what happens when you play a country record backward? You get your dog back, you get your wife back, you get your truck back. So maybe he can do a country song. No offense to any with country, that's just a joke. Underneath that, we got the magician. I do feel like, with this Ace of Wands and this magician, they do feel triggered that they wanna do something, right? Um, so I feel like there's, uh, you know, I don't feel like any of that's unexpected, right? We've got all that energy there. Um, how's he feeling about the agreement? That was the rest of it here. We have the Queen of Cups. Yeah, very emotional. I feel like they got, I mean, it feels like they got so upset that they even cried, but tears of anger, it feels like, but I feel like it's tears of anger because they're the lower, expression. It's just like they had sad and anger hit at the same time, so they were angry and crying at the same time, um, with the agreement and the 8 of Swords. It does feel here like they wanna do something to try to free themselves, from that. The 8 of Swords is trying to get usually it's trying to remove thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, but I feel like they wanna try to get the the written, the written, which would be the agreement, right? The agreement. They wanna try to get themselves free of that because they feel burdened by it. So I feel like they are wanting, of course, not to have to pay child support and do anything with the agreement. They wanna get out from underneath all this. Um, you like that twiddly. And then is he plotting anything to interfere or set you up? Yeah, the Hanged Man. Yeah, they're trying to see things from a different perspective. There is that caterpillar to, into the cocoon to the butterfly. So I do feel like they are mulling it over. They are sitting with it. Um, so I do believe, you know, because they have the 9 of cups, they want their dream to come true. Didn't we get this in their last one too, right? They have their dream, they want things to come true. They want to do this, and I don't know if I went off on the joke with the 3 pentacles. I feel like they've been working on their music because that makes them feel better. That's a way that they can, you know pour some of that energy into something. So I feel like they it's almost like the plotting is on hold because I feel like they're trying to work on their dream, um, because it's like that gives them hope, that gives them a different sense, and they have the Hermit too. So, I do feel like here right now they're kind of withdrawn, mulling things over, but I don't feel like they have any concrete idea. I just feel like they're coming up with, you know, childish things, um, but I feel like the majority of what they're doing is trying to focus in on their dream, which, we know their dream isn't to have their child with them. Their dream is to be a musician. Their dream is to, be independent. Um, and so I kind of feel like that's kind of the energy that's coming in there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You've got the reawakening the soul. So let's see what we got here. We got power. Yeah. Boom. Beautiful card. Too much glare on there. So let's see what this says for you here. Unite your personal will with divine will to create limitless strength. There's a quote from the Paramahansa Yogananda. I like saying that. Do you guys have you did you notice? Will is the instrument of the image of God within you, like the power of choice, right? In will lies his limitless power, the power that controls all the forces of nature. As you are made in his image, that power is yours to bring about whatever you desire. The card message says, I am the royal white elephant, and I'm here to encourage you to reclaim your personal power with sheer determination. Develop your willpower and do not let anything stand in your way. Whatever you make up in your mind to do, you will carry forth to fruition. You're not broken in any way, and you never were. You were born whole and complete, and now you're returning to your original state of perfection. Your will, when led by ignorance, causes confusion and trouble. But when you are attuned to wisdom, you can be guided by divine will. Realize that all matter is eternal energy, and all energy comes from the infinite. Acknowledge, feel, and realize your true self as one with the Creator, and you will have dynamic willpower. All power lies in the soul's will, which draws upon the cosmic source. You are part of the divine. Strengthen your personal will by uniting with divine will. Reclaim your infinite uh, willpower and shine. Your introspection questions, you have 5 of them. Am I willing to step into my personal power? How would it feel to be fearless? Have I given my power over to someone else? What changes can I make right now to live more fully in my power? And how would I be different if I consciously knew the potential of my divine power? Of course, your affirmation, I am made in the divine image of my beloved Creator, and I reclaim my infinite power. I like that. Who are we giving our power away to, right? Take it back. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ruby. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations this evening. Adventures, adventures, adventures. All right. And then we've got Twin Flames circling back around. 70233 is for that one here. So thank you also for all your multiple donations tonight. You want messages for, oh yeah, your female ancestors and passed on loved ones. All right, let's see what they have here for you. All right. Of course. Bottom of the deck, what do we get? Like the Queen of Wands, I'm hearing the song, I'm every woman. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan. Who was that? That had Whitney Houston and Shaka Khan, and who else was in that? But I like that. So, of course, they're coming in with this powerful energy underneath that you are so connected to the spirit world and also have that wonderful emotional energy behind the scenes. You've got a great connection through heart and energy through your fire to the spirit world, to them, and you have access to us, to your ancestors. And nothing's too small, nothing's too big to ask of them. And uh, just the way that they're coming through is, and you've been a little bit too independent on yourself, and you haven't been asking us for a whole lot. Ugh, how rude. They're being funny, right? But they're like, you can ask us for more. You haven't asked us for anything in comparison what you could ask us for. We can bring you clarity. We can bring you signs. We can help you make decisions, not make decisions, but make the decisions um, like, uh, no brainer, kind of decisions where they might feel difficult, right? Yeah, they raised you right, your ancestors. Um, so they're like, and there's so much more. There's so much more that we can help you with. So I like that. Yeah, they were also yeah, that's why they're like, "Ugh." So let's see here, what else do we got here for you? We got the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, the 9 of Pentacles is here's that independence energy, literally. This, 9 of Pentacles is about self-sufficiency, being alone with spirit in the garden, um, and so they do honor that, and they understand it, and so they don't, you know, they joke about it, but, they get it. There's no expectations, but they are telling you that it's okay. You have a great resource if you need it. You have the 8 of Swords, and they've also been specifically helping you with removing long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. But this does have to do with, uh, releasing it for the family, for the ancestral line, right? Yeah. There's no wrong thing, right? There's only different things with different choices, different outcomes, but there is no wrong thing. Yeah, it has to do with your mother. So you're like, you know, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want, so I don't ask. It's like, that's what's fun. They're like, that's what's fun. They're showing me 2 things. It's funny because one, they're like, it must be someone from, like, the Victorian age, because 'cause they're, like, saying, "You never know what bonbon you like and don't like if you don't try things." And the other one, this feels like more of like a Scottish Irish because they're like, "If you don't try a variety of beer, you don't know what beer you like." So they were both bringing these examples. One's bonbons, one's beer. So they're funny. But you don't know what you like until you try. So there's no wrong choice, there's just adventure is like I feel like what they're bringing in. But this is about, um, breaking breaking chains is a lot with this 8 of Swords that's why you wanted to be in this family line this time around is to help that, and they'll support you, in doing that too. Yeah, because you got the Magician card here, and the Magician card is this energy of wielding your power and realizing that you're the one that's creating your life, that, of course, life isn't happening to you, life is happening for you, and you're drawing life towards you. And, this is part of your adventure is stepping into your power and taking your power back, realizing I'm the one that creates. I'm not, wasn't kidnapped and thrown in the back of a car and driven through my life. I've been driving the whole time. Just as children, excuse me, oh my goodness. Just as children, I must not be breathing deep enough when I yawn. Um, it's just as children, we didn't, um, know how to drive, so we ended up in a ditch a lot, and so we're learning, as we're going, and now they're like, it's, reclaim your power in a way, energy coming in, and realize how powerful you are. Uh, so I like that. Yep, and then you have the death card, so definitely this death and rebirth card here. And they're telling me here with this death card is that you are your own ancestor. So if you look back in if you were able to go back in your family tree far enough, you would find yourself because you've been in this family tree before, but further back. Um, so you have a connection within the family tree, but you are your own ancestor. So you're one of us. You're the essence of the character that you had is part of the collective of these female ancestors. So I like that because in an essence, when you're saying they raised me, they're saying, well, you raised yourself along with us. Isn't that cool? I love that. And then you have the King of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, both of these is all about, helping you establish your self-worth, The Four of Pentacles is the story that the King of Pentacles loves to tell because, of course, the King of Pentacles went through the entire suit, starting at the ace and all the way up to the king where they're at now. So they've experienced it all and they hold all of those energies. But the biggest thing that they had was, realizing that when we define ourselves by the outside world, that we feel unstable because those three buckets that we're taught to define ourselves by are unstable, right? People, situations, and things. People pass away, people walk away, people change. So when we define our worth by that, we feel unstable. Same thing with, um, things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, and situations never stay the same. So all those things point us back to our self-worth, inward and upward, right? And so it's an amazing energy that they're bringing in is that, you know, when you go inward and upward and connect with your ancestors on the other side, all you feel from all of these beings on the other side is eternal, unconditional love. And that is the root of our self worth, right? That is our true worth. We're priceless and it's solid and it's a solid foundation. And when that is our foundation, then nothing shakes us because anything happening out there doesn't define us. It just is till it gets in here. So until it gets in here, when we assign the story, I like that. Yeah, because here's all about self worth. Not enough. The everyone story. Popcorn, the popcorn and the soda and the power satch kids. That's funny. Not enough. The everyone story. Let's see what this is. What a perfect card for what I was just talking about, too. Of course, you think that you need more. When has anything ever been enough? It says you're not missing anything. You're just evolutionarily wired to focus on lack. Luckily, so is everyone else. So have a laugh about it. There we go. So I feel like that is the message from your ancestors there, twin flames. So thank you for asking that. They are a hoot. Hoot nannies. That's who they are. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Hey, Happy Pill. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Get you on the donation list here. You'll be number 35, and I'm on coming up on number 32. So you're not too far away. So I got you. Give that a love and a like. You do have a fun family, right? All right. So let me just take another sip of my little drink here. We have Phoenix, Oracle Healing up next, then back to Debbie O, and then Honored, and then to Happy Pill after that. So cheers, cheers. Just finish that off there. Let me just wash it down. It's a little thick here. All right. So let's dive. Let me move this over. Dive back in here. So Phoenix 71404 is for yours. Boom, boom. And so you saw a girl named Lauren or Lala on ER's Instagram. Is there something going on with her or anyone else, like a romantic third party? Ooh. So, or is he still pursuing something with you? Or both? We'll take a look here and find out what we got going on here. So, thank you for your donation. Yeah, it was a good reading, right, twin? All right. So, first of all, is there something going on with her specifically? Right. Oops. Or is there anyone else, like a romantic third party? And is he still pursuing something with you? You know Lauren, Lala, you know them? Uh-oh. Small world. Oh, wow. That is a small world. That's crazy. All right. Hmm. We'll see what this is about. We got the bottom of the deck. We have the 5 of Cups, which is about emotional energy, but it's like lower vibrational emotional energy trying to transform to higher vibrations. We'll see what this is about. Um, so is there something going on with them? We have the 2 of Wands and the Moon card. Interesting. I feel like well, look at these other cards, but the Moon card is like something I wanna say something hidden, and the 2 of Wands is like on again, off again. Uh, so I'm kinda getting energy of that they have history and that there's, you know, s some hidden stuff below the surface. Excuse me, but I don't we'll see here if these cards underneath are current, but I do believe they've had connection in the past, you know, uh, again, off and on, off and on, off and on. Below the surface, we do have the King of Wands. That's an interesting energy. Let's see what else is here too. And the Three of Pentacles. I don't feel here the King of Wands and this here. This doesn't feel like it's current. This feels like someone wanting to be true to their authentic self and someone not ready to make a commitment. And so I kind of feel like maybe that's the on again, off again, like they had something. And I feel like maybe, Lala wanted more, but ER wasn't ready to give more. And Lala need to be true to their authentic self, so they kinda said, "Well, you know, if you're not ready for more, then, um, and you don't think you I'm not." I feel like she felt like, "I don't feel like you will be ready for more," so they kinda backed off, but I feel like they still keep in touch, and maybe there's a little hope, kind of energy, but, um, yeah, I don't feel like there's something active with her specifically. Is there anyone else? Any other third party romantic stuff? We got Justice card here. Libra energy that rolls over the house of relationships. So it doesn't feel like there's one there. Because got the scales are balanced. I don't feel like there's one on each scale or anything like that kind of energy. But I do get this sense that ER is still uncertain of what they want in a relationship because this, sword and the balancing scales with over the house a relationship is like I'm still figuring out what it really is I want in a relationship. I don't know. So that's interesting. Let's see here. Is he still pursuing something with you? We got the Chariot card, which is a movement energy, um, you know, kind of energy. um, Action, trying to decide, kind of power of choice energy. We got the 8 of Wands underneath. There is attraction energy with the 8 of Wands, and we do have the Fool card too. So I feel like they wanna take action, but, I mean, you wanna know. Um, it feels more here about something without restriction, something without intentions, something without structure. Like, I wanna go on an adventure with you, but I don't wanna it's like I wanna it's like a vacation that doesn't have a lot of rules and an itinerary and, different things like that. Um, they just kinda wanna be able to go and see what happens, not have to have a destination, kind of energy. So kind of feel like that's where they're coming from right now, but, I don't feel like there's currently any kind of third party energy, going on. But this 5 of cups on the bottom, it's interesting because that is kind of a feeling low, feeling down energy. And so I feel like it's not about like a relationship kind of energy. It just kind of feels like something's going on that has them in the blues. They're having the blues, kind of energy. Hmm. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. There is more where that came from. Whoa. Fun card here. Number 6. Let's see what else this brings in here. This The cosmos are always evolving, and so are you. So much more is on the way. One day we will understand exactly what this era was all about and why it needed to happen. That was confusing. What was confusing about it? What wasn't clear for you? They had a past with Laura and Lala. They were on again, off again. They don't have anything current. There's not another third party. Are they pursuing something with you? They want to, but um, they don't want restrictions. They don't want expectations. They don't want to have intentions. They just want to be able to enjoy an adventure and kind of go forward energy. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. But so if you have anything else in there, let me know. Of course, it all makes sense to me because it's coming through here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, spirit doesn't have like an opinion on shoulds. That there's this different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. But and of course I'm older and wiser and I'm in a different place in my life. But the energy that comes through is if someone isn't choosing me then and actively involved, that's telling me something. And then I'm like, if you're not smart enough to know I'm the best thing that's gonna be for your life, you don't deserve me. If people don't know, like, that if people aren't choosing, that's a choice. And if they don't want restrictions and if we and it depends if do you want a relationship where there's a clear path to marriage and a life together, and I want that, then this person isn't for you. You're like, you don't want that, and that's okay. You can find someone that enjoys that energy. But for me, I need someone who knows what they want and can make a decision and commit and do it. And that's the kind of person that you're wanting, right? If that's the kind of person you're wanting, then you're like, yeah, I don't need this, you know. Um, I'm wanting someone, that knows what a gift I am, and uh, we think a lot along the same way for a relationship, right? And I'm ready for that. Unless you're like, well, I'm willing to wait to see if they figure it out. Here, do you want to use my button? You know? So, maybe that helps just, to reflect on that and see what is it that I wanna do, and if you're like, "Well, I'm not sure what they want," then that's a good conversation to say, "Hey, no pressure, but I'm just curious. Are you wanting to pursue something with me, further and go down this road, or where are you coming from?" And if they're like, "I don't know," then you're like, "Okay, well, I know what I want, and if you're not sure what you want, that kinda tells me that you're not ready for the type of relationship I'm looking for." No judgment, and that's okay, you don't need to be, um, but I do want something different, so I'm gonna go ahead and just let you be you, boo, and I'm gonna go do me, you know? It's, what we can do, so, hopefully that helps a little bit. Relationships, that's why I've been, celibate and single for 17 years, 'cause cost benefit analysis, oh, my aching back. It turns out that you're not my type. Well, that's probably a little harsher than I was going for, but I get it. But there is that, uh, you know, it is a great line, because 'cause you're not my type. It does, uh, I like you know, I feel like where I'm wanting to go that you don't know you're not sure if that's where you wanna go or not, and I need someone who's sure, and that's, again, you don't need to be that. It's just when it's kinda like when we usually, like, when we're growing up, we're kind of asking, like, uh, "Does my energy match theirs?" Because 'Cause we're looking at, "Do I have to adapt to match their energy?" And there's a great and I think this was Humble the Poet that said it, where it's like, I'm gonna stop asking if my energy matches other people and ask if their energy matches mine. And I don't expect them to change, and I'm not gonna change to match their energy. It's I'm gonna discover if it does or not, and if it doesn't, that's okay. It's information, and I get to find someone whose energy does match mine, right? Yeah. Or we're afraid that's as good as it's gonna get, and then maybe this is the closest I can get to love. What if I can't find love again? That's kinda where the fear comes in is, "What if I can't ever find love?" Well, if that's the the what is it? That's not complimentary prize. Whatever if that's the prize I get, that's okay. Yeah, exactly. Or find and it's not about better or worse, I get that, but what if I can find someone that matches my energy more, you know, which we consider better, but there's some energy around better, worse, and that you're less than. It's like, no, we're just different. It's like, you know, we try to find someone that we're closer to in energy, and we're just our energy is so different that it just it makes it more difficult, and you deserve to be with someone that matches your energy, and I deserve to be with someone that matches mine, and it just changes it instead of a judgment of "You failed, off with you, peasant." It's we're different, and we're different enough that it's gonna be difficult, and wouldn't we rather just, enjoy, right? People who win people who play stupid games win stupid prizes. Sarah, you're hilarious. All right. So let me continue on here. Oh, we got a couple more donations too. All right, let me just scooch back up here. So I got that one. So Twin Flame, let's get you on. That's number 36. And I'll grab your question here. Let me grab Prathy. Hey, Prathy, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 27. And where are we at? We're 7.5 hours. You know, I may not get to free readings tonight. I think we're going to be hitting 8 hours here with these extra donations. So, um, just a heads up, I will probably be doing a morning stream to finish up free readings. If I get to any free readings tonight, I might end up doing them all in the morning. So, thank you guys for your patience. I know hopefully you guys don't hang out for hours going, is it happening? I never know. I wish I could see into the future with that specificity or whatever, specificity, something like that, more accurately. All right. So let me make sure I got everyone here. So Twin Flame, here is your question. Let me get that on there. And then Happy Pill, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 37. Oops, let me give that a love and a like. Give that one a love and a like. And ancestral messages for your marriage reading. All right. All right. Clowns. All right. So I've got Debbie O coming up next, and then Honored, and then Happy Pill, and then back to Twin Flame, and then to Happy Pill. So I imagine that's about 30 minutes worth, maybe. So this might be the last of them this evening. Or if anyone makes an additional donation, we'll try to finish them up. But I definitely feel like free readings are not happening in this session, but I will come in the morning and complete a additional session for those. Because I feel like if I try to do 25 to 30 free readings, they're not going to be good readings. They're going to be like, you break up, you fail, you die. You know, no one likes a crabby tarot reader, right? Devio, you're still awake. Oh my God. You must have really taken something that keeping you awake. So thank you, Debbie. Oh, thank you so much for all your donations. We'll get you here. 732.40 is for this one. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And I got your email. Thank you for resending that to me. I'm like, it's not in my trash. I probably swiped it with something else and archived it. That's probably where it's at in the archive. That's why it's not in the. I was like, did I delete it? It's not there. It's not there. Where did it go? That's probably where it is now. I get it. All right. So Morgan Wallen song Dark Till Daylight, and tears were streaming down your face. Is this something of what Chuck was feeling? Ah, all right. Oh, some of the lyrics. Thank you. It's sinking in what could have been. I'm with her, you're with him, and that ain't right. Ooh. The sunset is when it starts. Sky ain't all that's getting dark till daylight. I'm strung out. I'm a mess. Words and whiskey on my breath. See how faded I can get by sunrise. And yeah, I'm falling apart. Sky ain't all that's getting dark till daylight. Sun's sinking low. Here we go. Another shadow to fight through. That's what I do the whole damn night through. Wow. Is this something Chuck felt? All right, we'll take a look here. Oh, you're in bed now. You're like, I'm barely hanging on, brudda. All right, let's take a look here. So Chuck never sleeps. So he's like, yes, you rang. Wow. Yeah, just more healing, more release energy. Music is amazing because we don't have to think about it. We feel it. And that's the thing that helps us calm and process and release. So I love that. All right, Chucky. So was this kind of what you were feeling here? Especially the whiskey. What's that? Was whiskey his favorite or something? Especially the whiskey. Let's see here. All right. So what do we all have here? Well, yep. Um, he wasn't a big drinker. Yeah. Got the 8 of wands, at least when he was with you, right? Got the 8 of wands energy on the bottom, which that's, it's like a lot of messages from spirit, and so that's confirming that that was from spirit, that was on purpose, and directed, so, um, that was a purposeful message, obviously. The Knight of Cups, yeah, the movement of emotion. The Knight of Wands, an expression of their passion. So an expression of their emotion and their passion, their fire. Um, yeah, and they've got the full card here, which was a new beginning, an ending with a new beginning, energy. But there's a underneath that we got the 5 of Wands, which is a lot of conflict energy, a lot of drama energy. And he was like, "Oh yeah, that would have been my song," because he definitely, you know, uh, the 5 of Wands is like a fire circle kind of energy, right? Yeah, it's the sound and tone of song. Yeah, I'll make sure I don't touch the email, so I'll listen to it after I finish up tonight. Maybe I'll just listen to it as I'm going to sleep so I can cry myself to sleep tonight. Debbie, can't believe you did this to me. All right. But I love then this comes in here. You got the Queen of Wands, which is how he saw you, the passion. He saw you as this fire. And we have the 10 of Cups, which is relationship energy and a ton of emotional energy. And the Page of Cups, heightened love and self-love too. So I definitely feel like this is a lot what they were feeling, especially with that, the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Cups energy that was coming in here. And the 5 of Wands, which is conflict, the conflict between their head and their heart. Their heart, 10 of Cups, Page of Cups, Queen of Wands. I'm passionate about you. I'm in love with you with this 10 of Cups. I want heightened love. I want even the Page of Cups as I wanted to come back and get back with you. But then the mind was like, no, um, you don't deserve her. She deserves more, all that stuff um in the head. And I love that what could have been, was sinking in, right? And um I love that because even in one of your readings tonight, he was even mentioning that, right? I didn't even put it together till right now. Well, I didn't know the words of the song till right now. But they were like, "Yeah, that's why I was saying I saw if I made different choices, what could have been 3 children and married happily," right? But they were like, "No, what could have been." And a lot of that, and I feel like, they see that now, but they're telling you, "Yeah, that was for me. That was telling you." And it was to help you also release some emotions, as well. So I love that. What a cool little dude. Let's see what else he wants to add in here with your, fortune cookie from the Reawakening the Soul. There we are. So what else do you wanna add in here? Oh, yeah, courage. Liquid courage. Whiskey? Yeah, maybe that's what he says, especially the whiskey. I shoulda drank whiskey, then maybe I woulda had the courage to to come back. But he did a lot for you. Yeah. You're up next, honored. You're number 34. Question may raising your hand. You're funny. So courage. Have the faith to take action, knowing that all perceived obstacles are only opportunities. There's a quote from Orison Swett Martin that says, obstacles will look large or small to you according to whether you are large or small. Wow. If I'm small, obstacles look large. If I'm large, obstacles appear small. I love it. Wow. Identify and confront your fears, take action and move forward. When you have absolute faith in your creator and know that you have been created as an image of God, fear cannot exist. Become aware of the deepest convictions burning deeply in your heart. Take appropriate action to manifest these dreams into reality. These necessary actions are needed for the birth of your dreams. As you act powerfully, you will feel a constant flame of strength burning inside you. With each act of courage, the flame will grow brighter. Refuse to stand still or let anything stop you from taking the next step on your path. Leap and the net will appear. Just take the next step now. NOW capitalized with an exclamation point. Your introspection questions: what are you afraid of? Or what am I afraid of? What changes do I need to make in order to feel balanced? What fears do I have around making changes? What time in my life did I act braver than I ever dreamed I could? What motivated to take action? What did I gain from this? So, what motivated me to take action, I think is what it's supposed to say. How would my life look if I had the courage to make all necessary changes to live my dream? Wow, right? Instead of what could have been, right? Your affirmation is, I walk this journey with faith, strength, and courage because I know that I am spirit. Wow. I love that. What a powerful card. Boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my friend. Thank you again so much for all of your donations and for hanging out so late. Oh my God. Because it's almost 1 my time. It's almost 2 a.m. your time. Last call. Last call. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's what they used to say at the bar I went to. Sorry, last call. We're closing down. You're like, shoosh, shoosh. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. Boom, boom. So sleep tight, Debbie O. All right. Let me just take a look here. All right. And then we got On Schumann. Whoops. Try that again. There we are. So on Schumann, good to see you. I'll get you on the list here. You'll be number 28 when I do the free readings. I'll probably be doing free readings in the morning because we're already getting closer. I got a few more donations to do. So it'll probably be in the morning. And there'll be a pinned comment on the stream when I get to that in the morning. 1:43 time. Oh my goodness. Yep. You guys. Hello, hello. You are very welcome. Oh, it's from Stevie Ray. Oh, okay, good. Alright. So, let's get up here. So, honored. We're at 74502 is for yours here. Boom, boom. Okay, thank you for your donations this evening, your multiples. So you'd like a love advice regarding the Capricorn. Should I drop him and move, or will he come towards you in love, or is there no hope and I need to walk away? Killing it with these streaming hours. I know. I love it. You know, it's like a full-time job, which is great because this doesn't feel like work. But I love it. I'm going with the flow with it all because um, came out of nowhere and I'm just riding the waves. I enjoy it. Alex, if it's a free reading, I didn't get to any free readings. I'll probably be doing those in the morning since I'm almost hitting 8 hours. Let's see, Alex. Wait, or was yours a donation? Let me look here. Oh, yeah, yours was a donation. So here you go, Alex. You took a nap in between. I know, right? All right. So let's take a look here, Honored, and find out what's going on here. So, if and what we'll do with spirit, there's not like a should, there's different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. So what we'll do is we'll give you energy around if you stay with the Capricorn, what kind of energy you would get. And if you move away and walk away from them, what kind of energy you have. And then you get to decide. It's like ice cream, asking spirit, what kind of ice cream should I have? And they're like, well, what do you mood of flavor are you in the mood for? So this will give you the energetic flavor and we'll see what we have. So if you stay with the Capricorn, what kind of energy do you experience? Based on current energies, of course. So I do want these two. I really don't want those. But I feel like there's at least this one. Oh, and I do want this one. And I do want this one. All right. Brahma ice cream or yogurt land frozen yogurt. Yeah, you're like, I already know what I want. You sound like someone who knows their taste. Well, I did break down and got some. Snoop Dogg has a ice cream line that Walmart sells, and they have a blueberry muffin one. Oh, and that's what I had. I cheated today because it was 90 degrees out, and I was walking on my way back from the gym, and I grabbed some cottage cheese and some other healthy stuff, and I'm like, "Ooh, ice cream sounds really good." All right, and then if you do walk none of those? Okay. Yeah. Energy on the bottom of the deck here, you have the 10 of wands, which it is kind of this energy, kinda sums it up almost, and we'll of course look at the rest of the cards, but one feels like a burden, one feels like a blessing, or we can have gratitude around, right? Which is which? Let's look if you stay, which I feel is the burden, because it feels like it's work, right? Instead of a blessing. So let's take a look here. If you continue, um, looking, will they come forward? What kind of energy do you have with them, right? Yeah, you got the Eight of Swords. You do learn about your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Very big Capricorn devil card energy. So I do feel like they do their the character they play helps you release some old, you know, belief systems because they challenge your expectations by not living up to them, right? Yeah, the 6 of cups. So there is a return here. They do come towards you with the 6 of cups. That's kinda like the return of the living dead. That's funny. And we have the emperor energy that comes in here as well. Um, and that's an interesting energy because that is when they return, they still don't know what they want. They're still trying to get out of their head and into their heart and not doing a very good job, and which is difficult for Capricorn energy. I'm a Capricorn rising. It is, even though it's an earth energy, they're big thinkers, right? So it definitely, goes that direction. They come back, they still don't know what they want, and you're like, we got the Page of Wands, we got the Two of Pentacles. So they've got the Page of Wands, so it's more of a passion energy than Cups energy. Man, but it's this balanced, Two of Pentacles, and again, there's this I'm I have passion, but I still don't know what I want. I'm still like, you're an option, in my world, but I also have a space for a second option just in case I'm not sure. It's that unsurety energy. It's kind of what you're talking about earlier too, you know, with Phoenix's, reading. It's like, if you don't know, like, if you don't know by now, you'll never, never know me. Boom. If you don't know, then you're stupid. That's what I used to tell people. I mean, in my mind, you know, when I was dating back in the day, because I'd be like, well, I don't know. I don't know if I want, well, then you're stupid. If you can't recognize it, then, you know, that's, you know, tells me everything I need to know. Bye, we got the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, they've got some self-worth stuff they're still working on, right? Yeah, 5 of Pentacles, the fear of being left behind, being left on the cold, not being enough, not having enough, really needing, I mean, like most humans, they don't have their self-worth expanded, so they can't give love to someone that they don't have for thimselves. If I have a thimble size self-love, that's all I can give you and all I can receive from you too, right? We say that's right. New status update on Discord. Oh. All right. Is this, you mean the, if you don't know, if you don't know, uh, then I'm a good catch, then you're stupid and that's all I need to know? You've told me everything I need to know? Alright, so that's, I kind of feel like this is kind of, but let's look and see where you're gonna go after you're deciding to move on, right? I kind of feel like that's where you're headed. But, when if you walk away, we'll just say if you walk away for the catch part. Um, yeah, yeah, that's good. Yeah, we don't wanna put the ass in passive aggressive. I agree. So, you got the Magician card and the 9 of Cups. Dream come true energy. The 9 of Cups, dream come true. Magician, you know, is someone who takes action. And again, the magician, it's kind of like the magician has to know where they're at and what they want. And they have to understand, that their mind and emotions and energy and actions, I need to monitor that to be able to get from here to there. So yeah, I feel like this is someone you meet that feels like a dream come true, especially, you know, it's what's wonderful is stepping stones that we meet, um, allow us to appreciate the people that we end up with as our soul partners for the rest of our lives because things that our soul partner just think is normal, like, yeah, why wouldn't I do that? You're like, "Thank you so much. Oh my gosh." I'm like, "Why are you being so grateful for that? That's just a given." You're like, "No, it's not." Case in point, Buddha, 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 boo. No, I'm so grateful that you do this, so I like that. Yeah, 8 of Wands, a lot of passion. I do feel like they come out of nowhere, as well. It's like, whoosh, here's this person. And I do feel like you meet this if you do choose to move away from the Capricorn, you meet this person doing something that you love and enjoy, and that's like a common kind of thread that comes you know, for the 2 of you, that's there too, so I like that. Under the surface here with this as well, yeah, the Knight of Pentacles, I like that they don't rush in. I mean, they rush into your life, but then I feel like the relationship progressively grows, and because they have a belief that something slowly built lasts, something quickly built falls apart, and so they like to slowly build a relationship. Um, we got the Hierophant, which is a great energy here, we've got this, it is like someone who's gone through a lot of change that's, um, had a lot of conflict in their life in the past, and it's kinda like you know, they're smoother in their life because of the harshness that they experience in their life. So, they've overcome things because they made a choice. This is either gonna kill me or it's gonna make me stronger. I wanna live, you know? So I'm going to become stronger, not let it destroy me and define me. And I like that. There's a power there, but they're very much like a teacher-student energy. That might even be their occupation where they're a professor or they teach or they help people learn. They can even be like a counselor where they help people understand about themselves because of what they've gone through. We got the lovers, yeah. So obviously, beautiful lovers energy and Leo strength energy as well. So they possibly could be a Leo or a fire sign. Very much a lot of but it's the higher vibrational, higher expression of Leo, which is like leadership energy and not the look at me lower expression. And every sign has a lower expression. So no offense to any Leos, but the high expression is follow me, not look at me. And that's why I feel like they're a leader and they teach and they help people. But that means they're also pretty nice looking. Leo energy. They just have that wonderful hair, the wild mane, you know. But I like that. So that's what they got for you, honored. Bye, Capricorn. What else did you need to like go? What? I'm gone, gone, girl. You got What is this? Interessen, and how you know that's what you want exactly. Oh, they have it misspelled on purpose. So it's supposed to say like intercession, but it's Interessen, and how you know that's what you want exactly. They're the crystal ball. This is how you know what you want exactly, right? So, number 53, it says, your childhood dreams may just be the dreams of a child. Don't let what you once wanted get in the way of what you may actually want now. Erase all past desires and tune into what it is you're actually seeking in this moment. What? Psh, psh, wax on, wax off. All right. So that's what they have for you, honored. Hopefully that helps. And thank you again for your donations tonight. I appreciate that. All right. Well, let's see. Crazy Oracle, right? So, Twin Flame, another quote from Stevie Ray Vaughan. Well, the house is a rockin', don't yeah, when the house is a rockin', don't be knocking. Yeah, the house is rockin', don't bother knocking. Yeah, the house is yeah. If the house be rockin', don't be knocking. I I've heard that a lot too. That's interesting. I didn't know that was from Stevie Ray Vaughan. All right. Absolutely. Sleep tight. I'm gonna be going to sleep here in a little bit as well. So, we'll catch you guys on the flip side. All right, and we've got is that Gunsani? Am I totally saying that incorrectly? I apologize, but thanks for being a new subscriber. I'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 29 on it. I am gonna be shutting down. I've got a few more donations to do. I've got 3 more donations, and then I'm gonna call it a night because 'cause I've been on for 8 hours as of right now. But I will be back in the morning, and I'll post, it'll be a separate stream, but, you'll be able to I always put a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So, you'll be able to, get your reading in the morning, though, so I will complete it. It'll just be in my morning and depending on where you're at in the world, later today. But, I will, it'll be a separate stream that I start. So, yeah, I know, crazy, right? It's gotta be spirit. How could an old man do 8 hours of readings, right? I appreciate it, and thanks for being a new subscriber. All right. So let's jump in. We got Happy Pill 80158 is your first timestamp here. So thank you so much for your donations, Happy Pill. So angel messages for you. All right, let's take a look here. Yes. Maybe. Maybe not on the outside. It hasn't drained. I can feel it starting to slip away out of my brain though. All right. So let's see here. Angel messages for you, Happy Pill. What did they want you to know right now? We got boom, boom, and this one. All right. There's something out of order or something that's going to happen out of order more so. Because you've got 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 1 card. Usually it's 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1, right? But this is 2, 3, 1. So there's something, it's like the middle starts first and then the end and then the beginning. So that's something kind of, you know, happening not in the way it nor the way you think it would happen. But I like it. We'll see what it is here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of Wands, which is an energy of being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not, defending what you're wanting to do. Um, and there's something about you and getting out, getting noticed, standing out kind of energy. Um, so I feel like it's time to, if you've been a hermit and kind of shrinking or hermiting, like I'm a total hermit, so I totally get it. But it's like it's time that you get out in front with other people and be seen. So whatever that means. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, you got the Temperance card here, which is something slowly building, and the Star card is your dream. So it's like your dream come true, even though you may not have seen something unfolding. Things have been working behind the scenes, below the surface. Your dream has been moving. There's been movement, just not in front of you. But this is part of that. I feel like that's why it's important for your dream to continue and to, go to another level. You have to get out and be seen kind of energy. So whatever the dream is that you're wanting, to have happen, this is what they're talking about, right? You do have the Six of Swords, which is about leaving some old stories behind, seeing something from a higher perspective allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And it brings movement in your outside world with your change of thought here. Um, yeah, and you've got the Two of Wands and the Ten of Wands. And this energy talks about, um, whatever you focus on is what grows and expands, right? The Ten of Wands is you can look at it. Usually it's someone with all these wands on their back. You can see that as a burden, lower vibrational, right? Oh, burden. Or you can look at, wow, look at all the abundance, gratitude, right? And that's the two ones too. It's whatever we focus on is a higher vibration rooted in gratitude, unconditional love, and joy and laughter and peace and play. Higher vibration, right? Or lower vibration, need, want, which is all lack energy, or fear. Those things slow things down. Those things suck the life out of things. It brings in more, like attracts like, so we draw more of that in. So I feel like there's this energy of I'm changing my stories, I'm changing my energetic focus to help towards my dream instead of looking at what's not happening. I'm focusing on gratitude for what is, right? And that brings in maybe it was it lovers you're looking for? Is it a relationship? Is that your dream come true? Because with all those changes, here comes this relationship energy that comes in. Wait, yeah, because your second reading that we'll get to is a marriage reading. So they're like, "Mhm." We'll dive in more evidently here in a bit, right? But so I feel like that's what they want you to know right now, but it's important that you have to get out and be seen. Um, if you're hiding in a cave, a spouse isn't gonna show up unless you order one through the mail. And those don't last very long. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one, and then we'll jump to Twin Flame and then back to you for the final reading. And we got let every cat out of every bag. Yeah, let the cat out of the bag. I love that. That's a United States, it's an English saying. Maybe that's not just the United States, but it's an English saying of meaning um share your truth, speak your truth, let it out, right? It says keeping everything in is painful. Let the truth out and it will work wonders for you. Be kind, but be honest. I like it. Ask for what you want. Speak your truth, right? So I love that one for you, Happy Pill. We'll circle back to your other one here in a moment. All right. So Twin Flame, we are back to you. Thank you so much for all of your multiple donations tonight. I am so grateful. You are a hoot. I know why you're so funny because you're an Aquarius. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So I was reading your question. What percentage of the mission have I accomplished? All right. So, from your ancestors, what chains are these that you need to break in the family line? All right. And what chains have you broken already? And what percentage? All right. Yeah. I feel like, one of the core ones on the bottom of the deck, you have the Five of Pentacles, which is the humanities chain of feeling that, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough. It's kind of like just a humanity chain. It's not specific to a tree, a family tree or ancestral line. It's pretty much every human line. It's kind of what draws us here, this feeling of what would it feel like to feel like the fear of not being enough when when we remember who we really are. It's such a silly thing. Let me pretend, oh, I'm small, when we're so huge, these powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings, right? So I feel like that's kind of, they're just like, besides that, just know that that's a given. If we don't mention it, just know that's all humanity, and good luck on, breaking that chain. We're not expecting that one to be resolved by one person, right? That's more of a collective change, not a individual change. All right. So what chains need to be broken? We've got this one. We've got the 7 of Swords with the King of Pentacles. Yeah, so here's the lie, the one that we deceive ourselves. This is the that about our self-worth, that it's defined by something in the outside world. And I feel like they're saying something about, what is this belief around money? There's something about um, money makes the world go around, right? Like from burlesque, is it burlesque? Or no, no, that was what's the one with Liza Minnelli, right? It goes that old one. But there's this something about, money is security, money makes the world go around. Um, you have to work hard for money. And, like the healing of that is abundance comes to me easily and effortlessly. But they're like, "Oh no, everything has to come to you hard. You have to work hard for this. You always have to work hard for it. Nothing comes easy." I feel like that's kind of the underlying thing. And that's the chain that has to be broken, because that is a burden kind of energy. So that's one. The other one that they wanted to mention is the Page of Wands. And underneath that, we've got the 5 of Wands and the 10 of Pentacles. Kind of related a little bit to money and worth here, but the energy that comes in with this is, um sorry, I was hearing a puppy upstairs or a dog upstairs. I was like, "What was that?" Something's moving in the night. Um, there is this, oh, thank you, Spirit. I was like, "Where did I go?" I got distracted. So, there's this, belief that my abundance is in other people's hands, and that I'm at the whim of the outside world. Like, if I need an opportunity for something, it's up to other people whether they give it to me or not. Where this Page of Wands, Ace of Wands energy is, no, I am the one that creates my world, not other people. I can't create anyone else's. I can only create my own. And so there's that feeling of being at the whim. And this, I feel like this kind of goes back to ancestry of where royals and, nobles, that they were the ones that decided for everyone, and everyone just accepted. You decide for us. And then we just kind of stay in that kind of caste system of, we're lower than you, you decide for us. There's like, no, don't give away your power, take your power back. So I feel like that's kind of the things that the chains you're to be broken. The ones you have broken, you got the 4 of Pentacles. So there's something here about self-worth. Let's see what the one underneath here is. And the 8 of Wands. Because the 4 of Pentacles is, kind of define ourselves by the 3 things of the outside world, which are relationships, situations, and things. Kind of talked about that the things already, and the money and the opportunities, again with the Page of Wands, So this would only the only other one left is relationship energy. And I feel like the one that you've broken for yourself, that because you've broken it for yourself, you're helping break it for the family line already, is that relationships don't define who I am. I define who I am. And I feel like that's, the one that you've uh, worked on for yourself. And oh my God, even earlier, you were talking to your daughter about self love, right? That's you passing it on already. I love that. What percentage do you have here? The Chariot. It's a victory. It's ever moving. And I like that, because the Chariot is the power of choice energy, and all you can do is change it for yourself. You can't choose for other people. So I like that they're bringing this in, that um, there's not an expected percentage, there's not a grade. There's you do what you can um, in transforming yourself, and that's how you break the chain with ancestors. Is you change, and then if you have children that are young enough, meaning under the age of 15, 14 or 15 years old and younger, they're still listening to you. Teenagers, when they hit 14, 15 years old, they've stopped listening and they're watching. Then they learn by watching your life, not by what you tell them. Don't, they're like, we watch your actions, not your words. So I love that. I love that energy. So there's not a percentage because there's not a measurement. There's just experiences. And they're like, there's no grade, there's no measuring system because it's all about experience. And there's not a have to or a supposed to or should or a set thing. They're just like, you're always perfectly on your path. You're always perfectly uh, right on schedule. So they're just like, don't do the human thing and try to measure and judge uh, what you're doing or not doing. They go, that's lower vibrational. That. Right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I hereby grant you the power to make me unhappy. I like that. Rah. Here's the world. Let's see here what this is. Card number 23. No one can get inside your head unless you welcome them in. It's like a vampire. If someone is disturbing your inner world, it might just be time to kick them out of your outer one. Establish boundaries, communicate, and honor your needs. I like it. Boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for all your donations. Many blessings to you. Sleep tight. All right. And then Happy Pill. We got 81839 for your second one. Thank you again for your donations this eve. And now we'll ask the ancestors about your marriage reading. So let's take a look here. What would they like you to know about marriage here? All right. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Cups coming in, which is new love. So, they want you to know here that you do have love coming your way, but it's going to be someone you haven't met yet. It's new love. So, if it was like Page of Cups, that could be someone returning, or Six of Cups, but Ace of Cups is brand spanking new, unwrapped in a fresh box, not something that's been returned. So I like that. What else about this? You got the Queen of Cups. I like this energy, um, because it's someone who's very nurturing, here with marriage, and I like that because it could be someone with that's a water sign or has a water moon or a lot of water in their chart, but I definitely feel like it's someone that, has that, nurturing energy, this, um, very even, empathic, where they've got a lot of connection with the emotions and, feels things very big, but can also pick up on emotions, and they can change, uh, the energy of a room, with their positive, bright energy. So I definitely feel that's the kind of energy. I don't feel like they're like someone who's emotionally unstable. This is someone who knows their emotional power and they walk into places and just glow, and it just changes the atmosphere. The weather, the emotional weather changes when they walk in a room. So I like that. We have the Two of Swords. Yeah, this is the power of the story here. And I like this. This is something more for you, though, that this is realizing that you're the one that, you know, um, that changes the story of things. You're the one that determines it. So whatever happens in the outside world just is. Till it gets in here, then we decide what this means about me in the world or whatever. If we're not consciously choosing like this marriage and, anything along the way, then we're going to go into autopilot and react by old stories about that means this. And then we're going to be reactive instead of being able to choose what something means. So I feel like this is an important thing going into, with marriage, and anything in life is that the world just is. There's no meaning to anything till we get into our storyteller, but we're the ones that get to choose. We might have been given a lot of opinion about what things are supposed to mean and not mean and blah, blah, blah. But we get to decide, right? No one else. Everyone gets to decide for themselves. I get to decide for myself, right? Right. And then you got these three cards. You got the Eight of Cups. Yeah, I feel like you're in this preparation mode. Eight of Cups yeah, yeah, is about letting go of emotions that don't serve you anymore and relationships that don't serve you anymore. And I'll talk about that in a sec but it brings you in the Wheel of Fortune and the Ten of Pentacles, um, which is a relationship energy and an abundance energy. So like you kind of, when we have this emotional bank, right? And if we have all this emotional energy in our emotional bank, our heart goes, yes, we can afford a new relationship. We will allow one in. But if we're drained, if we're on, about to hit bottom of our emotional bank where there's nothing in it, then our heart goes, nope, denied. We don't have the space or the room for a relationship. And so it asks you to, one part of it is when you're 7 years old and younger, you push down anger and sadness that you're not allowed to feel because everyone wants a happy baby. We, as children, react 3 ways: happy, sad, or angry. Sad, stop your crying, right? Mad, quit your tantrum or you get whooped. They only usually, uh, encourage happy children. So what do we do with that anger and that sadness? Stuff, 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 right? These are charged emotions that have nowhere to go, so they're down in our subconscious, and then it takes energy to keep them down there so we don't bust out crying or cussing, because we're angry or sad. So it takes energy. That's taking some of our emotional energy. So as you go in and you learn how to transmute that, we talk a lot about that in my last podcast, episode 18, which is freedom work, clearing the pipeline. You can check out the in the description area of the video. Or if you click on my main name and go to the top of my YouTube channel page, the Easier Path playlist is listed there. Just go to number 18 or any of the others that you want to look at too. But this one specifically talks about how we can clear our emotional pipeline. And this will help. The other piece of the Eight of Cups is you realize relationships where you're giving 70, 80, 90% of the energy into, those relationships, and they're consistently only giving 10, 20, 30. You're overspending your emotional energy into all those, right? So you're able to, you know, step, back from some relationships, not invest so much. And if they don't make up the difference and it drifts away, then you just get more emotional energy back. Or there might be some relationships where you're all be gone, then you're filling that up. This is like you're preparing for this relationship because if you're bankrupt in emotional energy, it ain't coming to you fast until you have done that. So they're encouraging you to kind of look at that. And then you've got the Eight of Swords and the Empress. Yeah. So right now, a big piece of what you're doing is you're focusing in on self-love, self-care. It's mother nature, mother nurture of the Empress, and the Eight of Swords is letting go a lot of expectations and mindsets that don't serve you, those that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped, restricted, small. Did I say powerless already? And these are those mindsets. So you're getting rid of you have the Eight of Swords and the Eight of Cups, which is you're clearing away thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and emotions that don't serve you anymore, that did protect you when you were growing up, but now you're a grown up, so you don't need to, have those baby gates that were keeping things away. Now you're able to release a lot of belief systems and old stories and old emotions that don't serve to make space for something that does. So I like that. Okay, very good. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. I'll do one more reading, but I really need to go a happy pill. I've been on for 8.5 hours, so my energy's really dropping. So any other donations I'll complete in the morning, but I'll do one last one here for you. But I'm getting tired. It is 1:30 in the morning here. What would ultra intelligent imaginary me do? I like that. Number 56. So heed the wise advice that you would give to others. It's easy to give advice, but why do we avoid listening to it ourselves? Because it's comfortable to stay where we are, even if changing would ultimately be better. So just take your own advice, dummy. I like that. These cards are hilarious. So I like that. No, you're not problematic at all. Just letting you know. Um, uh, it's not problematic. Just information, letting you know. I'll do one more, and any others that you put, I won't be able to complete them because I do need to like cut off here. Yeah, absolutely. So let me get that in here. Boop, boop. All right, we'll give that a love and a like here. All right, so we are at 8:28:56. So this will be the last one for this eve. And so you want to get married to a person that you've decided on and you told your family and they're ready about 75%. So you want to know the details of like, will they go to 100%? I know somehow that your angels will support me in this. Oh yeah. But the things I just talked about, they're telling you, your ancestors, these are the things you can do to help draw it towards you, because these are the blocks that are keeping it from being 100%. So, the advice they gave you in the second reading, heed that, right? Take that advice like they said. All right. So, what can we know about this person that you've decided upon, right? So, what can we know here about this person? And will your family accept that? All right, let's take a look here. What do we've got here? Yeah, so we have the moon card here. And what I'm getting here with the moon card being on the bottom of the deck, I'm seeing the phases of the moon going from, and it's like a moon goes from like a like zero, you can't see it, but it's a black moon, to a new moon, and then a quarter moon, and then till you get to a full moon, which would be 100%. So I do feel like they're saying that it will get there, you know, with the moon, just takes time because moon phases are all you can track a moon phase, through an ephemeris. So, there is that, right? So that's a good sign. I like that. Things will unfold. You got the Knight of Wands. And I do feel like, you know, once you align your energy, because Knight of Wands is about a quest of stepping into your power, realizing if I'm focusing on what's not happening, like if I'm focusing on the 25% that's not happening, and that they're not doing, and this isn't happening, and I fear maybe what if it doesn't happen, that lack energy pushes it further away, it makes it take longer. When I'm focusing on the gratitude for what your family is accepting, what is going good, what are the things I love, I can be happy and grateful for, that draws in more, that speeds up the process. Once you make that energetic adjustment with this Knight of Wands, things start happening faster. But it's your energy that keeps it further away when we're focusing on lack and I need this to happen. I want this to happen. We focus on gratitude for what we have and have had, what we enjoy that's happening already, right? Um, you got the full card. Yeah. There's this opportunity of a new adventure. And part of this is letting go of expectations, right? The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. Because again, that's lower vibrational energy. When we think that all this needs to happen and we're here, we're not focusing on what is happening. We're focusing on what's not. And again, that's lack energy that pushes it away. So in a way, they're saying, you know what? Grateful for what is, enjoying the moments. That's what flows. That's what opens up the kind of the floodgates instead of the blocks holding stuff back, right? So I like this, but it's like you might I feel like my angels are gonna help me, my ancestors. Help them help you, because your energy of lack would be blocking them. They're trying to help, and we're like, "No, no, no," because our lack energy says, "I want more lack. I want it to take more time," kind of energy, right? Okay. And then let's see what else we got here. Yeah. So you have the Ace of Swords, which is the power of the story. You got the Two of Swords. Feel like you just got this in your previous reading. And the Hermit card. There's this there's something here about a belief of I don't wanna be alone. I have a fear of being alone. Um, and and maybe more of an awareness that they wanna bring to you that you can't be happy in a relationship unless you're able to be happy by yourself, because it's not someone else that can make you happy. You can't make someone else happy. Happiness is an inside job. Once you find your happiness in here, then everything else is above and beyond extra. So I feel like they're kind of saying here something to consider while we're waiting for things to unfold is what do I feel is out there that I don't have in here? What do I feel a marriage or a relationship brings that I don't have in here already? Because that's where the clarity comes in, and that's where one of the blocks is, that opens up things. So, looks good. It's again, timing is all about your energy. Um, I can pull a like based on energy right now. When are we looking at things getting to 100%? When will the marriage be approved or start moving forward towards completion? Got the 9 of cups, your dream come true. Now, we have March 1st to March 10th, which would be next year, but don't let that get you down because that's based on the energy and everything that you've been doing up to this point. But that's the whole thing is it's fluid as you change those mindsets and everything we've talked about in these 3 readings. If you heed that, that speeds up things, that brings it sooner. If we keep things as it is before you had these readings, you're looking at March of next year. But now that you have this information, you have this power to change things that can bring it sooner, right? So I like it. Boom, boom. We are in retrograde. Yeah, we're in the pre-shadow, right? Mercury retrograde goes in Monday, right? You are welcome. And then your final fortune cookie is still not failing enough. Let's see what this is about. Card number 34, which says, whoops. Come on, 34. There it is. Your behavior may be too rigid. Get wild and go make something explode for science. I like that. That's breaking expectations, right? Breaking out of the mold. Do something, uh, you know, that doesn't meet expectations, right? I like it. You're very welcome. Thank you again so much. Um, hey, Twin Flame, what was the first podcast I did? Um, I have them listed in my in on my main page. I believe it was because it was my I made a book out of it. Um, gosh, I can't remember the first one because I made a book series out of them. Um, because it was about because I know I did like Who Let the Master Out. Uh, I don't know. They're on my main page. I could look at right here real quick. Let me see. Can I jump from here? Can I open? Nope, it's not gonna let me. I'm probably gonna blow up things. Let me make sure. If I disappear, you know that we did something wrong. uh, Here, I can go to my content, to my playlists, and wow, 198. Wow, what have I been doing with my life? Let's see. But they are listed on the main page. And I had a variety of them because I did different ones. Um, Gosh, and it has been over like maybe over the last 5 years, maybe even before that, actually, because I started a while ago. But yeah, probably 1:40 in the morning is not a good time for me to answer these things. Yeah, coming here it is. Coming back from fear. Yeah, that was the first one, and then that was in 2017. Wow. Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it? And then The Power of Choice, and then Who Let the Master Out, and then The Voyage to Back Yonder. I also did one, uh, called that, and then I did Zen Bites for a while. I'm gonna be bringing that back, but so a lot of good stuff. Those all should be linked on my main page under, I have like a playlist of all those. So there's a lot of stuff changed over the years, but I love it. Boy, flashbacks. I didn't realize it was 2017. So it's been 9 years since I think I started my channel. Um, but wow, wow, memories. All right, everybody, I'm going to head out. If you haven't checked out my current podcast, The Easier Path, here is the link to that playlist, all free. Um, and yeah, be on the lookout. We're going to have some announcements next week because I did hit 2,600 and we're at 2,650. So I think we're securely in the 2,600s. So we're gonna have a little celebration in the month of July with some weekly giveaways and some other things. So I'll be announcing that next week. So I'm excited. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'll be back tomorrow and tomorrow night as well. Tomorrow morning, I'll go on and complete all the free readings, and then I'll be back tomorrow evening for another session. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. Thank you so much for all your love support, all the thumbs up. So grateful and for your patience in getting to your readings too. And we'll see you on the flip side, right? Much love to you guys. We'll see you soon.